have like salt machine. We don't have none of that stuff that y'all have. So that's why we got to tear down the whole city because we're not equipped for that shit.
For real.
Yo,
that grid is fucked up.
Yo, that shit's wild to me. The first time I heard of like selling tires on all weather.
Yeah.
And I look at the guy like, what do you mean it's not all weather? He's like, oh, it's normal tires. I'm like, all weather is normal tires. In my mind, is because I'm from New York.
Yeah, you from New York.
You be crazy if you don't buy all weather tires in New York. You out your mind, right? So to me, like that is like, so the tires like no weather, no, yeah, like they're street things. I'm like, but in my mind, I'm thinking like it wasn't making sense to me because the guy was telling me, well, yeah, they're street tires. I'm like, all tires are street tires. Yeah. Like, what tire is not a street tire? I'm like, what is this guy? I'm like, this guy's selling me some bullshit. And then I understood, like, it's cheaper. There's tires that don't have to think because it's cheaper. And I'm like, fuck. Listen, there's just some things you can save money on. Listen, I don't care if I live in Arizona in the hottest peaks of the season. I'm getting me all weather because that one day out of the year rains, I'm ready. I can get to by everybody.
Here's the problem, Puerto Rock. Is like stuff like this happens once every like blue moon, like once every like 5 years.
But guess who that blue moon? Guess who's ready? Guess who's ready on that blue moon? You stuck in traffic, and I'm driving by looking at you like this.
But if you buy the GTR, like Rain's about to do, that thing's going to come with summer tires.
Summer tires.
Yeah, right, and it's going to be fine in the rain for the most part, but you can't drive like an idiot. You got to be able to drive, right? So a lot of performance car guys, they have two sets of wheels. They just mount the new winter tires on there.
That's
the point of the GTR is to drive crazy.
That's
the whole point of GTR. You want to drive crazy. That's the whole point.
So you want to have a lot of spirit. You don't want to drive crazy. Do not teach these kids on podcasts.
But listen, most of these kids ain't gonna get a GTR either. So I'm saying that's only like J-Dub. Easy. Is it legal here or now in America? I remember one time that car was legal here.
R34.
Yeah, the GT. Yeah, he's talking about like the R34, 33.
Oh, like the Skyline.
The Skyline.
Yeah. Once I think the 20 is a 25-year like thing.
25 years. Yeah.
Okay. The 25th. Yeah. They don't make them anymore.
I remember that.
I mean, if you spend up 20,
that Metal Gear Snake.
I was just looking at a Porsche. Yeah.
That's my alarm tone. So if somebody ride by, like come by the camera, that's what I hear.
You know what, bro. You know what? Listen, Doughboy. You ain't got to listen. Because of that, you ain't got to play Batman if you don't want to. I respect that. That Metal Gear bling did it for me.
Yeah.
Oh, she's in the way. Hold on.
Okay. Valkyrie's here. Oh, there we go. Woohoo!
Got her.
You change your thing?
Hey, we need.
I'm doing it right now.
Oh man, it'd be epic.
We got a squad in here today.
Yeah.
We do that right now.
We still have our Australia representative
because Resident Evil.
So everybody who was around,
and
let me introduce
DEI affirmative action.
The DEI
we got a Valkyrie from Australia.
Hey, how's it going?
Please introduce yourself to the rest of the crew.
Oh wait, I don't even know if it's working. Let me just see.
All right.
It is.
So we
hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, we can hear you. Oh yeah.
What we got here?
Cool.
Valkyrie. Listen. I told you, J-Dub. I'm working on my DEI quota. I'm in it all now. I got an Asian female from Australia. Oh yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to. So hey, Craig, you can't be nasty now. That's it. That's over. I need you on your best behavior.
No, that's trying to make an excuse.
Hey, I sent you the email, Craig. Did you finish your workplace harassment training? I need that certificate. I need that certificate right now.
I'll have it tomorrow when I'm off work.
I need that certificate right now. I need that. And I only sent it to you. Everybody else, they got it. You.
Craig.
Everybody's here. I have a. Hey, I want to tell you all, I pitched a game idea to a company, and they have emailed me back, so there's some interest in it. But I was gonna run it by you guys just to see what you all thought about it.
Oh, let's hear it.
I want to hear.
Okay.
man.
Oh man.
It's a 30-second pitch. Okay, so we have train. We have the train simulator. It's a simulator game, so you have a train simulator.
Craig, you're already wrong.
What?
Man,
you're already wrong. You're already wrong.
Okay, but wait till you hear what it's about. Give me about 30-second pitch.
All right, get it ready.
So you have the train simulator. We have the flight simulator. You got boxing simulators. You have driving simulators. But my game is going to be a prison simulator.
Oh,
so what you'll have to do? So it's going to be a good one. So you'll create your own characters.
We'll stop.
Prison architect.
We can stop. There's a prison. You can just stop right there.
It's a prison simulator. I mean,
okay, we're good. You got your 30 seconds.
Well,
you got your 30 seconds, dog.
When it becomes the next Expedition 33, don't you had a chance to be on the ground floor.
The next ball. That's gonna be one of them. Those are gonna be one of them. Those are gonna be only on Steam titles. That's what that's gonna be. That sounds like an only on Steam title.
Don't get mad when I'm getting a goatee. You know, I'm gonna get a goatee.
Brother man, the way
Orange is the New Black, the video game. That's crazy. That is insane.
There's no other game like it. There's other game like it. So the way everybody wants to stuff.
The way this country is going, I'm trying to avoid your simulator from becoming my real life. So I'm good. I'm good. All right? I'm good. You know, I'm out here wearing braids, talking in my Jamaican accent. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm on Paul with a Diddy DLC update.
Oh man, saying "Hey, Mon."
I'm like, Rob, this is Rob. Oh man, Anyway, y'all. So yeah, we're live here. We got the people going. Let me start the intro. Hey, welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Your only friend is YouTube Streets, Porter Rock 77, and we are live with another episode of I don't even know. I forgot the number. Whatever episode something. There's 300. There's 300 something. I will catch up. I will get the number right. It was 300 something. 60 frames, no lag. It's just something. It's something. Right. Episode 300 something. Right. Where we talk PlayStation, Xbox. Mm-hmm. We talk about all video game stuff and gaming news and all that stuff, and also some random stuff like game development about prison. We also got that in our books now, and of course ice cream, but M's not here. But anyway, yeah, you know what I'm saying. So we'll talk about that. Oh yeah, because you weren't here when Valkyrie showed up. But anyway, let me do a little round robin. We really look like the Brady Bunch now. We really got the screen, all 9 blocks. This is wild. I'm trying to get like 50 more blocks on the screen. I want to see how many blocks I can actually get in one live. All right. Anyway, we're gonna go through and talk with the crew. We're gonna kick it off with Chill Will. What's going on, my brother?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Appreciate y'all for having me. Hit that like button. We are officially 1 month away from Resident Evil. Let's get it.
Wow, yes, sir. Down. Nice. All right. We got the AI artist Henry. AI Henry.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm trying to rally for Kirok to get the $100 from the thanks to SDR
from the badge.
We're doing well.
All right, thank you. All right, we got Sean King. The man with the man. How many plats are you at now?
I'm at 1965.
1965. Holy cow. Jesus. 1,965 platinums. My man. Oh, man.
Yes, sir. The grind don't stop.
The grind don't stop. Where's the YouTube plat?
Man in the business there.
Where's the YouTube plat? Whoa.
I gotta move it.
It's here. Fix it. Whoa, fix it.
It's right there.
There you go. Whoa, there you go. We gotta show that. There you go. We gotta show that. Make us so jealous.
He said make you so jealous.
You gotta give us something. You gotta give us something to aspire to, my brother.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm inspiring everybody.
Will Chill Will's up there like, I'm just trying to get some contracts. I'm trying to get these contracts. I'm trying to get Resident Evil 9 for free. That's what I'm trying to do.
I'm stealing from
Will's like, I could play the game on live too. All right. Of course we got the brain. What's going on? What's going on, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm just trying to recover my back was killing me from all this snow and ice shoveling.
Shoveling?
Oh,
shoveling all that?
Ouch.
Never heard of her.
That bullshit. Hey, it's either that or get sued.
Facts. That's not.
Hey, you in
man.
Jersey, right?
Yeah, I'm in Jersey. Yeah.
How many inches y'all get?
Well, we got
whoa.
Here we go. Oh my God.
Okay, Craig.
I'm gonna say you're gonna get that training. You're gonna get that training too, dog. I better see that certificate. You know what? I better see certificates by next Monday.
Oh my God.
I need to see the training roster and the signatures on it.
We got about 12 inches of snow and 3 inches of ice.
See, good. See how he did it? Good man. That's why he's the brain. Good man.
Make sure you add the units.
The unit area, yeah.
The units.
Good man.
Gotta put the signifier on it.
Oh man. All right. And of course we got our North Carolinian Doughboy. What's going on, my brother?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, man, got lucky. Didn't get much adverse weather with this whole storm. They was saying it was going to be bad. People returning their food that they bought. They thought we was going to be stuck in for a while, but be good, man. So just chilling, man. Just happy to be here with y'all.
Good, man. Glad y'all safe. Well, that's good. That's good. Then, of course, the antagonizer is here. Boy, what's going on, J-Dub?
What's going on, everybody, man? Listen, it's I don't know why, but I ain't got used to this year yet. So I'm gonna keep saying, you know what I'm saying, Happy New Year. You know what I'm saying? But it's just maybe because it's just January. But I'll get over it.
You're too busy. You're too busy slapping up Island Gamer and all them guys.
Know.
Yo, I'm dying. Yo, I'm like,
hey, they want to be the new face of Xbox, man.
They trying. They trying, man.
If you don't got Twitter, yo, following P-Rock and J-Dub on Twitter, yo, that's just like hilarious. It's worth getting.
Yo, it's just we just sprinkle a little comment and that thing grows to a blossoming tree of complaints. Don't
talk about my company. We done took down Post Up, RDX, anybody you know, Colt Eastwood, all of them. We done took all of them down.
Oh man, they're so funny.
Left no more, you know?
It's so funny. Oh man.
Yeah.
What's up with Reynald Thor?
Well, Reynald Thor was always probably the more reasonable. He was the more reasonable.
Yeah, he was reasonable. Yeah.
He was the more reasonable out of all of that. I always like Reynald Thor. He was the more, he was the more, believe it or not, he's the more reasonable out of all of them. He's the one that keeps it real. You should see how he talks to Jazz. I mean, Jazz, there was one, Reynald Thor mentioned that Jazz talked to him about going mad to multi-platform, like changing the podcast to a multi-platform. And Reynald Thor was real with him. He's like, listen, if I was, you don't play Nintendo. I mean, you hate Nintendo. You don't play PlayStation. You're hardly on PC. If I did a multi-platform show, you wouldn't be on it.
Yeah, I really said that. I do remember.
I think Matt Flair said that too.
Yeah, he keeps it real. Reynald Thor's like, he's the more logical. He keeps it real. He's like, let's be honest. This is not your thing.
It's true. Yeah.
Like, you too far gone, my brother.
You too far gone. That's it. You're gonna have to. You're the violinist on the Titanic. You sinking in this ship. You ain't going nowhere. You staying on this boat. Yeah. All right. It's good to see you, J-Dub. It's good to see you. And then, of course, we got the second week in a row, Valkyrie. Welcome back.
Hi guys. How are you?
Hey.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good evening.
Hey, all right. So on your profile, I gave you podcast guest rights now. So now you don't have to wait in the waiting room anymore. You could just click on live and you have access to the live now. You're not blocked out of the live room. So you don't have to wait in the waiting room. You have unlimited access. You could show up anytime you want. You don't have to ring the doorbell. You got the keys to the kingdom.
I have to wait.
Damn, the girl gets a special treatment again? Jeez.
Whoa, I didn't give her. Whoa. I didn't give her anything I didn't give you guys. Hell, boy, I don't know how he got his key to begin with. I don't even know how he got a key.
He got me like
somebody had a spare and gave it to him. I don't know how he even got in. And I'm like, fine, yo. I mean, you're here now. You might as well just stay. You might as well keep the key. Oh, snap. It's like, yo. He's like, I got this key. I've been waiting.
He's like, yo, I've been waiting for a very long time, and I'm not ready. He just got in there.
All right, so Valkyrie, how's it going? Anything popping? Anything crazy in the gaming world?
Nothing crazy in the gaming world, but my state's on fire.
Your state's on fire?
Well, that
I'm
is
in Australia. It's summer. I have the opposite. You have snow.
Okay,
I have literally everything is on fire.
Oh, it's summer, yes. So we're talking about the snow.
Oh my god!
And she's out there tanning.
Right.
Oh my god!
How many Celsius is it?
Oh wow.
I think you should look at the chat.
Celsius? Maybe like, what is it in Fahrenheit? Like 110?
God.
See, 108. That's hot.
Yeah, that's hot.
That's hot. If you would have said like it was 41, I would have looked at you like, that don't sound hot. 108.
It was 49, so maybe 120.
I ain't gonna lie, 49 degrees Celsius. That does sound hot. Even with my lack of fundamental understanding of Celsius, I could be like, that sounds pretty high for Celsius.
It's
108 degrees.
God,
I don't know something. Yo, that your place is burning. Holy cow!
I'm just saying, when you
and
say
you got
it's
that
on
little
fire,
AC in the background. That's what you're working with. Oh man. That
I'm
little
just
thing,
saying,
that's your AC in the
you
back.
say-
That's the AC unit, right? Is that thing the thing works, or is it like it's working on full blast? It's trying its base.
Oh, it's full blast, yeah. It hasn't turned off since yesterday.
That thing's fighting for its life.
just gonna throw it out there. I live in California, where the state is literally on fire every summer. So when you say on fire, I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
you too?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same. Just cloud smoke. You walk outside and I just can't breathe.
Yeah. And then you would walk outside, and then koalas would run to you for water, and then you feed them some water.
Oh my god! Like
yeah.
But hey, those AC units, they work better than the central system because and also conserve energy because it
really
it works within the room, right? So
okay. So you have to have one in each room, though, right?
Yes, one in each room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm selfish. I'm shutting my door and it's just for me.
Listen, I don't know. We're there. We're there. Like, I don't care about you. I would have one here in the man cave, and the rest of the house would be hot. I'm like, listen, I got too much equipment that needs to be cooled here. Oh man. That's crazy. I wonder, I miss M though. I wonder how, man, he can't give us like one shout out in Africa. That would be a quick check in the box. Yep, got someone in Cameroon.
Oh, he on vacation?
Yeah, remember he said he was going to visit his family in Cameroon for like 2 months.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
My man. I think I think he's like, Eddie Murphy in Coming to America. I think he's like a prince or something, pretending to be a commoner. I have a feeling, and we don't know him. I think he's like the king of. He's like the king of Cameroon or something. He's like a tribal leader at least, because he talks to him in the way you talk, and then he holds back, and then he really assertive. I'm like, wait a minute, you faking. Who are you in real life? He's like the tribes. He's like the prince of the main tribe or something. And right now he's doing his royal duties. He's probably getting married right now because he has to.
Yeah,
he's trying to find
He went to Australia to soil his royal oats.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And she's probably, yeah, you getting that class, dog. You getting that. I need that earlier now. I need that certificate earlier. Yeah. He's, my man, his wife was probably a PC gamer. Yeah. I'm sure he'll love that. He's like, no. You cannot be a PC gamer. That is misery. Do you want our marriage to be misery? It would be a miserable marriage. She'd be like, yeah. Oh, but
It'd be miserable without a PC.
I know. We just work with PC. That's I don't know. We work a lot with PC. But you're a PC gamer. So see, I'm fair. I'm all about
Okay, but
all
I have a
types of gamers.
Switch.
Yeah, and she has a Switch. See, that's 2 boxes this show checks now. We got a PC and a Switch gamer.
Yeah.
No one can complain.
You got a PC, but you gotta have a console with it.
Don't you also have an Xbox?
Me?
Yeah, Valkyrie. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Didn't you also have an Xbox?
Yeah.
See?
A really old one.
You're crossing
I don't
all the
know
wrong
if it's
boxes. You're
not.
checking out all the wrong boxes in P-Rock's.
I actually had a PlayStation. I had a PlayStation 2. Like, I had everything.
Then at a certain point, all these damn prices, like these multi-console owners, like, hold up now. I could buy a house if I were to buy everything. Like, hold up. And it's like, wait a minute. I look back at my dad. I remember because now I look back, right? And it just shows how ignorant we are with money as kids. Because now I look back, I remember I wanted the Sega CD, which one was just pretty much a pure child's dream, right? And I did get it, right? And the deal was, my dad's like, if you get straight A's with perfect attendance, right, I'll get you a Sega CD. You know, remember the Sega CD was like $2.99. Mind you, rent back then was $3.05. So you're talking something that cost the equivalent of 1 month's rent. But anyway, he created a scenario that's like, think about Brooklyn kid, a Puerto Rican Brooklyn kid getting straight A's and perfect attendance and perfect conduct. So I had to get like the triple crown for that one marking period in elementary school, in a school that was, I'm gonna say, it was primarily white. So you could imagine what I was going through. So I'm like, I ain't seen that Sega CD, but I'm gonna give it a try. I didn't know the phrase back then, but I was like, got it. I was like, challenge accepted, and I did it. When I showed the report card, my mom was ecstatic. She was happy.
That's awesome.
But you saw my dad's face. I've never seen disappointment in doing something so good ever in my life. He was conflicted. He didn't know whether to be happy or mad, but he knew you had to pay your dues, right? So he actually, and this is what's crazy about times back 10. So he's like, all right, he gave me $350, and he goes, go get it. $350, and I'm like, 10 years old. I forgot how old I was, 10 years old. And I'm walking on the street with $350. I go to an electronics store, right? It was called, I forgot what it was called, Discount something, right?
Oh.
And they had like 2 Sega CDs. And it was the same 2 Sega CDs they had because nobody was buying it. So they were on the shelf. So I said, hey, I like the Sega CD. I put $350. The guy looked at me. He's like, where did you get this money? I'm like, my dad gave it to me. He's like, give me your phone number. I'm like, all right, I give him the phone number.
He was responsible.
Yeah, he called. He's like, hey, is this whoever? Yeah, your son claims you gave him $350 to buy this thing. Is this true? And they're like, yeah, we gave him $350. He's like, really? He's like, all right, click. He goes, here you go, son. He goes, be careful. Make sure, you stay public and nobody takes it from you. But now I look back, I literally asked my dad a whole month of rent money. Like if my daughter asked me for a whole month of mortgage money for a video game, I would look at for a PC, I would slap her. I'd be like, listen, I never hit you in my life. I'm gonna hit you right now. Like, what is wrong with you? I ain't giving you my mortgage. But it just shows, how the perspective of growing up. Jesus Christ. Sega CD, literally a 1 month of rent. My dad was hurting.
Yeah.
Anyway, charming little story of Sega CD, and I loved it, but I noticed, damn, not a lot of games for this thing. Why?
Yeah.
And and believe it or not, because I used to get a lot of stuff. I had TurboGrafx 16. I also had the TurboGrafx 16 CD, the Sega CD. I had the Bazooka for Super NES, right? Yeah. But those things look so cool and they're advertised so cool, and I would get it. But then after like a month, 2 months, 3 months, after a little bit, there was no games to use it for. So now I can't play it because there's no games. It's not supported. And I always wondered, like, why is this happening? Why I keep buying stuff and they don't want to make games for it? And that is why I came down this road on paying attention to the industry. It was because of that. I simply wanted to know why some things, for some reason, didn't have a lot of games. And then I learned about the hardware market, the console market, user, fan base, market share and all this stuff. So I'm like, oh, now I see why Sega CD, nobody bought the shit. So hardly anyone bought it. They're not gonna make games for it. And then the dilemma, that was the first case where I really learned about the industry, where developers were like, why are we gonna make games for an attachment that only has 2 million cells when the base console has like 46, 47 million cells? So that's the dilemma of an aftermarket peripheral. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. I get it. I understand now. Now it makes sense. So now, once I understood that, I was buying less and less stuff because I looked at it as, how well is this thing going to sell? And if it doesn't sell, developers aren't going to support it. They're not going to, initiate a product for 2 million when they can initiate a product or a project for 80 million. So that's why things like iToy, I knew was going to flop, Move was going to flop. I knew a lot of things was going to flop before they even released, because I'm like, yeah, this is going to flop because they're not going to say greenlight a project that takes, that they focus on the lower user base instead of the bigger user base. It's sad, but that's just how it is, it kind of like it has to blow up, kind of like Rock Band. You know, it has to be something like blows up. You know. All right. Thank you here, Valkyrie. I'm glad you're here. So we're gonna kick it off. So let me address the chat. You know, hey, to the chat, to everybody viewing right now, thank you so much for rocking out with the crew. We truly appreciate you guys being here. If you haven't already, it would be appreciated if you could hit the like button. If you're new, subscribe, stick around, stick with the family. I will get back on my grind, pushing out, 5-minute to 7-minute videos. I will get back on track on that, in between podcasts. And if you're interested, please recommend you could become a member, only if you're interested. But the main thing is, we're glad that you're here, rocking out, enjoying the conversation, enjoying the chat. And I appreciate all the mods cleaning up and taking care of the chat, okay? Yeah, and you guys are going to get the, the PowerPoint training too. So I expect certificates from everybody. Company-wide mandated training. Let's kick off the first topic. And I'm going to kick it off with Chill Will, because I think he's going to, Sean and Will, to lead this off. So, Resident Evil 9 Pro enhancements.
Yes, sir.
What is going on? Because they told me, that it was a waste. It was a scam. So I need people to validate my purchase. So what's going on, Will? What's happening? What's happening with Resident Evil 9 and PS5 Pro?
Oh my God.
I mean, if anybody saw that the last pro patch for Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil Village, they're pretty fucking substantial. Like, you can play Resident Evil 4 from like 60 to 100 frames with ray tracing on. It fluctuates, but it's balanced around like 80 to 95 frames. So I was a little curious to see how Resident Evil Requiem was going to be, because the team that's working on Requiem hasn't actually made a game since Resident Evil 7, which was in 2017. I was very curious to see how this game was going to look. And when I saw the pro enhancements, I was like, damn. All right, fidelity is going to be 4K, fully ray traced 60 mode. I was like, all right, let's fucking get it. I am ready for this shit. Say no mas.
Yeah, on the screen.
It's going to be buttery smooth, too.
On the screen, there's a snippet. It was from an interview. And the question was asked, please tell us about the features that will be enhanced when playing on PS5 Pro. And they replied, when playing with PS5 Pro, you can take advantage of the ray tracing on and off function. If you turn it on, you can play with 4K output, 60 FPS, and full ray tracing. If you turn it off, you can play with a monitor that supports a high frame rate up to 120 FPS and an average of 90 FPS. It takes a lot of time to optimize. Personally, what impresses me about the PS5 Pro is a high frame rate. Do you know the difference that much? You may think so, but when you go back to 60 FPS, I still feel that it is not enough. What can I say? The world's frustration is difference due to the differences in the amount of information. I mean, man, playing Resident Evil on an average of 90 frames up to 120 frames, that's like two enticing propositions, right? Hey, Sean K, you got a PS5 Pro?
I just have the standard PS5.
Nerd.
Hey, I mean, I got a digital. I got a digital one, man.
I'm more surprised you got the digital.
You missing out, bro. You missing out. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. Listen, the Platinum King, the Platinum King can't be driving around in a Honda. You gotta get, you know what I'm saying? Whoa. Like you're the Platinum King, dog. You gotta get them plats. You gotta get that buzz experience. You gotta do right by Capcom. Capcom giving you free games. You got all these free games that you might as well upgrade. Treat yourself. You deserve it. You deserve that Pro. It's something you listen. 2K King, you deserve a Pro.
Yeah, I do.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, Puerto Rock, I will say this though. It also depends on what type of TV guy. If he just got a standard ass TV, it's not gonna be able to
whoa! You can't be ragging on TCL, dog. You weren't here last week. All right, so TCL. Go ahead, keep making fun of TCL. No. Those days are over. We TCL. You better roll with TCL now. We got Sony back. You weren't here last week. We TCL kings here now.
TCL's TVs have gone up. Did you all see that? TCL's TVs went up.
We moving up. Ain't nobody making fun of us TCL gamers no more.
I hate I missed it last week because I would have definitely showed up with a TCL profile.
That's it.
Them boys would have been mad.
Yeah. Well, that is true. Hey, what type of TV you have, Sean?
Well, I have an LG as far as regular TV, but my monitor is a Lenovo.
Oh, so you game on a monitor?
Ooh.
Yeah, I game on a monitor. Yeah.
Oh, so he ain't playing. He wants that.
High frame rate.
High frame rate. So yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm upgrading my monitor though. I'm getting a 4K monitor though.
Look at that. So you don't even have 4K. Listen, he has 1440p probably.
I could probably get 60 hertz now. Don't blame me.
He's probably waiting for Capcom to give him a PS5 Pro.
and he's waiting for Acer to give him the monitor. He's still waiting. It's in the mail. Like, oh man, shout out to you, man. But you deserve it. Yo, listen, when you upgrade that monitor,
I'm gonna go on Amazon and buy that
PS5 Pro. That PS5 Pro is gonna do wonders on that monitor.
I'm going on Amazon.
You increase your platinum efficiency by 10%. You'll get 10% more platinums per month. Get the Pro.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? All right. So when I saw that, I'm thinking, if it's like Nicola on Twitter kissing his PS5, I think he has that. Now somebody, did you draw that? I'm thinking, wait a minute, Henry drew that. So somebody, so let me see. He took a picture of kissing his PS5 Pro. Yeah, and now somebody did a drawing for him. It is hilarious. Yeah, it is hilarious. It is hilarious. This is so funny. That's him right there. That is the drawing. That is funny.
By the way, shout out to Chill Will. Because he gave us a bunch of memberships to the family.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Bought a bunch of.
That's all I was trying to tell you earlier.
What's it? The 50 pack? Damn. Okay.
Let me see.
Shout out to Will.
I didn't see the. Oh, I see the.
I gotta call.
Yeah,
I gotta call the bank real quick.
Now I got the. He said his money's in savings. He has to transfer it over to checking.
Oh, wasn't me.
He's like the Kevin Hart.
Let's just say I finally sold.
Shout out to Chill Will. My man sent out more memberships than people watching me. That is wild. Yo, shout out. Yo, thank you, Chill Will. Please chat, give a shout out to Will. My man said, listen.
If you can give him the backstory. Give him the backstory. What was the deal that we made on my disagreement day? It was to piss off M. Oh, you don't even remember.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about.
Listen, you're talking to a veteran. Listen, you're talking to a veteran with lots of VA issues. So
we're talking about Lost Soul Aside. I was like, bro, if you beat that before you beat what was it, Expedition 33, and just to piss off M, that'll be the greatest shit. I'll give 50 members. He was like, well, I was gonna do it anyways.
Oh snap! I do remember that, but I thought you were bullshitting.
Well, like you said, I put my money from checking on my savings.
I didn't think you were serious. Yo, you see, hey, D-Batch, that's how you do it. You see? You see? No, he didn't. Notice Chill Will didn't try to give me Assassin's Creed Unity codes.
Oh my god.
Oh, I told you guys about my previous bet. That's why I didn't really care about betting D-Batch. So, like 6 years ago, this was about 2017, J-Dub. When the Xbox One X was about to launch. So it was going to launch in November. And I said, they were all talking about that. They were talking about, obviously, the hype of the Xbox One X, but they were talking about it in sales. And I'm looking at these guys like, wait a minute. You guys think the thing's going to outsell the PS4? Packed in with Uncharted in November? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, hell nah. PS4 is going to outsell the hell out of the Xbox. Just Xbox, period. Xbox One and Xbox One X. Like together, and I'm like, that's just stuff. And then he started, the way he acts, making fun of me, thinking I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And I said, let's do a bet, and it was $20. It was a $20 bet. That's it. All right, cool, $20 bet. Now who wins MPD? And PlayStation 4, just like I predicted. He didn't pay me. It took him a year to pay me $20. It took him like months, right? Then he sends me an email. I mean, I emailed DM on Twitter. He goes, hey, Porrak, here you go. I'm paying my bet. And it was a code for Assassin's Creed Unity. The Xbox version of that, not even the PS4 version. And I'm like, Assassin's Creed Unity. I'm like, this is weird. And I tell Z, Zaire, shout out to Next Gen 720. I'm like, yo, Z, this motherfucker just came and we bet it for $20. He gave me Assassin's Creed Unity code. He's like, bro, you could get that shit for $1 on CD keys. They're giving away PC, Xbox, Assassin's Creed Unity codes for $1. I'm like, bullshit. And then I saw it. It was $1. It was $1 something. For an Xbox version, PC version or Xbox version. I went back to D, man. If you don't get away with this bullshit, I'm like, yo, and that became like a whole debacle. Everybody was making fun of him. I took screenshots of the conversation. Oh, it became a whole debacle. It was a whole debacle. Over $20, bro. Everybody's like, dude, really? Over $20. $20, bro. Yo, it was wild.
Did he ever give it to you?
Wild. Yeah, he gave me the $20. Okay. The whole community was on his ass. Yo, any video, any podcast he was on, any video he did, that was the whole conversation. He couldn't do nothing. He couldn't make no content. Wow. He goes on live, everybody's just talking about $20 in the comment. And it doesn't matter whose show he's on. He makes a video, every reply, $20. He couldn't get away with it. So yo, it was wild. That was wild. $20. That was wild. So when he tried to bet me 100, I'm like, get out of here. This like, stop, bro. Like, stop. You're not that dude. Stop it. I'm not chasing you. You're gonna give me Game Pass, a year of subscription to Game Pass. Yeah, yo. But anyway, going back on track. Oh, what are you gonna say, Henry?
Honestly, $100 today is not a lot of money considering how expensive shit are, right? So. Yeah, and he seems like a hot shot, so I think he should just pay it up.
Nah, I'm
this is legit. I'm not doing it as a. I'm not doing it to put him down. I'm literally because he sounds like a hot shot. So like I just feel like
he sounds like a hot shot. Look, you hear that, J-Dub? He feels his presence. They feel my presence.
Don't know D-Batch.
They all know D-Batch.
We got another relationship.
Okay. We got W. Ortega. He sent out 5 memberships to the chat. I think everybody's in the chat pretty much has a membership, So spam them smileys. My personal favorite is the avatar, blue-looking thing of my face. I don't know who did that, but that was pretty funny. So I copied it. Somebody did that. I made a. I do one of my tweets and comments, and somebody replied with just that. I didn't know how to take it. I don't know if he was making fun of me or whatever. He or she didn't even make a comment. They just posted it. And I'm like,
here it comes.
It don't even matter.
I like it. So I said, cool. I like it. So I don't know if it was this. I don't know, but I liked it. So cool. So it's one of them things. So I know, Will, you got the pro, right? So I know you ready, sir. Okay? Hey, Craig, I know you got the pro.
I got two of them.
Ooh. This guy got 2 of them. You selfish. Even Sean's like, damn.
I was like, I can't even get a haircut.
He's like, oh, man. All right. Henry, you got the base PS5, right?
Yeah, I'm a fanboy. First thing I jumped. No, I got the pro.
You got the pro.
I bought the Slim when it was launched for my nephews in Taiwan. So I actually carried that thing to Taiwan with me.
Nice.
Oh wow.
They were like, "Whoa, what's this?"
Yeah. I've got both. I've got the disc one and the digital one. My digital that's hooked to a monitor. But what I'll say about Resident Evil is that I got 3 emails from, I guess people would call them PC, MR, whatever, and they are telling me that their 4090s and 5090s are going to have trouble doing 4K,
don't do
60
this.
with full ray tracing. That's what I was told. I'm like, well, I've been saying that. Yeah, I said, they called me a madman.
Well, don't fall for his. Don't. You don't know Craig like we know Craig. Don't do it. Don't do it.
They called me a madman.
Don't fall for it, man.
I don't believe it. This is the same man that said that.
Will's like, is that real? Like, oh man, J-Dub, he got him.
This is the same man that said that Sony was buying Perfect Dark. I don't believe that.
Sony's buying Ubisoft. J-Dub is like, Ubisoft don't even want Ubisoft.
I understand. Like I said,
Chad, if I could only show you the 60 frames no lag chat that we have. Oh, Craig out in there showing, I heard news, and then you posted a little picture, welcome to the family Ubisoft. J-Dub's like, man, Ubisoft don't even want Ubisoft.
Hey, I'll just simply say I know more than most. But yeah, I mean, a lot of you're gonna have a really high-end PC to play that game at 4K 60.
Oh man, here we go. And
so,
here we go.
That frame generation.
Here we go.
And Craig, to be fair, most PC gamers don't game at 4K.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
They want the higher frames. They want the higher frames. They want 200 frames now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's been my whole point. But I'm excited for that game. I'm not going to buy it day one because it's going to have puzzles and stuff, and I got to cheat to get past that. But yeah. On another note, I just beat Ghost.
You know, I respect that. I respect that.
Yeah,
I respect that.
I had to cheat to beat that. But I did beat Ghost of Yotei, and that was phenomenal. I can see why it won the game of the year. That was really a good game.
This guy, bro. This guy's wild.
Yeah, I like
I'm glad Doughboy's quick with it too. He just said that smooth. I can see why one game of the year. I'm like,
I can see why one game of the year. Yeah,
that's music to my ears because that's what I wanted to happen anyway.
Yeah, but
no, it won. It won the golden joystick.
See, I knew it.
That's why the game was that good. But yeah, I say like most of everybody, I'm excited for the for what Capcom has done with Resident Evil. So yeah, I'm excited for to get it when it comes out. I guess in about a month.
In about a month.
A month from today. Yeah,
man, that's
literally
exciting.
a month from today.
Man, 2026 is kicking off hard, man. That's great.
Yeah.
You know, Resident Evil to kick it off, right? Okay. Brain, are you into horror games, or were you the one that says you're not into horror games?
I'm not really into horror games. I
remember. See, listen, I know my peoples. As a good troop leader, you gotta know your peoples. I remember Brain was like, "Nah, dog, we don't do that in Wakanda." He's like, "I don't do horror games." He's like, "I don't do that in Wakanda." Yeah.
Him said the same thing.
Yeah. He's like, "No." Yeah, you and up, yeah.
But I will say this. Of course, I got a PlayStation 5 Pro just to continue with the joke. Because you remember I got on the one
look at
guy.
Sean's face. Sean's face like, listen, I ain't missing out. I ain't gonna. Like, you know what? He'll probably get it. Like he's like, guys, I'll be back. He's gonna walk in the snow in Texas. Get me my Pro. I don't care.
Sorry, Sean. I still love you. I still love you.
Hey, don't worry, Sean. I got the bass too, brother. We bass brothers.
Okay, listen, you know, we got love for our people. We got love for our people. He's like, what do you say? All right, go ahead, Brain.
And number two, I want to give Capcom their flowers. As many times as Capcom flounder or flop, I would say that Capcom is probably one of the first developers, regardless if it's first or third party, but mainly third party, that they will actually go out and try to support whatever system. And the two systems that make me think of that is it's the TurboGrafx 16 with Street Fighter 2 porting it over to that, and also with the Super Street Fighter X for the 3DO. And ever since then, Capcom always had a good track record of trying to get the most or trying to support other systems, even though other developers even though other developers don't do so. So Capcom, as far as what they're doing with the PlayStation 5 Pro, bravo to them. As many flounders as they had, they got more good than bad.
Yeah. So, to add to what he's saying, it seems like the only games that really struggle with the RE engine in particular are the open world games. So like Dragon's Dogma 2 had optimization problems. Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, that was bad. That one was bad. Yeah.
You know, I don't know what impressed me more with what the Brain said. The fact that Capcom was willing to, you know, put some big titles on platforms that didn't sell so well, like, you know, TurboGrafx 16, 3DO. So that's like a huge risk to somehow put in the effort to get the games there. So I don't know what's more impressive, Capcom doing that or the fact that the Brain remembered. I'm trying to figure out which is more impressive. I'm equally impressed at what Capcom did and what Brain just did, him remembering, because I did not remember that. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So I am absolutely impressed with you, Brain. You actually remembered all that. I'm like, yo,
add back and all. Yeah.
You got some guy in Capcom who retired listening to the podcast. He's like, yes! That was me. I was the only one that worked on it. It was one person.
I mean, if we want to continue on this, I would say outside of Sega, Capcom probably supported the Dreamcast more than anybody else outside of
Facts. That is true. That is true. Facts. That is true. They tried. Capcom tried to survive. There's only so much you can do.
Capcom likes new technology.
They love it.
They seek that opportunity to learn the new codes and everything.
Yeah, same with Kojima. Yeah, they love that new technology. Yeah. So that's true. I'd like to hear Valkyrie's opinion on Resident Evil 9. Does she plan on getting it for her?
I think she's in the meeting right now.
Oh, she's in the meeting.
Not yet. You have me for 10 more minutes.
Okay, there we go. All right. You're gonna answer every topic now that we talk about in the next 10 minutes. So how about Resident Evil 9? Are you interested in Resident Evil 9?
I am actually, though I will have nightmares after I play it.
Ooh, okay, of course, as you should, and stuff. Are you gonna play obviously on PC, right? So you're gonna get what's your PC setup? We gotta ask that question.
You're gonna laugh. I've got a 10-year-old MSI gaming laptop that still works, so I may have to upgrade.
You are a true champ. No, you're a true champ.
There with 95% of PC gamers.
Right. So you are a true PC gamer. So listen, you have an incredible. How can I put? So I got a Nitro 5 and it has an HD 350. I can't stand play. I can't play on this thing. This thing is loud. Like the fan just starts going. Woo. I'm like, I can't do it. It's just I can't do it. You know. Bad enough I got tinnitus. Now I can't do it. Like I can't do it. Like people warned me about playing on laptop games, and I didn't believe them. And I'm like, oh snap, they were right. Trying to play game like intensive games. Like you can play smaller titles, right? But intensive games like Resident Evil 9, this thing would cry. This guy, it was just tears would just come down the screen saying, why are you doing this to me? You got a pro. Like the computer's like, why? You have a pro right over there. Go play on that. Leave me alone. He's like, the sound doesn't even work right on this thing. You're going to try to play a game? Okay. So hey, have you been a fan of Resident Evil? Like, have you ever, was that like a franchise or you also stood away? Because listen, you wouldn't be alone because Brain, they don't play horror games. Doughboy don't play horror games. There's just some people who don't like hard games. It's like me with racing games. I think racing games suck. It's just
racing games suck.
You had to throw that in there.
Oh, wait, say that one more time.
Well, she plays Mario Kart.
I will drive behind the wheel of a real car. Yeah, Mario Kart doesn't count.
You see, J Dog.
Yeah, she owns like 5 cars.
There we go.
Rock vindicated.
So that's why you don't need to play the video game. You got plenty of real cars to drive. Why would you spend $60 on a fake car? You got real ones all over.
There you go. No, Resident Evil. I used to play it. I did play it a few times. I kind of go and I come and I come and I go. So it depends.
I know what you mean, right? It goes back and forth for stuff. Believe it or not, there was Resident Evil 7. I didn't play day one. I was one of those. I wasn't against the first person view, but I wasn't for it either. I was like, is this gonna work? Yeah. I don't know. I'm like, I wasn't mad, but I wasn't like, So I said, I left it alone. I didn't play day one. And believe it or not, guess what made me play Resident Evil? You would not believe what actually got me to play Resident Evil 7.
VR.
There you go, the VR. When they said it was in VR, I was like, wait a minute. And I'm telling you, it was the best decision ever. When I played that thing on VR, the actual like immersion in playing that game, I was like, I never experienced Resident Evil in any way. Like it was incredible. Just playing in VR. And playing in VR, wow. Playing in first person, I was all about it. I'm like, Capcom, these guys are gods. They know. These guys just an amazing gaming company. And I played Resident Evil fully through in VR, and I'm telling you, I enjoyed every second of it in ways like no other Resident Evil game presented before. I was like, this is incredible. So when Resident Evil 8 was also first person, I was like, oh yeah, I'm in. I'm all about the first person Resident Evil.
Oh, waiting for them to announce Resident Evil 9 in VR.
Oh, yeah. But I like it. I played a little bit of Resident Evil 4 in VR. It's not the same.
Yeah. You know what? It seemed like Resident Evil kind of got two genres or two separate play styles. You got like the scary play style, then you got like the action pack play style, like RE4 more action packed, and Resident Evil 8 is more like the scary, you know what I mean?
Like in your face, like
Yeah, I'm curious how they're gonna work that out. Like, is the pacing gonna be off? Am I gonna
RE9 giving you the best of both worlds? You got the chick.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, is the pacing gonna be off? Do I want to rush through it with Grace, try to get to Leon sections? Like, is it gonna be approachable for new gamers? I have a lot of questions, but I'm still excited nonetheless.
Yeah, if they get, but I mean, my only concern is pacing. Like, is it going to pace differently, and will it feel a little bit crazy if she's going to play different with her than you do with him, and vice versa? So that's a risk. So, but I'm excited about it. I'm seeing how they're going to take that on, because that's like being in two different kind of cars. You know, her just kind of exploring and walking around and running, and then Leon be more action based. So, but yeah,
Fortunately, Capcom's not. They're one to take risks. Like hey, let's try this online multiplayer game. Like, hey, let's try first person. Hey, let's do this. Like, they're willing to take risks. Thankfully, because not too many developers do.
Agreed.
Do you think it's going to be like Resident Evil 2, where one character does the whole story and then you can play the other character on the other side, or is it both characters?
Nah, they
in the
said
same
it's
story?
one campaign, so it's going to be more like Resident Evil 3 remake, where you start off with Jill, play as Carlos, Jill, Carlos, kind of like that. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be bigger in scope. They said that Grace's section is supposed to be like Resident Evil 2 and 7, and Leon's going to be more Resident Evil 4.
Well, interesting, because I really love Resident Evil 2 in that aspect. When it was just two.
I'm playing it right now.
You actually play that game. You can play that game 4 times legitimately. Like you can start the game with Jill, and then use the second disc with Leon and play his side of the story, and then you can start with Leon as a beginning, and then plays Jill's second part of the story. And it was actually all 4 different. Like, it was really great. And when you think about it, you got to give Capcom props, because this was on the PlayStation 1. They did this.
Yeah.
Right? It was PlayStation 1. It wasn't 2. It was 1. That was ahead of its time.
It's been around for what, 30 years? So
95?
They'll hit 30 years.
95, right? It came out in 95?
95?
They hit 30 years next month.
Yeah.
96,
yeah. It was, it's just, it's
oh, no, 96, yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, 95 in Japan? It depends. Because back in the days, I remember they used to release games in Japan first, and then it came to America.
Yeah. And it was
I was so jealous. I was so jealous of the Japanese.
Yeah,
like reading the magazines. Oh yeah, Japan, they released this game. I'm like,
yeah, I was jealous of Yakuza.
I'm fuming at my $2 magazine, reading what the Japanese gamers are playing. This will come out in America in a year. A year, like a whole year. I'm like, I tell Mom, we need to move to Japan. It's tough. All right. Okay. So Doughboy, what give you off with you? You don't play horror games either.
Yeah. So
you don't play Batman. You don't play horror games.
Nah, yeah.
I don't understand, though. At least you got Metal Gear.
I got Metal Gear. You love that, right?
We gotta love that. We got that.
Hey, speaking of Nico.
I gotta get. Yeah, look at that, Nick. Shout out to you, my brother. What is going on? Welcome to the family. Listen, let me know if you want to hop on. Send me a message in a DM if you want to hop on. I've been trying to get him on the show, and then I went on my hiatus, But shout out to Nick. Welcome to the family. All right. Sorry to cut you off, though, boy.
Oh no, you good. You good. I haven't really, delved into the Resident Evil series that much. Like, I tried to play Resident Evil 4. I think I may have got nowhere close to halfway through it, but I got past the first section, and it's dope, right? So I'm definitely trying to go back and play it. And Resident Evil 9 look amazing, like with the action and like from the what they showed in the gameplay event and everything. It looked real good. It looked real good. So I definitely
be huge.
That game,
to him playing a horror game is like watching the Panthers play. It's pure horror.
Oh my god! Come on, we make playoffs though.
No, I give you that.
Yeah, man. So, but I'm looking forward to seeing what the game do, and I hope everybody had fun with it. So it look amazing for sure. So I might get to it later on, but it looked good.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Good. Shout out, hit the like button. We want to welcome, my boy Nico. The PC terrorist. He's just so funny how many people go after him, and he doesn't even say anything that like dramatic. Like he doesn't even do much.
That's the wild thing.
No, that's what's crazy, and they just hate his presence. Just the fact that he's enjoying his PlayStation and playing games, they really hate him for it. Oh, it's so funny. Shout out to Glenzer. Glenzer says, I know everyone's least favorite RE is Operation Raccoon City. What is the panel's favorite RE? It's a good guess too, because I don't think a lot of people like Operation Raccoon City. So we'll start that. We'll go around the window. Will, what is your favorite Resident Evil? Oh shit, he's gonna show it.
Oh, you asked me first? I was just grabbing it just to get it ready.
Oh,
now he's on.
Oh,
that's okay.
I love the remake. The remake is way better. I'll play the remake way more, but this one just near and dear to my heart.
All right. Okay. Craig?
For me, it's a tie between RE5 and the RE2 remake that came out.
Okay. What was it about RE5 that you liked? That puts it up
I just enjoy. Well, for me, it answered. Well, no, it answered a lot of questions on why this virus keeps popping up. Like RE5, they actually tell you why the virus is. So yeah, I like the explanation they gave. It made sense on what had happened and why it was spreading. And like, well, why can't they just go ahead and get rid of this virus? And why they created it in the first place? But they explained that in RE5. So no, very well. Like, because I'm in the medical field, and the way they explained it medically made sense on what was happening. So, but overall, and it had jump scares in it, and it didn't have a lot of puzzles. So they medically explained it.
It medically made sense how people became zombies. Okay.
How it
they
happened.
tried to say that game was racist.
It wasn't to me. And I like playing it, but 5 and then the remake, like you were just saying, Porter, right? Remake of 2, because the way you can play it out, start with, I enjoyed that one as well. So it's pretty cool too. Okay, and to me, it helped reset the entire series.
Okay, Henry, how about you? You have a favorite RE game?
I would say the one that made the biggest impression on me was when it made the generation jump to GameCube. So RE4.
RE4.
Yeah. Also, it was over the shoulder. I like that. Yes. And the other one that I particularly appreciate was the RE2 remake. I thought like Claire was really, really beautiful in that one.
Okay.
I'm gonna stream that right after we finish the live.
All
right.
Nice. I recently just beat that game.
I should identify myself as a gamer watching you.
Oh, you know what? I gotta work on my thumbnail.
I beat it a couple of weeks ago.
What's SPR? SPR could hook you up.
He did.
Yo, that frozen Jack Nicholson thing. Oh, that is so funny.
Shout out SPR, baby.
SPR, man. This dude, bro. That shit is funny.
Yo, his reason was the funniest, dude. He was like, I can't stand that default picture here, motherfucker.
Yo, that is funny.
Shout out SPR, baby. I appreciate you.
Shout out to SPR, man. All right.
SPR.
Okay. All right. So we got Henry. All right. So, all right, Sean.
Yes, sir.
What's your favorite RE game?
Resident Evil 2 OG.
OG.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the OG.
I respect that. I respect that.
Because that's why I started.
What makes that?
I started. That's the first Resident Evil I beat it, and I actually beat both A and B of those series. So yeah, I had a full experience on that, and then I was on PlayStation 1. So that's also another thing because I started on the OG PlayStation 1.
Okay.
So
what a baby.
So yeah, I'm definitely gonna go RE2 OG. That's me all day.
I started on Pong.
He said, Henry said, what a baby. He's like, I started on PS1. He's like, I started on Pong. Like we had that one wheel that goes up and down, up and down. That's it.
I remember that. Yeah, I played that.
I remember that, man. Oh man. I remember this boxing game I used to play. It was just like it looked like just a chest shape with boxing gloves. And it was just they were boxing like this. They were boxing like this. It was the weirdest thing. Okay. I think Brain. So, hey, Brain, you have a favorite RE or you just like pass? Like skip?
My favorite Resident Evil would be the original Resident Evil 1 Because when that first came out on the PlayStation, to me there was nothing like that I played previously. And then also, I thought the comparison between Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil is the name Resident. Like I understand, all right, that makes sense. This mansion is evil, got a bunch of zombies. Resident Evil makes sense. But when it jumped over,
they messed it up. That's it. The sequels, like movies. Now it's like my man said it went Fast and the Furious on me. Now it's doing all this ridiculous stuff. Like what happened? Now you got cars flying in out of space. What are we doing here? It went full Super Saiyan.
And then when Resident Evil 2 came out, I was like, all right, ain't no police station in the world that got fucking jewels in it. Like that's what turned me off from playing Resident Evil 2.
A police station with puzzles.
Yeah, it was puzzles.
You know, Big Ruby.
And then I would say the runner up to that would be Resident Evil Code Veronica on the Dreamcast.
That was good. Yeah, that was real good.
I'm glad I beat that one.
I like those.
That was real good.
Mm-hmm.
That's getting a remake.
Very good.
Nice.
Right,
I was going to say, why are they skipping that all this time, right? So
I have all the Resident Evils now. I have every single Resident Evil game. I have every single Resident Evil on my PS5 right now. Every single one of them.
As you should. As you should.
You know, shout out Resident Evil inspired The Last of Us and Dead Space. They revolutionized third-person camera.
They inspired a lot of games. They inspired GTA.
Like even Glenn Schofield came out and said that Silent Hill and Resident Evil 4 were the reason why I can't fucking talk to it. Why they wanted to make Dead Space.
They inspired GTA too. They inspired GTA. They inspired GTA.
Really?
Yeah, parts of it.
Grand Theft Auto? Did he?
Yeah, because it's third person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that was more by what's it called? Wheelman. That's what really pushed GTA. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. A lot of things did interfere, influence them. But yeah, Resident Evil, is the GOAT. 30 years in the business, success. They are
March 22nd. They'll be 30.
Yeah.
The
Congrats
dirty 30.
to them, and congrats all their success and for that franchise. Because you're right, Silent Hill. When the first Silent Hill that came out, people thought it was going to be like Resident Evil. It wasn't. It was much more story based, but yeah, it exists because of Resident Evil. Make no mistake about it. So, and it was good. It was good.
I just remember reading in EGM back in the day when somebody asked, "Why does the first dead guy on the floor look like Michael Jordan?" It's like a close up shot of a guy with a face half eaten. Right? If you guys look it up, yeah.
I remember that.
Hilarious. It does look like Michael Jordan.
I remember those conversations. Is it in Chicago? People were saying that Raccoon City was Chicago because of that. Like that's what they're trying to insinuate. I remember that. All right. Doughboy. You have a favorite RE?
Speak on it, bro. Yeah, I can't even speak on it, brother.
He's like, nah, dog. My favorite's my favorite's the one I'm not playing.
I ain't even gonna fake the funk.
He's like, my favorite's the one I'm not playing. That's my favorite. Shout out to me.
I like Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 looked real cool. It looked real cool. Like, especially from what I played of it, looked real cool.
I remember when I saw it on GameCube. When I saw it on GameCube, I was like, I remember that jump. I was like, wow. When they did that third person jump, I was like, wow. They took Resident Evil on a whole new level. That was great. All right, and J-Dub.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the OG, the first one. You know, when we first boot that up, man, that was something that I had never experienced before. Well, most people hadn't experienced before. 3D game like that came with the sound and the tarantula and the dogs jumping through the window and stuff. I mean, the jump scares in that game, that shit was epic, man, and that created what we have now. And even the remakes, I enjoy them because it kind of brings some of that feeling back. We'll never get that nostalgia feeling back, but it's like they're staying true to the essence of what the original games were, and I like that. And you can't go wrong with that. And that's why their games sell well. They do well. They're great games. Technically, they run. The graphics are pretty great. And it runs well on the engine, and man, I can't wait. And the fact that it's going to run best on the PS5 Pro is another reason. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pick it up. And Puerto Rock. And since we were on the PS5 Pro being the definitive edition, don't forget Marathon running at 5K on the PS5
here we
Pro.
go.
Oh,
Here we
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
World's most powerful console.
Oh man, that's why we needed you here, dude. Because I wasn't gonna brag about Marathon. I needed somebody to brag about Marathon. That's why you're here. My man said, "I played this at 5K."
Yeah, listen, I got about 8 hours worth of footage captured.
Wow.
I was in the beta.
Oh, but you can't release it though, right?
No, I can't. I wish I could.
But you will. Once the day comes out, flood the gates.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, I hear they're gonna have an open beta here soon. So
the same day Resident Evil 9 drops.
Yeah. Same day Resident Evil. So that's
February 27th.
That's gonna be dope. Yeah. I will say,
if you're playing Marathon instead of Resident Evil, you are not my friend.
No.
No, I'm playing.
Yeah. Oh man. But I can't tell you without a shadow of a doubt, it ain't gonna be no Concord. I can't say.
Oh hell no.
I hope not. I hope not.
It ain't gonna be no high guard. Y'all see that shit?
What's going on?
yeah.
I'm hearing. I'll be honest. Where did this high guard come from?
It was the last game at the
So it was the last game of the Game Awards.
I didn't watch the Game Awards.
Yeah, Jeff Keighley put a big target on it, like, yo, it's getting shat on. Like,
but
so
not only
that's
that, like,
where it's coming
not
from.
only that though, but like Jeff Keighley kept fucking like posting on Twitter about it, like, this game's gonna prove you wrong. This game's gonna prove you wrong. He posted a Jurassic Park meme from the first movie. He's like, in 48 hours, you're gonna be apologizing to me. Like, he just kept going and going and going.
Wow.
He oversold it. He oversold it.
Yeah.
I just got through playing the game. I don't think it's as bad as everybody kind of jumping on the bandwagon. It's not the best game. I don't think it's the best game ever, but it ain't that bad. Like, I just think we just live in a day and age, and I'm not saying for every game. There's some bad games. There are some bad games out there.
We gotta get Valkyrie back. Henry, get Valkyrie back.
Hey. She'll be back. Hey, what up, man?
Extreme.
Damn.
Damn, how's it going, man?
The tribal leader of Cameroon.
Hey, wait.
Here. Hell yeah.
Hey, have y'all noticed M and Valkyrie is never in the same place at the same time?
We already have a new theory. We have a new theory.
As soon as M came in,
it must be a rule. You only have one Australian in the room at a time. You can't have
only one Australian VPN account at a time.
Oh man,
the VPN.
Hey, real quick before M goes on.
He's about to.
I was gonna name my channel Will Sandwich because of Resident Evil 1.
Will Sandwich.
There's a line in there where Barry looks at Jill. He's like, "Oh, you almost became a Jill Sandwich." I was gonna name my channel
Will Sandwich.
Will Sandwich. When I told my wife, she looked at me. She was like,
Will Sandwich. That's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's bad. Or you could name the channel Cowboy Suck Ass. That could relate. You have a lot of fans. You have a lot of fans. I'm telling you, have a lot of fans following that channel. Like 75% of America will be subscribing.
I just died in Resident Evil because of your ass.
Okay. Extreme. Look at you. Are you? Oh, so you're back from you spent holiday in Africa, right?
That's right.
Hey,
Cameroon working out.
Wait a minute. He's looking swole. You looking a little swole. Like my man fighting. My man was out there fighting the lions and shit. The king is back. He was like, the king has returned.
By the way, it's called
fighting the magpies and everything.
It's Melbourne.
He says fighting.
Valkyrie lives in Melbourne.
We need Valkyrie back.
So we have another panel member. Her name is Valkyrie. She is also from Australia.
Yeah, I heard her last week.
And she's from Melbourne.
She said Melbourne.
And she said Melbourne.
She says Melbourne.
Yeah.
I already don't like her.
She said one waves ice cream
is disgusting. That's what she said. I remember that.
And she's a PC gamer.
Chocolate.
And she's a PC. And she plays
double chocolate.
And Yeah, double chocolate. Oh, so you were there. You heard it. You were like,
I listened to it. I was like, what the?
She's like double chocolate.
You have to find a white Australian, isn't it?
She's Asian. She's Asian. She's Asian.
Yeah, she's Asian. Oh man, listen.
Yeah.
You know, I'll do a swap.
And she plays on PC.
Send Henry down instead. It's fine. You guys can have that one. We'll do an Asian swap.
He's like, what was it? The Dave Chappelle, the Asian was your draft.
For shizzle.
Oh man, what's going on, Ams? Good to have you back.
Good to see you back,
good
brother.
to be here.
It's good to have you.
It's good to have you back. Hey, quick question. I know to jump you in. Quick question. So, because there's shotgun question. If you like Resident Evil and you play the games, which one is your favorite in the franchise?
I don't play horror. So
you don't play? Oh, we got another one. So we got a lot of people that aren't about that horror life. All right. So he said,
it's not for everyone.
Just like Doughboy, your favorite one is the one you're not playing.
Exactly. Whichever one that is.
Whichever one that is, you're not playing it. So my
favorite is number 9 because I'm not touching it.
He's not touching it. It did. My favorite.
Disrespect.
Because the most memorable for me would be Resident Evil 2, and what I said before, I just found it amazing that each of the discs, you can enjoy all of it in the different ways. You know, you could start your story campaign with Jill and then end it with Leon, and then you can start a new campaign with Leon. And for sure, in fact, I remember there's a special boss, but you had to play. It doesn't matter how you start, but whether you started with Jill or Leon, let's say if you started with Jill, Leon, then when you start the new campaign, started with Leon, ended with Jill, and there was a unique boss if you did all 4 like that. And I thought that was like, given that it's the PlayStation 1 era, that to me was a lot of gaming and just a lot.
Not only the 4 campaigns, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Not only the 4 campaigns, but it had the 4th survivor mode with Hunk.
Yeah, that's right. Hunk.
It had,
was it Hunk?
It had an additional 4 game mode.
That was Hunk.
Mm-hmm.
That one dude. Hunk. Yeah, that was incredible. I just stole so much. Yeah,
Tofu and I forgot the other ones, but there was more than one Tofu on there. But yeah, it was just revolutionary for that time.
God, it was just but the remake, I love the remake of Resident Evil 2. Amazing remake. But Resident Evil 2, just for what it did at its time, it was just so ahead of its time. It was just amazing. It was just, it was just amazing, Shout out to D487. Super chat, he said, welcome back, M. Look at that, M, already. You're already people. The Princess Zamunda is back. You just came. So did you get married? Did your parents try to force you into marriage? Like, what's going on? What happened in Cameroon?
Nearly, actually.
Listen, I can imagine your parents are like, where is the wife? Where is the children? Where is your priorities in life?
Exactly.
That's how parents are. That's how parents are. You could run a Fortune 500 company and they're like, where are the babies? You have no babies. When are you gonna get your life straight? You're like, when are you gonna get your life straight? You're like, what? You're like, Ma, I got promoted to sergeant. That doesn't mean nothing. I want my grandchildren. When are you gonna find a serious woman to settle down with and give us babies?
Oh man,
it's just funny. That's like the defining moment is children. Nothing else matters.
The funny thing is
you could cure cancer. But yeah,
the longer you take, the more desperate you get, because like when you're like in your 20s, they're like, make sure you find the right one. Make sure you find the right girl. She's gonna be nice. She's gonna be from a good family. By the time you turn 25, they're like, listen, she can be nice on her own. We don't care about her family. So by the time you turn 30, they're just like, you know what? Find a woman. Just make
sure she's fertile. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
She's fertile. You need an incubator. Just get an incubator.
Make sure that she loves you and she's willing to have children. By the time you turn 35, they're like, you know what? Even if she's not willing, we'll accept it. We'll take it. We'll just, just adopt. I don't know. Go find yourself a child. By the time you turn 40, they're like, okay, find a man. It's something that we hope.
Like whatever. Like they accept it. They realize they're like at this point he's gay. At this point.
Exactly. Just like, you know what? It's been 40 years. Clearly, you swing the other way. Just find yourself a nice guy.
We
just don't die alone.
Just don't die alone. Just don't die alone at this point.
Exactly.
Just share a happy life with someone.
They're like, we wiped your ass once. We're not doing it again. Find someone. It's good to have you back, brother. It's good to have you back.
Find the cat.
Find the cat. Find the cat, dog.
Just in your life.
Okay. Like someone has to like you. Okay. All right, everybody. Okay, so we'll go on to the next topic, and of course, I want to say thank you so much to the chat. M is back. I think M's gonna like this next topic. Just really good. Don't forget to hit the like button. So, Windows Central. We all know that, publication, that website, passing off Windows, everything Windows News, everything Microsoft. Well, apparently they went through a massive layoff. They lay off a lot of the editorial staff, reduce, downsize, all that stuff. I think it has something to do with Xbox News and Microsoft News pretty much just going on a downturn. People reported, like Digital Foundry and other Xbox-centric sites have reported numbers have dropped dramatically when reporting on Xbox-specific news. They're not getting the viewerships that they used to. Like Digital Foundry, when they release Xbox-centric analysis and data on games, they say hardly anyone watches it, or they're not getting the views that seems to be even worthwhile to make. But yet with PlayStation, they get the views and interest there. And now Windows Central with this layoff staff pretty much means that the editorials aren't gaining traction to support the staff that they need. Jazz is still there, but they laid off a lot. So I'm gonna start off with M. Welcome back for 2026. Happy New Year, my brother. I know we
coming hot right now.
Of course, what do you think about this whole thing? Besides, with the brand just going down the gutter, but now editorials, podcasts, whatever that were Xbox specific. What do you think about some of these are actually readjusting to the new norm? And do you think like at what point where just focusing on Xbox will just not be a thing now at all from anybody, whether it's a console war perspective or whatever?
Listen, I think obviously it's saddening for people to lose their jobs, and it sucks because it doesn't sound like it was a fault of their own. It's not like they lost their trust of their user base and then, they subsequently lost it because of that. So obviously that is, external circumstances from their perspective. But at the same time, it's not really surprising, Microsoft has done a really good job of making people not interested in the Xbox. And as far as Windows 11 is at the worst state Windows has ever been. I mean, this is like Windows Vista bad, in terms of how dysfunctional some of these things have been. So you have two products that have done the best to really betray their fan base, and yeah, people are not checking for that. People, especially at the time when, if you take a look at, the economy and everything like that, people's money and therefore their time comes at a premium. Everything is expensive. So if people are going to invest their time, they're going to want to invest it in things that gives them something in return, and this is all on Microsoft as far as I'm concerned. I'm not a fan of Windows Central as a publication anyway, but it's not their fault this time. It is simply the product of Microsoft had two great products that people were fans of and wanted to engage with. Those products subsequently went on to betray a lot of the core tenets of what made them good and what made them appreciated by the core fan base. And so the people that are on the side that are reporting on those things are eventually going to see the outcome of that. If people are less interested in those products, of course, they're going to click less on the things that they're not, interested in. So it's just kind of how it goes.
Well said.
That's a good point. Well, J-Dub left. But let me throw it over to the brain. I think I've seen a lot of the content over the last 5 years have been fake positivity for the sake of it. Like they wouldn't address the main issue of Xbox, and because they didn't talk about it, they couldn't foresee the ultimate outcome. So what do you think about
said.
what do you think about like was this could a lot of this been preventable? At least could some of these outlets kind of like been more resilient if they would have spoke more on truth, right? Because I think you can always survive on truth. People may not like it, but in the end, if you do more truth than corporate, sucking or anything like that, I think you'll actually end up winning out in the long run, right? You may not grow as fast, but you can end up winning because people can see that you're a valuable source. So what do you think about all this now? So reading, I just pulled up I just looked at the thing. So Hunter, it says right here, Windows Central Gaming has laid off its entire full-time staff except for Jez Corden. And then also furthermore, parent company Future PLC says they are reducing editorial headcount by 30 across their brands, with Tom's Guide and Tech Radar getting hit the hardest. And some are saying that it's the Xbox specific editorials that are the ones being laid off. They're reducing Xbox specific editors. Like Xbox specific, okay, it's like, So what do you think about this, Brain? Like,
that's crazy.
I mean,
the first thing that comes to my mind is why wasn't Jez Gordon fired? I mean, it's rhetorical. Why wasn't he fired? I mean, because I see more shit about. I didn't even realize he was even part of Windows Central or Xbox, but I did see his tweet. His on X, and he's about a whole lot of bullshit and lies. And then to me, this is something I said a while ago, as far as being there's a difference between being a journalist and being a podcaster. But unfortunately, without a way that YouTube and other social media outlets are more, I don't want to say superior, but have more of a can draw
circulation leverage.
Than your traditional media. I mean, than your traditional journalist outlets. You had a lot of journalists that started to act like podcasters, and to me, that's where it's like, hey, man, this is nonsense. If you're going to be a journalist, talk on the facts. But a lot of people like Jez Gordon talked on opinions. It's like, well, that's not news. That's opinion. Not to go off on a tangent. I agree with M as far as when it comes down to people losing their jobs. That is never a good thing, regardless if you're prepared for it or not. But when it comes, it makes sense. I mean, if Microsoft is not supporting Xbox, and Xbox has been going down, let's be honest, since more than 10 years ago, since the launch of the Xbox One, I'm surprised that it took this long for it to finally catch up. To it.
He's like, I don't know how y'all didn't get fired already.
I'm like, yeah, right.
That is ruthless.
I'm serious. I mean, again, I have pity on the people that didn't spout, the lies and the bullshit, but to me, this is just corporations, because corporations always seem to get rid of the people that they shouldn't really get rid of, and they keep the people that we should really get rid of, and this is just a status quo for me. So I don't really want to make this about.
So you're saying he should have gotten fired and they should have kept the staff?
Hell yeah!
Oh,
unequivocally, yeah. Because again, as I said, I take that shit seriously, man. It's like, yo, you cannot call yourself.
At least have some integrity.
Yeah, have some integrity. Yeah, and to your point, as far as telling the truth, I may not want to. I mean, you may the truth. No, I like hearing the truth. It may not always be pretty, but I'd rather hear what I need to hear versus what I want to hear. And just imagine the amount of people that were misled. Again, I'm gonna go back to my own, to my own self. Back when I was 17, when there was Xbox magazine, and I was reading it like an idiot, and I remember saying, "Well, Xbox, the original OG Xbox, is going to do great because it's backed by Microsoft, and Microsoft paid $2 billion behind it. So there's no way in hell that's going to fail." And me, 17-year-old me, thinking to myself, "Hey, that makes sense. They're right about that. So let me continue." And lo and behold, we saw what Microsoft did with the original Xbox, and to this day,
and now you're 23 years old, pissed off.
Yeah, not even 23. I was 22.
Oh man,
you're mad as hell. Mad as hell.
It's the crazy part about all this is to add to Porter Rock's point about how like everyone's views and shit are down. You know, it's a crazy thing. I know it's called Windows Central. They're not even owned by Microsoft.
No, they're not. It's a private. It's a But they focused on They're not owned.
But it's crazy. That's how bad like
base,
the Xbox viewership is. Like they had to lay off Xbox journalists. Like what?
Actually, can I? Oh, I have another take.
Oh, we got AI. AI decided to join.
The entity.
I just have to chip in because it's very important. If you go to Google Trends, right, and have a look at if you type in Windows Central or Tom's Guide or Pushko, whatever it is, they actually had been flat for the past few years, and actually there is a bump in their search terms around now, which is understandable because people are searching what's happening with Windows. And actually around October there was a bump. The thing that I would say, and this is total conspiracy, tinfoil hat, I don't have any proof, substantial proof behind it, but I just think that the advertising money was pulled. I think that's it.
You know what? That makes sense. Yeah. You're no longer getting them $20 for articles.
Oh, and that makes sense too. The Xbox trial, what have you been hearing, for the past 9 years? Oh, Game Pass. Why you got to buy games? If they're not willing to buy games, why would they be willing to, not to say they will pay for advertising, but why would they be willing to support, Windows Central if they generally get everything for free in the first place? But those are my thoughts. But I would say that somebody like Jez Gordon should have been fired as opposed to anybody else because of all the lies and
you start at the top.
Yeah, start at the top. Yep.
Interesting.
Like, what was it that he said that it's just fanboy hopium? Xbox is supporting their game. Like,
all it is at this point. Yeah, that's all that's left.
We got Craig. We got Craig who's hydrated with his core water. Yeah. And now he's sitting in the back in the dark, all alone, looking like a stalker. Craig, put the damn light on. What's your thought about this? They should have gotten it ready.
I don't
should have it ready.
I don't like people losing their job.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't like the way that went down. My personal belief is that I don't think Jez Gordon makes it through the year at Windows. I think Windows Central folds, but I just think that I think it's well, I'm not rooting for that to happen.
I know, but that's
that's all crazy prediction.
Well, not really. If everybody around you gets fired, I mean, it's just a matter of time before they get to you or gets let go. I won't say they were.
Fired, Microsoft in general with this AI, a lot of people I'm sorry to cut you, but real quick, even the name Microsoft is like they somebody did the and that trended quick.
I didn't see that. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know what they were talking about though.
Talking about Microsoft.
But yeah, I think it's unfortunate for anybody. I don't care who you are to lose their job. What do I think there was? You could argue it came across as misleading. I'm not gonna say that's what he intended to do because I have no proof, none. But it did come across as misleading. And what I think the thing that I saw that I just kind of shook my head is when he took time off, saying that he was going to go do some other things. It was something like that. And it was right around the time when the whole 4 games thing was going on and him saying it wasn't going to be any more than that. It was just weird. It was weird timing, but yeah, look, I used to read Windows Central. I still will. They do have some general topics. I agree with him. I've got Windows 11, and like yesterday, the sound went out. Like literally, I was watching the YouTube video, and the sound went out for no reason. I mean, it was no error. It's just Windows. But I just think overall that it's just a lesson learned that it makes sense that if people aren't buying. People aren't coming over and hitting your algorithm, you're not going to stay with that type of thing. And for me, and J-Dub talked about this, it does tell you why Digital Foundry now always compare PlayStation to PC to PlayStation. And they said why. They said because those PlayStation fans and PC guys actually watch their content. So they make it. You're going to see it for Resident Evil. You might as well get it ready. You're going to see it for Resident Evil. They're not going to talk about the Xbox version. They're going to talk about the PlayStation versus the PC version. Guaranteed, because that's going to draw views. Like people have said on this panel today, Microsoft has done a good job of pushing people off of Xbox to PC. That's where they want them. So there's no reason to have Windows Central when you can just go to anything and read about Microsoft and PC and their business and what they're doing. So it is what it is. It's unfortunate. But like I said before, I'm not saying that I want Jez or anybody to lose their job, but if everybody around you is taken out, you're probably on that.
Brain is like, just, no, he done.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just. Well, no, if a new coach takes over the team and everybody gets sacked, all these coordinators start getting sacked and you're there. It's like
Jim Harbaugh, baby. I know you're talking about the Giants. Yeah. He got rid of the entire defensive coordination staff. He like, y'all fired.
Well, there you go. All of y'all. One of the worst defenses in the league, but yeah. So, but yeah, I certainly hope I'm wrong. I'll come on this podcast.
Will, you saw that, right? That was a quick jab. It's a quick jab. You think I didn't catch that? Listen, I know boxing. I know when somebody's doing a sneak jab. I
don't know what he's talking about when it comes to defense when he's a Bengals fan.
Like that.
Yeah, I know. So, like I said, so I know what it's like to hang out with somebody too long. But look, I'm not rooting against Des Gordon. And I'm not rooting against Jez Gordon. I want to come on this podcast next year and say I was wrong. He's still there, or he started his own business, something like that. But if everybody around you gets
Sony
sacked,
Central,
Sony Central. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, and I don't like people losing their jobs. But there was a lot of things that came across to me. You could say it's misleading. That's the best. I'm not gonna say he lied. It was just it came across to me he was misleading. So
because you have no proof. Very fair, very lawyerish, very lawyerish. That's a very lawyerish conversation. I'm gonna hand it over to Henry, but I'm gonna do the super chat. J Hart says,
great super chat, by the way.
This is a great super chat. He said,
great super chat.
Xbox guys will watch PS5 versus PC Digital Foundry videos to hate on PlayStation before watching an Xbox video.
You're for sure on Twitter.
You are definitely in the know. You are definitely in the know. That's a good point. And I don't think they realize, you're spending more time trying to hate on, especially the Pro, right? And you're completely ignoring your Xbox, which I don't blame you because there's not really anything exciting to watch on Xbox. But that's just me. Henry, what do you think about this? Especially in the media with advertising. So I know you deal with a little bit of media and all that. But
the first job was actually in publications.
Look at that.
So I've done a lot of magazine work, and I know what's like because I'm guessing that first and foremost, like to piggyback off Entity, I think it is advertising. If you're not selling ads, you're not getting the revenues to pay for the printing and the journalists, right? So, and part of it is probably what's the right way to put this? I think that if other magazines can cover some of these news, because all that's left is pretty much just games that are going to other platforms, and if the other platforms are more popular, then those magazines are probably getting more purchased as well. So it's just like a really bad spiral downward, right? So as far as for Jez, I don't really want to get personal. I think maybe it's very possible that they just randomly select who to let go, and maybe they look at salaries, and his salary might not be on the higher tier, or maybe they rather keep him for more, PR reasons, right? Because he does.
I'll be honest, I don't know who the other staff members are. Like when I think of Windows Central,
he's the one that's vocal, right?
Yeah, he's like the one guy.
Yeah, right.
So that could be it.
Yeah. So I mean, but yeah, it's a tough time for people who are in the creative business, because anytime there is a downturn of the economy, the first thing they go after is us designers and creatives, writers and designers So, and if Microsoft, like other corporations, are going building more data centers and going to make AI their focus, then the other things are definitely going to get their deductions regardless. But I hope everybody comes out okay. I you know, it's probably a good time to start a channel and go, do their YouTube videos and use their connections and do coverages. Go to like CES. Well, that one's over, but talk to their contacts and see where
establish a brand online.
As an independent freelancer, because I was a freelancer for like 10 years. Jeez.
And that what Destin did. Didn't Destin do that or something like that? He left.
Yeah, Destin is like that.
He left IGN.
Maybe he does something like that. Yeah, maybe he does something like
He
that.
really
like
shut
that,
himself up.
right?
Yeah. He got
kind of funny came from IGN, right?
Yeah. Good point.
And,
yeah.
They did a really good thing. Yeah. They did a really good job.
The difference between them and Dustin and fucking Judge is that kind of funny. More integrity. No, man.
Listen, bro, I love you for this. Do it.
They got more integrity and oh my goodness, look, man.
Oh man.
All purpose. I get what Henry is saying.
Look at his face. He's loving it. He's like, I love this.
I know. I get what Henry's saying, and I get. As a matter of fact, he has a that's his area. I understand. Yeah, he would be affected by that, and he would have more empathy for people in a similar position or working in a similar area. However, the whole part I can't get across or I can't get past is the fact that journalism, there's supposed to be objectivity and integrity, and these people, they have none of that shit. So they shouldn't have been called journalists in the first place. That is foundational. If you don't got that, I don't want to say F you, but you're doing something wrong.
F you. I don't want to say it, but it's got to be said. I don't want to say it, but it's got to be said.
Reality sinks in, and the advertising money that is bought on their magazine probably affected the way they tailor toward their messaging. So I get your anger, because I would feel like I'm betraying myself if I have to write an article in favor of something that I don't truly believe in. But
and then that brings me to my second point. I would say it's 2026. I would say within the past, matter of fact, I'll just say 10 years just to be even. Within the past 10 years, that's when you've seen a whole lot of to the one super chat. You saw a lot of negative media, regardless if it's people like, well, I'm not a podcaster, but people like Porter Rock, even though he's PlayStation, like a Maz Gaming or a crap gamer before he flip flop. What's the other guy's name? MGK, not MGK.
MBG. My man said the rapper.
White boy.
Oh, he
said wrong white boy. Yo, Will is stupid. He said wrong white boy. He said fucking Will. Will's crazy.
But where I'm going with that is that everything that all those people had in common was that regardless of what they were talking about Xbox, a lot of their time was based on bashing PlayStation, even though a lot of the things that they said wasn't true. So again, it's like, hey, besides the people that are truly innocent and they held on to their integrity, and those people I feel for, but the people that don't have any integrity and they lied and they just did it, for the sake of, for selfish reasons, I put it underneath that umbrella. I don't feel any empathy, man. I just don't.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I understand. I understand. Yeah, like I said before, I don't know if they were. I don't want to call somebody a lie. That's just not who I am.
Shit, I will.
Yeah, I know you will. That's cool.
But can you at least say, Craig, they should have had it ready?
Well, yeah. I mean, to me, they should have been able to read the tea leaves. Henry's right. The first group of people that gets hit in an economic downturn are the creators. The writers, the animators, things like that. And now with AI coming in, I've seen AI doing like the news. I don't know if you saw is it in France or Germany? They had AI do an entire news thing. It created its own news crew. It ran its own stories, and that is why Hollywood did their strike a couple years ago. People thought it was about money. No, they're trying to keep AI out. and hire real actors, because eventually somebody's going to create a movie with nothing but AI actors, so that's. But you should have seen. They should have seen the economic downturn, and it answered a lot of questions for me about what Digital Foundry. Like, why are they always comparing PlayStation and PCs? Like, oh, well, you guys are actually watching our content. Okay, that took for me, that makes sense for me now. But yeah, I'm not. Do I think there was some misleading things? Yeah. Do I think he was on some punk shit, blocking people when they were just asking him some basic questions? Yeah, I do. Am I going to call him a liar? No, I'm not going to take it to that aspect. But yeah, there were some things that could come across as misleading. It is what it is.
Okay. All right, good. All right.
I mean, look, if you're going to talk about Jess Gordon's integrity, he may not have been a liar, but he was definitely willfully ignorant about things.
Yeah, fair enough.
Again, there's just certain things where you could easily see, and I mean, all of us on this panel, none of us have a degree in journalism, as far as I know, but it's just like simple observation will tell you that trends are moving a certain way. And it's not even about not believing that a person's prediction of what is going to happen is there, but it's like you stand guard for the brand, even though like that the wind is pushing this way, but you want to push back in order to defend this brand. And I think that's where I think a person like the brain finds the most offense. It's not that we thought things were gonna go one way and you thought the opposite, because that's just everybody's just predicting and guessing. But it's when you stand against and you want to protect that. For example, when he says something like, "Oh, people that think that all the games are going to go is desperate copium from fans or PlayStation fans or something like that." It's like that's not your job, Like as a journalist, you can simply say like, "I don't believe that this will lead to that outcome." But when you like put yourself out there as like this kind of like figurehead, like you are the freaking spirit of ecstasy on the Rolls Royce for Microsoft, yeah, people are going to find, your takes quite disingenuous, So, and it's like, at the end of the day, like, I don't have the arrogance of my youth anymore, meaning that I don't necessarily think that I'm smarter than anybody else. So it's like, if I can figure it out, I think you figured it out too. But it's like in your economic interest to pretend that you didn't, and that's that kind of what weaponized incompetence is something that I've seen him use a lot. Like I think even what was it? I think Podolak made the tweet when Paris recently came out and said like, "Oh, I was wrong about this, I was wrong about that," and then Podolak was like, "Well, I was right about it 2 years ago. So how come you're celebrated now for being like, oh, look, I was wrong. Let me apologize or whatever." But back then, I was crucified, for saying that. So it's that kind of a thing. I just think that at the end of the day, a lot of these guys, the Destins of the world, and a lot of those Xbox podcasts, they may not necessarily be lying, but it's like they're willfully refusing to look at the facts and refusing to report to the audience, what is clearly so plainly available to see. It's the same thing with our PC fans. When I say something like Windows is in a bad place now, people are like, "Oh, well, why do you use it?" It's like, what are you talking about? Like, it's in a bad place. It's just doing like what you. The sky is blue. Like sometimes you don't have to fight it. You can just say, "Hey, this is true." And even though it is about your favorite brand, Podolak said before, would they have survived if they had more integrity? I think that they still would have lost the advertiser revenue. But the funny thing is that when people find you valuable, they might be willing to put in their own money to support you directly. That's the thing that, I think that these websites have to know. Advertisers are very fickle, especially in this economy, because I think advertising is becoming less and less effective. Like when there's 100 people advertising something, it can have an effect. When there's 10,000 advertisers, the actual power of advertising in itself can tend to water down. So I think that if they had cultivated an audience that actually valued them for truthful reporting, maybe they still would have lost their advertiser revenue, but maybe they would have had an avenue to be like, "Hey, if you want to support us directly, here's how you sign up to this membership. Here's how you join this particular thing." And maybe they would have been able to save a few jobs if they had that income available to them. But as things stand, listen, I agree with the brain. Ultimately, you didn't serve your audience. You didn't, whether it was willful or not, whether you were lying or not. At the end of the day, you reported badly, and you gave people bad information, and you gave them you know, bad forecast for the industry. So yeah, if he wants to lose his job as a result of that, it will be understandable.
And just to add to that, I think the casual audience, the big audience, I think they just see their bullshit. And it starts with the console sales. That's why the console sales have been shit ever since the 360. I think they see the writing on the wall, but the publishers are the ones that are pulling out this bullshit. Maybe they are ignorant, or maybe they are trying to put out some type of agenda. But if they're not buying your consoles, they're not going to look at your damn articles.
I'll say this, and this is my last point on this subject. I'm going to give this person their flowers because even though they were a megaton Xbox fan, they called bullshit and we called it pretty early on, and that was Next Gen 720.
Oh yeah,
and MBG.
Classic. MBG.
No. See, the reason why I don't say MBG is because of it's for two reasons. Number one, I know when Zaire when he started, or at least when I knew of Zaire, he was always going hard for Xbox. But I will say between the time when Sea of Thieves came out, or it was
and God of War. God of War is what did it.
Yeah, that's when
he had the Xbox One X.
Yeah, and when him saying diabetic gaming, I think he was the first.
Gaming, yeah.
That was hilarious. Yeah. He got in trouble for that. His account got banned for that shit.
Oh, he called it diabetic gaming. Yeah. Oh
and
my God, I remember that.
American Diabetes Association filed a complaint on him or something like that. It was something.
What the fuck up for real?
Yo, it was bad. Yes, that thing trend fast. Let me tell you something. You guys realize the whole Sony pony, that was because of him.
Yeah, he came up with that.
Pony, that was him. He started that shit, and that shit spread like wildfire. Then he did diabetic gaming. And it was a diabetic association, because I don't know how it happens to him, but it is funny. It is absolutely funny, the thing go through. But shout out to Z. He had the Xbox One X, the world's most powerful console.
Yeah. And what he was saying, Sea of Thieves, that video is still up, by the way. So it's one of the funniest videos I've ever seen in my life. It was just funny.
Anyone who championed for Xbox after 2018 doesn't count. That was too late. After God of War and Spider-Man, that it's done. You gotta see and especially in 2020, when Series X and S was releasing with nothing, and if you still cap for that system, no.
I got
your license for gaming should be confiscated.
So listen, let me show you. I got some those who haven't been able to see it. Here's the video. This is next gen, because Overdone. Shout out to Overdone. He sent it to me in a message, and I remember I always have it in a message now. So this is the infamous video. This was the day Zaire cracked. Now to give you a backstory, he had the Xbox One X, the most powerful console on the market. 4K with actual 4K textures, all that stuff. So he was all about Xbox. And then God of War came out. And he's showing the PS4 version, not even the Pro. He's showing the PS4 version of God of War. Now listen to this. This is amazing.
You get the picture.
Oh, we got audio?
I got the world's most... You get the picture. I got the world's most powerful console. Woo! Look at that shit. And look at this shit. I got the world's most powerful console. God damn it, Rare. God damn it. Yo, you can't make this shit up. See, next year, wait till you see the water. Man, fuck that water. What you want me to do? Sip it? That shit is trash. Dog shit. Man. Look at this. And I know I'm a goddamn God of War fan. But you pick any goddamn Sony exclusives and line them up to this shit here. Now I ain't talking about gameplay, fun play, replay value. Because you did look. Here you go. I already know. Listen, I already know you Xbox damn control argument. Why? Because I taught you, motherfuckers. Well, that's a one and done. You gonna play what? See, Thieves gonna keep making money. It's gonna keep growing. And man, fuck you. Fuck your mama.
Got a video
playing
for the
and fuck your slow ass uncle. I like to touch, like they like to touch all the females in the family. Fuck him too. Fuck Uncle Teddy. That drunk ass uncle that like to molest everybody in the family, man, woman, and child. Fuck him too. I already know what you're gonna say.
Yeah, the whole fuck that water.
Damn,
that's
so
what I'll always
Yes,
remember.
the fuck I do. Harsh verses and harsh curses.
I'll get the water look to see it.
Oh, you not entertained. This is the epitome of diabetic gaming. I'm gonna listen.
I gotta find that video. That's hilarious.
Bro. Just
type in
diabetic
type
gaming.
in just type in Next Gen 720 then Sea of Thieves.
I got
that's
the
the video.
most powerful.
It's
my
still up.
God,
It's a funny ass video.
And
It's
this guy-
I almost blew out a fucking lung listening to that video. That was a first for me.
Yeah.
God
I got the
damn.
world's most
How do they not
like
know?
that bad boy right now. Put in the archive.
How do they not know? Like, why would
Look
they?
at that shit.
Judging, all they had to do was
And
judge
look at
what
this
happened
shit.
last generation, last gen.
I got the world's most
All they had to do was judge by last gen. and
Everyone
to
just
know.
saw the writing on the wall, man. The Kraken is lacking.
Oh, that was another one. The
Yeah, that's
Kraken
another
is
one in
lacking.
there. The Kraken is lacking.
That was like the
It's
Kraken. That was another one that he had. The Kraken is lacking.
Shout out
Oh my
SBI.
God, he had some good ones, man. He had some absolutely good. Just oh my God, that was funny.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that video is one of the funniest videos you'll see. He said it. That video, cause he got death threats and he was getting threatened with sexual assault and everything.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was bad,
funny.
man. It was bad.
It was
Oh
bad,
my
man.
God, dude.
Man, they threatened to come up to me and find me and rearrange.
You know, a lot of people were upset at Z because he was the one that actually started. Because Xbox One, when it launched, because of the whole media, sports, there was just a lot of negativity. And then they had the E3, right? And so Z was one of the first ones to actually start, podcasting, hyping up Xbox, and then Crap Gamer came, and then they joined forces, and then eventually him, Crap Gamer, Tim Dog, and I think somebody else. It was Southbound.
Mooch.
I think Southbound, but it was before Mooch. He wasn't one of the originals. Southbound was one of the originals.
That's right. Yeah,
And
Southbound.
one more person, they started, Big Gamers Small Talk. And I'm telling you, if BGST, now I'm gonna tell you, if you were all about the console war in this community, on Sunday you did three things: you went to church, you watched football, and you watched BGST. You were watching BGST. My God, they were the masters at damage control and stuff like that during the Xbox One era. It was masterful. What they did was masterful. But at a certain point, they felt the Xbox One X was going to be the Empire Strike Back moment. Like, this is it. Yeah. This is our moment. We got, an actual 4K console with 4K textures and assets.
For which one?
The
Which
Xbox
console?
One X. Xbox One X.
Okay.
Technically speaking, like the PS4 did 4K, but it was just a resolution bunch. Resolution bump. The actual Xbox One X had 4K assets. Like, they actually had assets loaded in 4K. So the games were, so it wasn't just a resolution, but so they thought they were going to have it in the bag. And then all of a sudden, Sony's releasing, Spider-Man and God of War and Days Gone.
Yeah, 2018. 2018
Meanwhile,
is
you get Sea of Thieves and Recore, and Z's like, I got the world's most powerful console, and this is what you're giving me? He's like, Phantom Dust's original asset, and then he started diabetic gaming, and then like the Kraken is lacking. He had a t-shirt too. The reason why that came out is Z jumped in the water, and there was no Kraken in the water. They just designed the tentacles outside, but when you go underwater, there's no body.
Yeah, there was no body.
There's no body. So it was just programmed tentacle. And you know what they told him? He had no business jumping in the water.
Jumping in the water. The Xbox community was
Yo, I was dying. Yo, you had no business jumping. He says, I'm a pirate. What pirate don't go in the water? Yo, I was dying. Oh my God. Yo. And then he said, he also told me a story when he played Sea of Thieves. For the first time, tried it online. He jumped in a lobby full of randoms. He said, let me check this out. I think this happened live on stream. As soon as they found out he was black, they jailed him.
They
You can jail people. Like, you can jail people Like you could tell your crew, and they locked him up. Yo, when they found out he was black, yo, he was like, "What the hell's going on here?" Yo, that shit is wild. Yo, see, I don't know how he doesn't have 100K because there is so much stuff that happened on his channel that you can't figure out. Like you can get nowhere else, man. Like yo, the stuff that happens on his channel, I don't know how he didn't like super trend into the 106-figure subscribers. I don't know how, because you know Diabetic Association went after him, PETA went after him. Like yo, it's like crazy, yo, I don't under PETA when he says something with animals and PETA went after him. Yo, I don't know how they go after him.
That's wild.
Yo, it's so funny.
I did not know this. This is crazy.
It's so funny, the things I've seen.
Oh,
He got a guy who did a study for AMD. Literally, he was paid by AMD, and he published a study. I don't know how Z found it. That's another thing. I don't know where Z found this. So Z found a study that AMD paid for, and it talked about the sales of GPUs. And according to the study, there was only like 40 million GPUs made for the Xbox One. When everybody was saying, wait a minute, when everybody was saying Xbox One was at 56, 60 million. But he's like, wait a minute, there's a study that says they only produce like 40 something million. So how can a console be at 60 million when only 40 something million GPUs were made, according to the study? So Z got the guy on the podcast. Bro, if you want to talk about something that popped off, even a guy didn't understand what was going on. Like the chat was mad. People came onto the show. The guy was named John Petty, Peddi, and even he was confused. He didn't know there was a console war going on. Yo, that live was insane. This guy's getting harassed, and he's explaining. And he didn't think about. He wasn't even talking about consoles. He was just talking about the GPUs in the study that AMD paid. AMD paid him to do this study, so he's getting all this data from AMD. So he pushed what AMD did. AMD said they only made like 40 something million, boards, and you're like, okay, so for the Xbox, they only made 40 something board. You can't have 60 million Xbox Ones out there. Can't have the Xbox without the board. So with the other 20 million. So now, Z's trying to tie like, hey, if they only made 47 million boards, then that means there's only 47 million Xbox, meaning Xbox is even in a worse position than we anticipated. Yo, for what was that? They're calling him a fanboy, all this shit. And Z's like, I can't get with these Xbox guys. I literally have a guy who did a study with AMD, and I don't know how Z found him. I don't know how Z got him on the channel. But yo, Z's channel was gold mine, bro. I'm about to look that one up. I want to watch that. Gold mine, I want to watch that now. It was gold mine. Gold mine.
Well, remember the one he did when he was actually in the hospital. This man was laying in a hospital bed, hooked up the monitors, and he was like, Xbox that gave me diabetes from the games or something like that. I mean, the dude was, to me, the funniest guy.
He really got sick, so he was in the hospital. So he took his camera and did the thing. He's like, oh man, I'm all fucked up. Man, Xbox gave me diabetes. Look at this shit. And I'm like, all
these monitors hooked up to him.
Yo, shout out to Z. So who else needs to get the touch input? Hey, so we'll go with Sean K. Any thoughts on Windows Central or media in general? With just Xbox pretty much attraction going down. What do you think about this?
I feel like that whole Microsoft thing is corrupt. I never did like Microsoft or Xbox. I'm gonna just say it like that. I always hated Xbox. Damn. I always been an Xbox hater since day one. So yeah.
Ouch.
Say what you just, baby.
Their whole community suck. I don't like
we're never going to beat the charges. We're never going to beat the charges. You know what? Astro Cyborg, clip that. That's the whole episode of 60 Frames No Lag right there. Oh, man. We got all these titles. Nope. For the last 4 hours, they're talking about how they hate Xbox, and they're going to clip that one thing. Man. Oh, man. Shout out. All right, so let me ask you this. So what makes you not like Xbox? What was it about Xbox that didn't appeal to you? That what was it?
The journalists.
Oh,
the grifters piss me off all the time.
Oh, so the lack of integrity. So they misrepresented the product.
Yes,
the misrepresentation of the product.
Yeah, especially when they go with this Xbox Magnus, it's been pissing me the fuck off. So I don't like it.
Oh man,
games are just underwhelming too.
Yo, man, look at that. See, yo, look at the brain. He's like, see, I told you guys, man. See, he's like,
I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it 100.
He's like, oh man, and you probably know. I'll tell you, I just, I can only imagine how many people got screwed over by Colt Eastwood, because that man pushed a lot of lies. Man. Imagine this, and Brain did come up with a good point. You're 17, 18, 19 years old, right? You're now getting into the algorithm of YouTube. Now you're listening to all these enthusiasts, and you're listening to Xbox, content creators and brand loyalists and ambassadors, and they're telling you, oh, Xbox gonna have the exclusives with with ABK purchase and Bethesda. Now all these new titles are gonna be just Xbox. Xbox has the most powerful console, and now you sit back as a 18, 19-year-old, you're thinking, okay, I'm young, I can't afford two systems. So if I buy a PS5, I got the PS5 exclusives, and if I buy Xbox Series X, I get these Series X exclusives. So what exclusives do I want? Well, if you like the Bethesda games, Doom, Wolfenstein, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, and now you're like, man, these games could potentially be exclusive to Xbox, and if I buy a PlayStation, I can't buy these games. And sure, PlayStation got Spider-Man and whatever, but you might have a preference for Elder Scrolls, because Elder Scrolls is huge. You might have a preference for Fallout. Those are absolutely huge games, right? And then even though they say Call of Duty is going to stay on PlayStation, but you never know. Companies might change their mind, and now Call of Duty is not even on PlayStation or even the next one. So you're like, man, I'm gonna play the safe bet, and I'm gonna get an Xbox. So you buy the Xbox, thinking, because this is what the information you're fed. And then, you ignore me, who told you 2019, hey, these games are coming to PlayStation. Nope. But anyway, so they chose their platform based on exclusives, based on power. Now you fast forward, they don't have the power, and all those games are coming to PlayStation. So now you have a box that doesn't have Spider-Man, that doesn't have Wolverine, that doesn't have these games, because you didn't choose PlayStation. And if you would have chose PlayStation, you still would have gotten your Elder Scroll. You still would have gotten your Fallout. You still would have gotten your Doom and Wolverine. And now you get Halo and all that. And you still would have gotten, so I seen a lot of Twitters, when every time Xbox talks, they say, man, I traded in my Xbox. I should have just got a PlayStation to begin with, because from a gaming perspective, it just makes sense. You get everything. The only other platform that probably gets more, and M's gonna hate this, is PC. No, not Nintendo. Hell nah, not Nintendo. They got first party exclusives. That's what you get. You get a little dibble dabble of third party here and there, but you got your first party exclusives. But like PC is like the only other platform that can claim they get a whole library of games that belong to other platforms, right?
Yeah.
But from the console space, PlayStation is the one that gets the most games from everybody, right? Like the only people they don't get games from is Nintendo, really, at this point. That's it. That's the only publisher, period, right? And so some people look at that and they're like, damn, if I would have bought a PS5, I would have gotten everything. Even games I'm missing out, because we already seen articles of games of smaller devs, but they're canceling the Xbox version. They're prefacing the PC and the PS5 version stuff. This huge movement with, Chinese game developers that I know Henry's all about it. Their primary platforms is PC and PlayStation, pushing their efforts, growing into a big powerhouse and stuff, right? So like all fanboy, all console, all nonsense, just if we were just to look at it maturely, and realistically, PlayStation's a better choice from a gaming library perspective. Because you're getting the Xbox library games. Obviously, you have the PlayStation library games. You have the efforts of PlayStation pushing out to new developers, investing in that, while Microsoft is still trying to figure out profitability within what they bought, right? So you got this whole gambit. PlayStation is the better choice from a gaming library perspective if you're a console gamer. Now, if your number one thing is Game Pass, then obviously, okay, fine. Your console, Xbox console is your primary playing because you're primarily a Game Pass gamer. But I think that wasn't such a big deal or a big movement. In the beginning of the gen, I said you're going to have more people own a PlayStation 5 console than you're going to have people subscribe to Game Pass, even at $1. You're not going to have 85, 90 million people by 2027, whatever, on Game Pass. And it's that held true, because I think gaming, and I'll add this topic. I think people are more deliberate with the gaming choices. Like movie, I know they try to compare with Netflix, and I want to ask, and I'll start this off with Valkyrie. So I'll say this. So for me, Netflix. To me, Netflix, the whole Netflix, Disney Plus, the whole streaming movies and TV shows, it doesn't equally translate with games. Because with gaming, believe it or not, I'm more deliberate. Like Netflix, I'll watch anything. I'm like, whatever. I have no standards for movies, whatever. You know, I have no standards, whether it's going to the theater or watching streaming. I have no standards. I'll just put it on. If it's good, it's good. If it sucks, it sucks. Listen, I watched the new season of The Witcher. People are mad at me. Like, how dare you? I'm like, I'm gonna watch it again. I don't care. I'm just not into this whole actor. Oh my God. I'll watch The Acolyte. I'm sorry if that upsets people.
I love that.
I don't care. Sure, they use the Force to get somebody pregnant. Okay, whatever. It's not gonna. Listen, is it really that bad? You could do everything else. You could see the dead. So why can't you get pregnant? Is it that far-fetched? Whatever. I'm just so simple. I'm a very simple guy when it comes to that. So, but when it comes to gaming, I'll be like, hold up. Let me take a look. I don't like that toe. That toe ain't graphic. Nah, I'm not. I'm skip. I'm not playing this game. You know what I'm saying? But I'm exaggerating. But I think all of us are like that in a certain way. If we're a gamer, we do hold gaming to a higher standard than maybe other mediums of music, movies, television. So I'll start with Valkyrie. You know, between movies, music, and TV shows, do you have like a standard preference? Like you'll play any game, you'll watch any movies, or when it comes to a game, you're like, wait, hold up. I gotta really inspect this game if I'm really gonna invest my time into it to play it. Meanwhile, you could just boot up Netflix and you'd be like, I'll check this out. What's your entertainment habit?
When it comes to gaming, yeah, I'm very selective. But then again, it's the cost of my console, the cost of my game. So if I'm gonna pick it, I have to like the game, I have to like the gameplay, and I have to like how it works. Like, interface Xbox shits me, so no. Nintendo is easy, it's kind of there. But when it comes to Netflix, I can go Netflix, go Disney, Amazon, whatever mood I'm in, I watch it for 5 seconds, I'm like, nah, I'm bored, don't like you, go to the next one. Completely easy. Same as Spotify, I'm just like, blah, 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 blah. It's completely different because it's a cost thing as well, but it's also just, it's whatever mood you're in. Whereas the game, you usually, for me, it's the storyline. I'm going to be doing it for a while.
Okay, all right. Let me bring this over to Doughboy. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about, especially when it comes to gaming, it's like more engagement, right? Because you're going to be sitting there playing that game for, you know, depending on how long it is, like 50, 60, 70 hours, especially if you want to do all the side content and whatnot. So, yeah, most definitely. Like, if I'm scrolling through and watching a movie, I might check out a movie that I never thought I would watch and just be like, oh, man, it's kind of cool or whatever, or listen to some, you know, music is kind of more subjective as well. It's like you kind of got the genres that you actually like. But, yeah, when you come to gaming, for sure, you definitely want to be more you know, selective with what you do because it's a large cost with it as well. These games, you know, $60, $70. You know what I mean? You don't want to just blow $60, $70 on something you don't like. So yeah, you definitely got to be more selective with that. And I mean, with this whole thing, it's the Game Pass and PlayStation. I mean, even when we talk about the state of play, it's like, yo, them games come into PlayStation anyway. So why wouldn't I just get a PlayStation? If I want to play them, I could just play them on PlayStation. You know what I mean? So yeah, even back to the Windows Central thing, like you said, like I mean, you don't want to see people lose their job, but I mean, Xbox just seemed like a code of liars at this point from the top down. Because we remember what Phil said. I mean, listen, like, we remember what did Phil say? 4 games. Nothing else. Nothing else is coming. Don't ask for nothing else.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It doesn't signal that every game is coming. He did say that.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. And then from the top down, you got from Phil to Jez to Cole. It's just like a cult of liars. It's exactly what it is. And I don't know. I don't want to be a part of that. And I'm good. Like, you know, I cannot engage in your content and still get your game. So I get the best of both worlds. I don't got to listen to your lies and bullshit. I can still play your games if I want to. So hey,
you got the milk without having to buy the cow.
Yeah,
right. He said, "Fuck that cow." Oh shit. Oh man. Let me catch up on the super chats real quick. So we got Galaxy First. Shout out. Galaxy First says new PC in transit. The current desktop PC is 9 years old. It can still run Rift Apart well, though, but it has a lot of hours on it. The new PC will be powerful. It could even run Pong. Very powerful. Shout out to Galaxy Fur. You know, congratulations. Hey, hopefully you bought your PC just in the nick of time before the price hikes, because I'm seeing more articles of companies canceling their orders and then repricing the item like up to like $750, $800 markup.
Wow,
$800 markup. You know, but what's crazy is people put in the order and then they canceled the order. They accepted the order, got sold, they canceled it, refunded, and then they adjusted the new price. Absolutely.
Of course, I was right there. I was going to buy it, but I was like, yo, this is bullshit. They definitely about to cancel this, because how you selling something for $250 it's like right now going for like $1,000.
They canceled it.
Like,
They canceled it.
Yeah, they canceled it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck everybody. Just cancel it. I mean, they gave everybody a 15% off coupon that went off in October. So yeah, they did everybody dirty.
When the order came in, the guy saw, he was like this. He saw the paper, saw your name, saw 250. He was like, he like, yeah, okay, this is canceled. You ain't getting this for $250, dog. We got D487. Before I forget, I'm sorry, Galaxy Fur again with another super chat. Thank you so much, Galaxy Fur. I knew Xbox world's most powerful title was in big trouble day one at launch when Assassin's Creed Valhalla was running better on PS5 at launch. Yo, I remember that day. Yo, and that's when the tools started coming up. The tools.
Yeah, the next thing was
let me say this. I'm gonna go. Let me say this quick thing with the tools.
Here, real quick. I remember with Reforge, you were talking about when he was on your show. You brought up how they said the whole publication back then, like Windows Central, was saying that Resident Evil Village was going to be running at 30 frames, and you were like,
it was what's his name?
Or something, right?
No, it was. I know specifically. He named himself after the Lord of the Ring character, the little gremlin looking guy. What's his name?
Okay.
Golem. He named himself Golem, and he spread that. And that thing, that's Golem, yes. And he spread that like wildfire, and that went like wildfire. That PS5's having trouble, where it's having trouble running Resident Evil 8 at 1080p 60.
Yeah, I do remember that.
BS. That's when I knew it was BS. I'm like, oh my God, this guy, bro. Like, you gotta stop. Like, that's ridiculous. 1080p 60. And while Xbox Series X is 4K 60. I was like, yo, and then they called his lie, and then he admitted it to it. It was bad, right? But the tools was funny, right? The tools conversation is funny, right? Because this really does hit what the brain is saying. And I will say some of these guys, maybe not all the time, but they knew they were lying on many of those topics. And I will tell you why. In 2020, before, just like Galaxy Fur mentioned, when the PS5 and Xbox Series X, now pay attention to the timeline, so I'm going to try to make this as clear so people can follow along. Xbox and PlayStation 5 launches. Valhalla comes out. Valhalla runs better, performs better, everything on the PS5 than the Xbox Series X. These people are saying it's because the tools aren't ready. They can't access the full feature suites of the Series X. It's going to take time. Now, keep in mind, this is after the console launch. Let's rewind to earlier 2020 in March. They're saying throughout March, April, May, June, July, August, September, all these months leading up to launch, that they got connections, they got people, and everything they heard from the developers is that the Xbox Series X is blowing out the PS5 when it comes to their games, that the Series X is so much better. So here's the thought process. Listen, if you're telling me after the console launch that these developers didn't have access to the tools, which is why the PS5 version is better, then who were you talking to before the console's launch when they were saying that the Series X was better? Because if it's not better when the games are out, that means it wasn't better earlier in the year because they didn't have the tools. Think about it. If they don't have the tools after the console launch, what does that mean? They didn't have the tools before the console launch. Right. So who were they talking to when they were saying these games were better on Xbox Series X in development?
They weren't talking to anybody.
They were lying. They weren't talking about a goddamn nobody. They were talking to nobody. Nobody.
No.
They were talking to nobody because and everybody, and to this day, no one answered the question. I'm like, listen, And some people online are confused. I'm like, man, you guys don't know how a calendar works? If December of 2020, the game comes out, and you're telling me you don't have the tools, which is why the PS5 version is better, then who were you talking to in July of 2020? When they were telling you the Xbox Series X version is better? Because if they don't have the tools in December, then they didn't have the tools in July either. So who were you guys talking to throughout the year? It was lies. They weren't talking to nobody. It was all made up.
Nobody. You gotta remember that email from. There was an email from Phil Spencer to Satya Nadella on the day of the PS5 announcement, saying that we're gonna win this generation. I'm feeling good. Today was a good day for Xbox and such and such. There is a leaked internal email. Yeah. So for whatever reason, Phil Spencer, Aaron Greenberg, Matt Booty, and all of that gang thought that they're gonna win. They didn't, because they fundamentally misunderstood, the competition. So, and I think it was all right. I'm not sure Podorok and everyone here.
Let me add this real quick, Entity. Yeah. I understand the email, but the content creators were saying they spoke to the developers, so they were talking to Capcom.
No,
Capcom has nothing to do with that email. Exactly. They were talking to Ubisoft. Oh, I heard. So what I'm saying is they claim to talk to leakers, developers in Ubisoft, Capcom. So I understand the whole Phil Spencer email, but who were they talking to with their point of context at the developers making these games? They were talking about Ubisoft, and now all of a sudden the Ubisoft game is better on PS5, and now they want to come. Well, the tools aren't available. I'm like, hold up, but you guys didn't mention that they didn't have tools a couple of months ago. Where was this tool conversation all throughout 2020? I could maybe understand if somebody said from the Xbox side, listen, these PS5 games, they're going to come out looking better because the tools aren't ready. So these games are not going to come out looking high. I would have had more respect for that guy because he would have been telling the truth. If there was one extra, and nobody was doing that, but I would have had, that person would have have props. If there would have been an authentic Xbox guy that actually, I'm going to say it told the truth or has some integrity and reported like, listen, my point of contacts, they don't have the tools. So yeah, so when this console launch, it's not going to be as hot as you think. PS5 might run better because the environment's easier, and my contacts are reporting that, yeah, the PS5 version is running better. I guarantee he would have gotten flamed because it was all about Xbox Series X being better throughout 2020. So he would have gotten destroyed. They probably would have called them or her a PlayStation fanboy, whatever. But that person would have been right when the consoles launch because the integrity would have proved that person right. But they didn't have that. They didn't have that at all. And I think, and I understand Craig wants to be fair, but I'm like, listen, I don't have any contacts. I don't know a goddamn person anywhere. All I use is the shit everybody uses. I just listen. That's all I do. I'd be like, hey, Satya's talking at a summit, all right, about Xbox. Let me read and just sit there and listen. And I'm like, hey, the Xbox chief financial officer is talking at a summit. All right, let me just listen. I just listen to what they're saying and I take it at face value. So and then I look at other data points that everybody has access if they're interested, right? Like the console sales. If you ain't selling consoles, something's got to give in business. You can't be successful in a particular segment and you're not selling. And I'm like, man, this console, it's not going to make it. And that's why I made that prediction. Like, these games are going to go to PlayStation because there's no other console to sell to because the console these games are meant to sell on ain't selling. So you got to put the game somewhere else. I'm like, that's why I made that bold prediction that everybody got mad at me. But it came true. It came
trying to
true.
tell you console sales don't matter. It's like, come on, man. It's all a virus, bro.
One person we did listen to during that time is Optimus.
Optimus too.
Optimus. Yeah.
Shout out to Optimus. Rest in peace. God, I miss him, man. He would be loving it right now. He'd be like, Pegasus. I try to tell these guys.
not ponies, with Pegasus.
Pegasus. Oh, that's right. Pegasus
Nation.
Yeah. God bless that guy, man. Oh, man. I hope his family's doing good. Miss that guy, But overall, I think this is it was fake positivity, and I said this because I noticed it maybe like 3 years ago. I'm like, these guys, they're just running on anything positive without validating if there's some merit to this information. They push a lot of information with no merit behind it, no work, no actual. Is there any data point or something that make the statement true? They just ran with anything, and now I think people are just beyond that information. So now when you talk about Xbox, oh, there's going to be a big update on Xbox. Everybody's like, I don't care. People are just like, I'm tired. I'm tired, boss.
What's a little point in pride?
I'm tired, boss. That's how they feel it right now. They're just done. They're just absolutely done. When it comes to Xbox, they're tired of the fake news. They're tired of the pivot. Do you go where exclusives? Is it Game Pass? Now it's PC Play Anywhere. Now they're like, oh man, what is it now? Like, what is it today? Like what we're trying to hold on to today. And I think people are just tired, and it's impacting the journalistic side. If you're tired, Xbox, balls.
Tired of the lies, man.
Now go ahead, Entity. I'm sorry, Entity. Go ahead, continue, Entity. No, he has some more stuff to say. My bad.
I guess in addition to saying all that information, the key fundamental mistake that Xbox this generation made, first of all, with Game Pass, is
Did he cut out?
Yeah, I think he cut off.
So listen, I got the free version of AI. I don't got the monthly paid version. So I got the free. I got the free Entity.
Yo, he's back.
I don't got I don't got the paid full version.
Sorry for cutting off. The main thing I was saying is there's three key fundamental errors that Xbox made this generation, right? Number one, they thought that they should be able to compete in terms of pricing with free-to-play games. You have Fortnite, Roblox, whatever it is.
Going to be able to compete free-to-play. It's just impossible. The second thing is, of course, the Series S issue with the RAM, right? I think that the majority of the problems they had, specifically with 30 FPS, development issues, was due to that. If you want to have a large world that large amounts of physics and all of that, it's never going to work out. And the third thing was they just fed these, I guess, influencers or trolls toxic positivity. And once, that information...
Toxic positivity. I like it.
Okay.
All right. Toxic positivity.
Whoa.
When your positive vibes is toxic.
Okay.
It's like a kid who's getting. It's like a kid who got F's. Like, don't worry, kid. You're gonna be an astronaut one day. All right.
Listen, I can't spell. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
We'll see how that turns out. You're gonna be an astronaut one day.
If you're telling your fan base, right, you're better, and if they truly believe that, and then 6 months later they found out that, well, technically you are not better because the other platform is doing something better, it actually kills the IP. It stops it dead in its track, and trust gets lost, and slowly but surely they're gonna trickle down fans, and now they're finding new fans on PlayStation. Actually, to be honest, I think those fans who are buying their games on PlayStation are probably their old fans, including me. I will be buying Fable and Forza Horizon 6 PlayStation. To be honest, I prefer to buy it on Xbox, but I'm not going to do that because they've gaslit their fan base for the past how many years? Almost a decade now. So there we go.
What do you think the average consumer is going to think later in the year when they go to a GameStop or a Walmart and they see a big ass Master Chief next to a PS5 logo?
Didn't PlayStation do a little thing where games for 2026 and Master Chief was
but only I kind of consider the hardcore gamers that are online and look at all these different videos. Those are more the hardcore gamers. There's casuals that don't go on YouTube at all. to just like, oh yeah, I want to go get Call of Duty this year. What the fuck?
That's what you on PlayStation.
Yeah, that would be something else. Yeah.
That is something, and I like the word toxic positivity. I heard that before, and I think like I know Craig's like, what that means. So what it really means is
No, I don't know what it means.
It's pretty much telling the kid that Santa is real.
Oh, that's terrible.
You're keeping a lie going because it makes a person feels good. So that's the toxic positivity. You're being positive because of the result, which that you're making people feel good, but you're keeping them clouded in lies and misinformation. You're not giving them the actual true picture because you're more concerned about them being happy. And that's where I think the biggest impact in media or anybody who use that tactic. Because, you could get those as short money. You could get short-term success appeasing to what people feel, and that makes them happy. But then once the truth comes in and the iceberg hits the ship, you're sinking, bro. And that's what's happening. The ship is sinking now. Now what can you be fake happy about now that the truth is out? You can only hold on to this. Yeah, you can only hold on to this nonsense for so long. And to me, that never made sense. I know some people like, at least on Twitter, I do talk a lot of trash, whatever. But here on the podcast, I always try to keep it. That's why I always invite people. I don't care who you are. If you disagree with me, show up. I even do, for a little while, I'm going to bring it back, disagreement day. Perfect venue. Because, sometimes people could get overwhelmed with a whole bunch of people, especially when extremes here. Some people just don't want to, they get scared. Listen, it is what it is.
I was told that the podcast was intimidating. Like I've had multiple people tell me, I'm like, well, why is it intimidating?
This is a great place to hang out.
Ours is intimidating. That's because there's too many white people on here.
There we go. Now, listen. Hey, Henry. Now they cannot say we don't have enough Asian representation. Like come on. Come on. Come on. What more do you want?
People didn't know Henry was Asian.
So, Valkyrie. So I don't know. Does Valkyrie know?
I don't know.
So
I don't know if he was there.
Yeah. So we had this user on the chat always recommending, hey, you need to get an Asian gamer on there, while Henry is here on camera. Like Henry's he's like pointing at his face. He's like, I'm here. I was like, what more do you want?
He was like, I put the A in Asian.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely hard. Let me hit some of these super chats. Real quick. Shout out to D47. He says, before I forget, when you're out of topics, can you comment on next gen games being ported to Switch 2? How long till they get FSS and Rebirth? How will it run? You know what? We'll start that topic now, real quick. Segue. Especially with Valkyrie. So who's gonna? You already have a Switch 2, right, Henry?
I do. Yes.
Who's gonna get a Switch 2? Because I'm thinking about getting a Switch 2, mostly for Blood Dusk.
Actually,
you got a Switch 2?
I want to get one myself.
Yeah,
you're gonna get one. I'm thinking double. I think exclusives. We're gonna get it for the exclusives. But Valkyrie, I think you also mentioned you might get a Switch 2 also, right? You thinking about it? But it's like $200 over there or some weird price.
50.
Raise the prices.
It's expensive. So I think we're all gonna
It's
get.
going to go up.
You're gonna buy a Switch 2 in Melbourne?
Am I?
From, right? Where you from again?
Yeah,
What
from
city?
Melbourne.
Yeah,
Melbourne.
see, Extreme. She's from Melbourne.
I hate all
now
of
he's
you.
now he's camera
He
off.
said, I hate all of you. He said, I hate all of you.
He says no signal in
He
Chinese.
said his battery died. But right now he's looking at all of us like, I hate all of you. You are all. He hates us all equally.
I love it here.
Yeah, but Em, I love you though.
So let me start with Valkyrie first. So Switch 2, right? Obviously it's for the exclusives, primary, right? The Nintendo games.
Yeah.
But with their push for third party, are you interested in seeing more big third party games go to Switch 2? Would you buy those games also? Or do you be like, or are you like the Nintendo, like that the experience that they have ain't gonna really make the experience good? I'd rather just stick to the exclusive Nintendo, which the games are made for. But like, what's your feeling about the whole? And I'm not saying more games going to Switch is a bad thing, but some of these games are built on great experiences. Like, is Switch really going to deliver on the experience. Like the portability I get. Like if you're really big on portability, then I think as a gamer, you accept those concessions. But if you're not a portable gamer and you like me, I'm not really a big portable gamer, but the reason why I buy the Switch is because of the exclusives. And some of the games are great experiences because they're built for Nintendo, they're built to their limitations. They just do a great job being designed around that hardware. So the games are great, but I'm not going to play Final Fantasy on the thing when it was built around consoles or how. So what's your thoughts about that, Valkyrie? You know, the push, do you think that Nintendo could get back the third-party crown? You prefer they didn't?
I don't think so. I prefer they didn't do what you're good at. They're good at what they do. Like, that's the problem right now. Everyone's trying to do everything. And I play Final Fantasy on my Switch, mind you. It's not the same as when I played it on my PlayStation back in the day. And when I'm talking old, I'm not talking now, but it's still just not the same. If I'm going to play, I'm going to get a PlayStation. Hence why I'm stuck. It's like, do I spend my money on a Switch 2? Or do I go on a PlayStation?
Get the Pro.
Sorry, what?
Bro. That's, you hear my voice.
Get a Pro.
I am Jesus.
It's actually Pro is actually
now the Pro's like $1,000 in Australia.
I know. I can't even imagine how much that thing cost.
It's a nice future-proofing investment, though. Because
I did say, good point. I did make a video, and people thought it was fanboy. I'm like, listen, if you, let's say, if you still on the, do you have a PS5, Valkyrie? So perfect on it. So here's my pitch, my sales pitch. If you're still on the PlayStation 4 for whatever reason, because you still have enjoying the games, I mean, listen, you can't knock the PS4. That console was goated. It's like they did a great job with it. So I understand why so many people are still on it, because it is still a great console, right? But if you're a late bloomer, right, chances are when the PlayStation 6 does come out, you're most likely not going to buy that launch. You're just not, because you're already in a mid-gen cycle. So whatever console you do buy, you're going to enjoy it for a longer period, and you'll probably enjoy it deep into the PlayStation 6 gen, right? So I say, if you're a late bloomer, don't buy the PS5, buy the PS5 Pro, because that console will have better features, better power, better performance, just a better game experience deeper into the gen as compared to the PS5. So if you're going to be deep into the PS6 gen with your last gen console, it might as well be the PS5 Pro, because you'll have, I think you'll still have a great experience, because with the PSSR, the PS6 is going to have PSSR, and whatever updates is possible on the PS5 Pro, they're going to keep doing it. So I think you'll have a better longevity deeper into the generation if you're not going to buy the PlayStation 6. I think the performance and everything, you're just going to have a better gaming experience. It's just going to be a much better, longer game experience compared to the PS5 at this point.
You'll
so
still have
buy
a good 8 years out of it.
Yeah, you're gonna have a, and I have a feeling you're gonna have a long cross gen. Like if people were stuck on the PS4 for a while, this is why I'm advocating no PS6 until 2030. I think people will be on the console for another 5 years easily, because it's just that good. Look how long people on the PS4.
Pro? You gonna be on the Pro that long?
I think people are gonna be on the 5 till like 2027. Think about it. Look how long people are on the PS4.
2027 is 11 months from now, but I
know. I don't think it's coming out in 2027.
But judging by the holiday sales,
PS6.
Yeah. Judging by the holiday sales, I think a lot of people just jump on the PS5 wagon just now. So
I see a lot of people seem like they're buying them now. I keep, at least in my timeline, I keep seeing a lot of people putting them in their back seat and putting blankets on it like it's a baby or something. So
that's what I do when I got mine.
and with the Pro, I mean, for those who have it, it simplifies, because the one thing with the PS5 is a great console. It's great, right? But for those who own it, quality versus performance, because quality mode is at 4K 30 performance. They boost it down and you get the 60 performance. I always chose performance. The 60 was smoother, but you do miss all the bells and whistles. When Sony added those extra performance features, with high frame rate and VRR, you were able to get the best of both worlds when they did that 40 FPS, right? But with the Pro, I ain't got that problem no more.
No.
I got 99 problems. Quality mode ain't one. I get the beautiful visuals and the 60 frames, which is all I wanted. I was a simple guy. I just want quality mode at 60, and that's exactly what the Pro does. So I don't have to be like, but then they do more. Now they're like VR unlocked. You get into 90 frames, full ray tracing. I'm like, oh my God. And you got a nice TV. It's just an orgasm of gaming. It's just like, man. I'm telling you.
That's one way to put it.
I'm telling you. I got to do my own training, don't I? But it's just great. I mean, and you're talking to a guy. I wasn't impressed with the PS4 Pro, so I didn't get it. Mm-hmm. I'm still not impressed. But the PS5 Pro, they did it. They actually, and just like Extreme said, if you want what you want, it's going to be at least 700. So stop thinking about 600. You're going to pay 700 or more, and that's without the disc. And he said that's without the disc, and he was right. Without the disc. I was saying 600 without the disc. He's like, nope, 7 without the disc.
Steamboat says $6.99.
You
get it ready
without the disc. He said without the disc. So, and he was right. But it's true though. That high value is what you get. You pay what you get for. Yeah. So that's my pitch, Valkyrie. If whenever you decide to be a PS5 Pro, a PS5, I recommend the Pro for the longevity. It's gonna and for the longevity and the performance, you just sit back, just play the game quality mode, put it on your 4K TV or monitor, and just enjoy the ride. You don't have to worry about the limitations of the PS5. Like, listen, hey, for you guys who start on PS5, great console. It's great, but the Pro, man, I'm telling you, it's where it's at. Sony did a fantastic job with that console.
Yeah, let me simply add to it.
But she's like, but it's like $1,300.
But a gaming PC.
I mean, I gotta lie. If you have a gaming PC, you're gonna get that powerful edge and all that stuff. But you have to wait for the PlayStation games. I'm not waiting for.
Yeah, but my point is, I need a new gaming PC, but then I don't have a PS5 yet. So based on that, I really should get a PS5.
Pro. Pro. There you go. Pro. We gotta go Pro. All right.
Done.
Okay. So all right. So I like your point with Nintendo. They shouldn't worry too much about third party. Focus to the core thing. First party exclusives or third party exclusives. Go after the third party exclusives. Built for for Nintendo Switch. All right. Good point. Who else? Henry, how about you? I know you have a Nintendo Switch too. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
So to me, the Switch 2 is more like a Switch Pro, right? So, like when you play Zelda Breath of the Wild and you watch it, like chipping through the frames, like 12, 17, 20 some frames, it's just jarring, right? So and also I don't play it portable. I play it dock, so I could take advantage of the HDMI 2.1 and stuff like that, right? So it's just a nicer experience to play it as a console. I really got it because if I want to play multi-platform games, I obviously go for the PS5, right? Pro. So yeah. So there's not a whole lot of reasons besides maybe playing some retro games. Because if you sign up for Nintendo Online, it's like I don't know, like $5 for a year or something. It's like some ridiculously really like cheap number. Yeah. So you could play like old Super Nintendo game like F-Zero and you could race with 99 other players or Tetris 99. Yeah. So it's ridiculous. Like I get my ass whooped. Right? You think you know how to play until you play with other people. Like, oh shit. Right? So stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. So also same thing. Like I thought I'm pretty good at Mario Kart World, and then I watched some YouTube of these professional Mario Kart players, and I'm like, okay, I don't know how to play Mario Kart. Because those guys are so good. They take every shortcut, jump off the walls, like the rails, like knows when to jump the rails. But I digress. I think no. Don't play third party games. Don't play multiplayer games on the Switch. Not if you have a choice. I think it's for the people who wants to enjoy those games. But they're going to have a inferior experience. Because they won't see Final Fantasy is its perfect glory, right? So but I mean, they'll see Final Fantasy 6 as great glory, but
because the older retro
not
ones,
the Super Nintendo games, right? So, but yeah,
like I don't know how to do it because even Rebirth, I bought Rebirth, and this was a couple of months before the Pro come out, but I bought it because I love Final Fantasy. Yeah, it was bad. Like that's why, I still say to this day,
blurry, right?
I really didn't like Square Enix and how they handled the technical side of their games. They really fell back. They're really behind the curve on technical competency in their games. So the 60 frame performance of Final Fantasy Rebirth was really blurry. I was like, what is this? But then the clarity was in the 4K mode, but it's 30. And I'm like, man, and I've been playing all my games at 60. I try to play at 30. I'm like, oh man, this is bad.
Rough. It's hard to go
rough.
back.
So once I heard about the PS5 Pro and the improvements, I'm like, I'm gonna wait for my Pro. And I'm glad I did because once again, I was able to get the quality visuals, but at 60 frames, and it was an amazing experience.
Did that give some people a lot of ammunition to attack the PS5?
I get
it was more like an Unreal Engine thing, no?
Yeah, that's the thing. It was Unreal Engine, and Square Enix should have kept with their internal engine. What was it, Lumina? I think it was,
Luminous.
whatever. Or what is it?
Luminous.
They did a much better job with that engine than this with the Unreal Engine 5. Like they actually perform better and stuff like that. Brain, you have a Switch 2. What are your thoughts with third party on Switch 2?
Man, my thoughts on third party with Switch 2 is the same as for Switch 1. Don't do it.
Call him out, Debo.
Don't do it to
I'm just
yourself.
being hard today. I'm just being harsh today, man. But to Henry's point,
we like it,
and I agree with him. If you don't got a choice, that's one thing. But if you got a choice, you got multiple better solutions for third party. Fuck, even the Xbox is better at third party. Than
He said, it's bad when Xbox is better. It's
but and this is kind of go back to the whole point of Microsoft. And this is something that I think Nintendo does really well, and I think Sony kind of lost its way with this. To Valkyrie's point as well, and I think this what I'm about to say applies. Nintendo does exclusives very well. The whole purpose, at least my whole purpose of buying any console is for the exclusives. I can't play Mario or Zelda anywhere else besides the Nintendo console. I can't play Smash Brothers nowhere else besides the Nintendo console. Those are reasons between those three games. Matter of fact, any one of those games is a reason for anybody to get a Nintendo Switch, and you will be pretty good, and you'll do pretty well if you just concentrate on the exclusives. Now, when I bought a Switch 2, I didn't really buy it for myself. I bought it for my kids because I wanted to get a combined gift for my sons since their birthdays are Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. I did it that way, and also that their cousin also has a Switch 2 as well too. So I said, you know what, I'll do that, and I'm glad I did do that. And the only game that they got for Switch 2 is the Mario Kart World that was bundled in. But I'll say this because Switch 2 games do cost a lot, and I remember M talking, I'm not gonna say talking shit, but he was telling the truth about it as far as, hey, there's paying $80 games for a Switch 2 is kind of out of the way. But and I do agree with that. But I'll say this. I am very happy that there is a lot of backwards compatibility between the Switch 2 and between the Switch 2 and the Switch 1. Not even just on the games, but even the peripherals. Like I bought a lot of peripherals for my Switch OLED that I was like, because I'm not going out to buy spend $99 on a joystick or some Joy-Cons that that they're going to break. But once I was able to use my Joy-Cons from my OLED, and then also the Pro Stick from the original Switch 1 and be able to play Switch 2 without any issue, I was like, oh, good, I'm set. I don't got to spend any more money, because it was like, hey, as you were saying, I'm not broke, but at some point I can't keep on continuously spending money the way that I do on gaming, on video games. Like Porter Rock, I'm more like you when you was growing up. Like I only had one system and one system only, couldn't spend that much money, And then you have to be selective, even with the video games. But now that I have more money, I don't have to be as selective. But I am at a point now that time does not equal money. And what I mean by that is I can always make more money, but I can't make more time. So I gotta use my time more wisely.
Yeah. Now the value for me, and I'm at the point. Well, I've been at the point for a while. The value of a game is it worth my time? The money, I could make more money, and I'm not trying to like say I'm a splurge, whatever. But the reality is, you know, I don't have time as a resource. So if I'm going to invest time into a game, is it worth my time? That's what I look at it, and that's how I look at stuff. That's why I'm like, I don't want to play this. It's not worth my time to enjoy stuff like that. So that is a good point and stuff. All right, who else is a Switch 2? Who else plans to get a Switch 2?
I did.
I got one already.
So
I am.
Entity? Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So I guess for my case, actually, I have 2 Switch Ones. And the reason I bought it was it was unique, it was novel, that the games that they kept releasing was pretty good, especially in the first or the second year, right? You had Zelda, Odyssey, Mario Kart, you know, Animal Crossing, etc., etc. The problem with I have the Switch 2, and I think I have Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza, 2 great games, but the novelty is not there anymore. And I want from my Nintendo system to be novel, unique, and innovative. From a systems perspective, Henry again is right. It feels like a pro system. It is really robust, really good quality, but it doesn't have that Nintendo spirit. The system doesn't. It's just, I don't know why it doesn't have that Nintendo spirit. Maybe because it just feels like the reiteration of that old system. But and I do understand why it's selling so much in Japan, but I think globally it is not really hitting that much. And maybe one of the reasons is that novelty and that Nintendo spirit is a little bit lacking. So that's my review of Switch 2.
Well, I know. I mean, when you look at the history of Nintendo, when it comes to their consoles, there's always like a change. It's always different, to provide the entertainment, but they always do something different. The Super NES was slightly different than the NES, N64 different than the Super NES, GameCube different than N64. Wii obviously completely different. That was out of the box, completely unique thinking. Wii U a little bit different, and then the Switch, right? But I think logically, I knew they weren't gonna do anything drastic with the Switch 2 other than make it maybe the screen bigger, more power, more performance. And I think they added that little mouse, the controllers could also be a mouse and stuff like that. But I think, to completely redesign a whole new thing, I don't think that was ever going to happen. I think it was just going to be an evolution. Now, that's the thing, right? With evolution, right? You could either make a Switch 2 or it could end up being considered the pro version of the Switch, right? And you're not the first person I heard that they say it doesn't even feel like a Switch 2 per se. It just feels like a mid-gen refresh. That's how people that I know that have the device, I just get told that it feels like it's more of a mid-gen refresh rather than a generational start of that. I'm like, all right.
I mean, do you remember when I came on the podcast and I used to say that the third version of a thing was what you wanted to get? Because the first version is a proof of concept that it works. The second version is what the first version would have been if they knew for sure it was going to work. So this is why you get that feeling. This is why it feels like the Switch Pro, because it's just what the Switch could have been if they had like God telling them like, yeah, this is gonna work. They would have just made the Switch 2 as a Switch 1 already, know. But they didn't have that, so they created something that was a little bit more safe. And then there's the third version that's probably going to give you that feeling again that Entity is looking for, where it feels like, yeah, okay, now this has that innovation or this has that secret sauce, that was missing in the second version. So that's what usually we get, with most devices. So I think that's why it feels like the Switch Pro. Now, in terms of like the third party support, listen, that's for the third version. I think the third version of the Switch is going to be powerful enough to actually give you a good experience on most third-party games, even if they're not necessarily the current and most up-to-date and everything. Also, as the PlayStation 6 and 7 generations, they are going to graphically plateau a little bit. I think we're probably going to see that the PlayStation 6 is a quality of life improvement in many factors. Maybe the SSDs actually start being used and everything like that. But in terms of like graphical leaps, I don't think we're gonna get many graphical leaps. Like I think the techniques behind the graphics are going to change. For example, being able to use ray tracing, global illumination like they did for Spider-Man 2, but have that be across all games. Like ray tracing, no more baked-in processes and everything like that. So things behind the scenes are going to change, and that's going to be fantastic for the developers. And it might actually mean that games come out a little bit quicker because if you no longer have to like bake in, different things at different spots inside the game, but the game itself can actually do, or the game engine can actually handle most of that. It could make development faster on some aspects. So I think we're going to see the PlayStation 6 generation have a lot of the same things at the end of the day, but do it in different ways that might be smarter and better and more technologically advanced. By the end of the day, the picture that you see is going to, by and large, be the same thing that you've always been seeing, So that means that the Switch 3, right, could actually start to look like, a lot of those other consoles because, again, they haven't actually stepped up so much. They've just changed how the processes happen. And so it could be able to keep up since it already has DLSS and those kinds of things. So listen, if you are going, like myself, I'm not convinced by the Switch 1 or the Switch 2. I think that both of them are good proofs of concepts, but they don't really offer something where I'm like, oh yeah, I must have this. And also, I'm not a Nintendo. I didn't grow up with Nintendo, so I don't have that love for the franchises and everything like that. And then by the time that I look at Nintendo as a thing to consider, I think most of the franchises are kid-oriented. I look for things that are darker.
You put so much hate every time you say that.
Darker when he doesn't play Resident Evil.
But I see all the arguments on Twitter every time Extreme says that. Nintendo's for kids. He's like, I play Nintendo. Like, listen, adults watch Pixar movies. But the Pixar movie is for the kids. You're just an adult watching a kids movie. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's okay.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think extreme means anything wrong with it, but I do think people take it very personally because
I don't
they're
know.
insecure.
I don't even know why. Like it's a bit like you like listen. I have read children's books to children and enjoyed the story as I was reading it. Like when the child is like, I want to go to bed, I'm like, no, motherfucker, you staying up. You know what happens? It's a bedtime story to put you to sleep. I'm trying to find out what happened to the cookies.
We're gonna finish this story together. The whole book.
We're gonna finish it tonight. And I like it's 60 pages. I'm like, well then, we have 47 to go.
The funny thing is, like, when you watch those movies as an adult, you kind of catch on to themes that you didn't catch on to as a child. It's like when
I ain't gonna lie.
The Incredibles. Where she was
like Incredibles, yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. So I went back.
Cars, she had a tramp stamp. Y'all seen Cars? Don't play me like that.
You think I saw Cars?
You've never seen Cars? What's wrong with you? You've never seen Cars?
Have I not made it obvious? Have I not made it? I don't like Cars. I made it obvious. I can't say if you think I haven't watched Cars. The only fact Fast and the Furious got good because they went left with the craziness. That's why I started watching it.
You watch Fast and Furious though.
I mean,
because now they're in outer space. They're in outer space now. They're in outer space.
Hold on. Did you watch Driver?
Driver? What's Driver?
Driver, the movie. Oh, Baby Driver, I think. It was
Baby Driver? Oh, yeah, that was good.
No, I didn't watch that.
Good,
I saw Transporter.
We're going to have to check your cinema list because you say you can watch anything. So we're going to have to check whether you're consistent. Did you watch
Watch Cars?
Did I watch what?
The Gran Turismo movie.
No.
You didn't even play the game.
Did you watch F1?
Well, no, but to be fair, it never came across my timeline. Like, because remember, I got my own account. No one is allowed to watch stuff on my thing because I don't want to see like Teletubbies with the kid. Like,
I do the same thing in my house.
I create files. I even have like a guest file. If you're a guest, you click on that one. So like,
use your own profile.
So I'm just skipping. So yeah, I never seen the Gran Turismo. Don't mess with my algorithm. I remember my wife went on the algorithm, and I'm seeing like I'm like, what is all this? Like, I don't watch none of this. You'd be surprised how your algorithm could get messed up real quick. Like Hallmark movies on my Lifetime, on my algorithm. No, there's only so much Christmas movies I can take, and they're all the same thing. Like, why is every Hallmark Christmas movie like? Is it me? Why is every Hallmark Christmas movie is you grew up in a small town, you left a small town for the big city, but you never found love, so you go back to the small town to marry the boy from high school.
Yeah.
Like that's literally the plot of every single Hallmark movie. I'm like, holy cow.
Quarter Rock. Not everyone joined the Marine Corps. It's like
you go back, like, listen, you left your small town for a reason. You're not in love with that person. You're just not in love. Don't lie to yourself. You just got tired of the big city life. You couldn't make it. You failed living in the city, so now you're running back to the small town because you're a quitter. That's how I saw the movies. It's a movies full of quitters. You get your ass back to New York, you get your ass back to LA, you get your ass back to Melbourne, and you make it work. Melbourne. You saw Extreme Melbourne. Melbourne, right? Melbourne.
Who
okay.
the hell said we're intimidating?
I hate you so much. It's palpable.
Oh, because the pronunciation.
It's Melbourne.
No, let's not do this.
It's not even that.
Let's not do that. We did it before. It was a whole thing.
Listen, we agree about plantains. I think we can still hold that treaty.
Oh, I had so many plantains. I had so many.
Good, delicious.
My God. It was, dude. I have photos. It was criminal what I did to that. Jesus Christ,
It's delicious. Plantains are delicious. It's delicious. Sweet, fried.
Wow,
it's great.
Listen,
it's awesome.
Always fried. Always fried. You gotta have it fried.
So you never had it sweet, like was soft and sweet.
I've had it boiled. I've had
Maduro,
it steamed and
it's
and
delicious.
it's good, but fried is the best. And you know when they're fried and they're disgustingly mushy and sweet? Oh my God. I would murder entire populations for that. I'm telling you.
Dang.
Oh man. All right. Okay. So yeah, me Switch 2, I'm getting it because of course the exclusives and stuff, especially when I saw Dust Blood. To me, I'll be honest, to me, that's a slap in the face to Sony because the game looks like the successor to Bloodborne. It just has that feel of it. And I'm looking at Sony like, you did this to yourself. You know, but anyway, I gotta
said
play
the same
Dust
thing.
Blood.
I said the same thing because you know how they saved them from getting bought out. But apparently that game's been in development since like 2019, since like before they acquired all those shares in Katakawa.
I don't know, but but all right. But I like the point. Okay, so hopefully that answers the super chat question. We got Glinzer. Shout out to Glinzer. It says if PS1 had failed and that gen was Nintendo and Sega, MS would not have made the Xbox. PS1's huge success as a company's first console made MS jump in. And so he is actually true. I don't know if anybody saw Xbox on the Xbox channel. They did a documentary. It was like an 8-part documentary. That was a good documentary. And they mentioned when it was actually, I think it was Bill Gates. He saw like a presentation from Sony. And the way Sony described the PlayStation 2, that it will be the leading computer in people's living room. Now, what caught him was the word computer. He's like, wait a minute. Because, computer, he's like, computer? The world's leading computer in the living room. He's like, hold on. So he got nervous. So he's like, wait a minute, we can't let Sony, have the crown of computer home entertainment. We got to figure something out. And then that's where it led to the Xbox, was really what Sony said. Like, if Sony would have said the leading video game console, to me, that one word changed the trajectory and created Xbox. If Sony would have, because Sony always called it, if you notice, they always call themselves Sony Computer Entertainment or SEC, whatever. They always mention computer. If they would have said it would have been the leading game console, I don't think Bill Gates would have been like, oh, whatever, it's a game console. But because they said computer, he was like, whoa, wait a minute, computer? Leading computer around the world in the living room? He's like, that's a thing? He's like, no. And then the whole Xbox. And then from there on, but the thing is, just like anything else, this is what's funny though, now looking back, he saw this as a threat, right? As a huge threat to the business. And he's like, hey, we got to do something. And then they formed the team, like, we're ready to do it. He's like, yeah, cool, go to the garage and figure it out. Like, Like what? Like you're nervous about your business, but you treated these guys like, hey, just go to the garage. You know, they were talking about, they were like, you know, in an empty room, they barely had support. You know, they told them, here's Windows, figure this out. And they're like, what the hell? So they stripped Windows down, you know, the Switch 2 dock. Is that a different one or?
Yeah, it's like a mini dock, so that I could carry it, travel, so I don't have to bring my dock with me when I pack my luggage. And I also ordered Pocky and Rocky Reshine for PS5. It's a double dip. This is like $20, but this is Pocky and Rocky was one of my favorite games.
They have a PS5 upgrade.
I mean, PS4. It's a PS4 game, so I
backwards compatible.
I mean, it's
backward,
two.
yeah.
It's, you know, yeah.
The Pocky and Rocky. I'll be honest, I didn't even heard of that game.
Have a fan in it?
I think it does.
I actually got that. I got that game.
Yeah.
You got the guides? You did the guides?
You get it for free?
No. I didn't do the guide. The trophy list is crazy on there.
Oh,
I like how it
the
doesn't
trophy
focus.
list is crazy.
Yeah, I actually have it on the Switch as well, but you know, it's just this game is just so
But
good.
he said, so the stand has a fan? Is that what you asked? If it has like an internal fan?
Does the standard
The Switch 2 dock. That
Yeah,
dock.
I know it has the cooling capabilities, but I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna find out
again because I might. Well, you do it because you do it with the travel, right?
Yeah. But it's
Switch 2
you know,
dock.
there's good reviews for it. Just you know, if it doesn't
made
work,
by
I'm
Nintendo, or is it another company?
No, this is obviously made in China. You know, tremendous company, tremendous
like
country.
Donald Trump. China.
Yeah, I get it. Tremendous. We're great friends. Call me daddy. No, I call them daddy.
You're like, oh my god.
Why are you so good at that?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I know. I'm pretty good at impersonation because I can.
Yo, that guy.
So this is hilarious because his brand is called. It's spelled SIWI QU. So everybody says, oh, CWQ, but if you pronounce it with the in Chinese phonic, it just says switch. It literally just says switch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's S. All right.
That's
pretty cool.
SIWIQU.
That's actually not bad for a travel companion.
Yeah. It's like
I know what you mean.
I think it's like $30. So
If that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna play the Switch on the screen. I don't really care about dock mode.
Yeah.
I mean,
make sure you bring
portable
the HDMI 2.1 with you for your monitor, right? So
Okay.
yeah. So
All right, that's pretty cool.
that's all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
right.
my sharing. Yeah.
All right. Next super chat, we got Shattered Glass. Thank you for the super chat. Lafalau, you have horrible taste in shows and movies. Shameful. Those new Star Wars shows suck. You
We're
have standards in
Americans.
games. Have them with
We have
everything else.
tremendous movies.
Listen, Shattered Glass. Here's the reality. You can only have listen, if you have standards in everything, you're not gonna enjoy life. You gotta moderate. You gotta moderate. You gotta pick your battles. You can't win every battle. Listen, I choose to have standards in gaming. Everything else is just a level of freedom to be like I said, okay, 2 Sith Lord females got pregnant because they used the Force. I'm okay with that. I have no issues. Why? Why am I gonna stress myself out? I'm like, listen, you seen the new He-Man movie? You see the new He-Man show, the trailer?
Is it bad?
Oh yeah.
No, I'm excited for it.
Yeah,
I'm excited for it.
Cool.
Listen, Man at Arms is being played by Idris Elba, even though Man at Arms is white. Hey, I'm okay. He's a great actor.
Y'all just
Man
taking
at
our
Arms is
job.
black. I'm good with it. Hell,
so
make He-Man Puerto Rican. I'll be cool with that too. I'm all right with that. That bunny is singing in the Super Bowl. 90% of the country is not going to understand him. I'm okay with that. I could understand them. There's a freedom at times of not having standards. There's a freedom to that. There is a beautiful standard in not having standards. You know, it's a freedom. So when it comes to movies, shows, hey, click it.
Yeah, that same logic is how I ended up with Mind's Eye.
See, you can't have that with games. You can't have that with games.
That's what I thought you were gonna say.
Oh,
that's a good joke. That's a great joke. That's a great joke.
I had to make it.
Yeah,
okay,
it did sound like he was going that way. Yeah,
exactly. Right? I'm just like,
it did kind of sound like he was going that way. Yeah.
No. All right, so it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I have
poker head through the door like
movies shameful.
Hey, did you finish Cold Violet yet?
I did. I didn't like it. I'm not streaming that shit no more. 2 straight streams, 2 different bugs.
I'm a
that.
wait a
It's
year.
Resident Evil month.
Listen. I said I was gonna play that, but I'm gonna wait a year until they fix it because I'm like, yeah.
Wait until it's like $5.
Right? Yep. That's a good point.
Man said even when it's fixed, it's not worth it.
Because it is. You know what's crazy though? The reason why it got a lot of hate is only because it's not. It's all right. The reason why it trended is because it's the spiritual vision of Dino Crisis.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
And I saw somebody on Twitter say, "Capcom, are you paying attention?" The only reason this game's getting any attention is because they did something you're not doing.
Exactly.
You need to make Dino Crisis because that's what people want. But instead, we have to settle for the Temu version, and this is what we get. We don't want Temu.
Whoa!
We don't
Why
want
you gotta be shitty on
Temu.
Temu?
I didn't even know it was a real game, bro.
We don't want Temu Dino Crisis. Give us something.
It's a real game. I got
It was
it.
just some AI shit. That is crazy.
So
And the second
game
part is that's like the
trended
best
really
stream
because-
I have on my
Yeah.
channel. That's like the best stream I have on my channel.
People were actually hoping.
Yeah.
See, listen, I'm a realist. I knew this game was gonna bomb. Like, come on, Team Kill Media, they have not made a good game yet. Like, they made like 30 games and they all flop. Like this, they're not interested in trying to get like 80 Metacritics. That's just not the studio. So I knew this game wasn't gonna like whatever. But a lot of people were rooting for it because it's Dino Crisis.
Dino
That's
Crisis
literally
is
what it
great,
is. So Capcom, come on, chop. Like literally, you like come on, like get with the program. People want Dino
Come on,
Crisis.
Capcom.
All right.
Yeah.
Galaxy
Probably.
Fur.
I'm just glad it became a real game. Like there's that other game that looked really good. I'm like, what the hell? It looks like the
day
next
before?
Division 2. It's called the day before.
The day before.
I was like, yeah, that's not a real game. I looked at it one eye. I'm like, that's not a real game. That's like a demo, right? And then it turned out to be a demo, right?
Yeah. Galaxy Fur with a super chat. PC locked in and on the way. RTX 5080 and 64 gigs of RAM. How much did you pay for that?
Ooh, dang.
How much did you pay for that?
When you get that 64 gigs, brother.
64 gigs of RAM.
Where'd you get that 64 gigs,
Pay
brother?
like this Galaxy Fur paid like $8,000.
If you
Like,
go
yo.
like the PC Reddit and whatnot, the PC comment section, every time somebody show RAM, somebody leave a comment and say, he got RAM, get him.
For real, they might find you. 64 gigs of RAM? That's like a brick.
So,
I don't know if
walked in
people understand
Walmart,
what
I
a
see
brick
they had
is.
RAM in the PCs. I'm like, yo,
Like-
if I break
like a
into
gold
this
brick?
PC and steal this RAM,
Yes.
how far will I get out the door before
Like
the
a gold brick.
I mean, before the police come get me? It's bad out here, yo. They got you doing
Out here, they're out here peddling RAM out in the streets. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have the plug for some RAM.
But a surprise. Any of you guys follow Gamers Nexus or watch
Gamer
it?
Nexus, yeah, I know Gamer, yeah.
Yeah, he had a whole hour long about how China can solve this RAM problem because
I watched it last night, yo.
yeah, their technology is getting better and better in regards to making RAMs. And I'm like, well, they could really solve this problem. I bet if you live
If they
in China,
start
you won't have a RAM
producing
problem.
$100, if they start producing $100 RAMs,
Well, they're sanctioned. That's why we don't get them.
so no, we have to.
America would never let
yeah.
that happen. Plus,
Yeah.
like RAM is kind of like a monopoly anyway. It's like 3 companies that own the whole thing:
It's
Micron,
ridiculous.
Samsung.
Yeah,
And what's the other one? I can't
it's crazy how Samsung is a part of that.
SK
I'm like, wow.
SK Hynix. Yep.
Yeah, like wow, that's crazy.
Like, and China been building, so they got like 5% of the global market, which is not a lot, but I mean, starting from where they came from, they trying to put it work.
Well, they could
I
end
look at it
up,
like this.
you know. I mean, maybe not in America because it's sanctioned, but across the world, you know, if they release similar product at a cheaper price, could shift the tide.
China. If they give me that 64 gigabytes of RAM for 200, hey, I'm all for it.
They start talking Chinese. My man's gonna come on the podcast talking with Henry. He'll be talking Mandarin.
I would genuinely appreciate all of you guys if you guys actually would make the effort to learn that language because it's so difficult.
I'm just that's a break. Henry. I'm
So
too. I ain't got a lot
aggressive,
of life in me. That thing will break my brain.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go, just take me. I'll go with you. Don't worry about
It's
it.
just you know, dinner's on me. We got John Baptiste. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I want to know how Phil Spencer was able to convince some people some people that bought the console that this console no longer matters to them. Xbox ecosystem in a nutshell is buy more hardware but not games. Like, I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he convinced. I don't know how Microsoft ain't just getting blatant hate from everybody, like egregious
I love it.
disdain, because you
I'm here
release
for
a
it.
console for $500, $300, you do all these promises, and now you're saying none of this actually matters. What matters is just play where you want.
Yeah.
How people just are not just destroying that dude is beyond me. I don't know how.
Well,
I
he's
don't know how he
in
pulled it
hiding.
off. And he gets awards. Oh my God, this guy's great. I'm like, wow. I'm like, yo, I don't know how he did it.
They deserve
I think the people are willfully willing to be lied to. Rather, they're hoping, okay, well, this guy, he's leading the Microsoft, right? He can't possibly be like, right? Or if they knew, it's like, well, things aren't looking so great now, but at least he's leading us. He's gonna right the
fix
ship,
it.
right? So
even though the ship's been trashed for 12 years, he's gonna fix it the next 12.
Yeah,
he's gonna retire.
The fact that they keep on giving,
he's gonna retire.
He's gonna retire and hand this off to Sarah Bond.
He's gonna retire with a very rich person, right? So yeah.
With good
I don't
benefits
think that he
package.
convinced people though. I think that the majority of people they just treat Xbox like a jump rope. Like if you buy a jump rope on Amazon and it doesn't work for you, you just kind of leave it behind, you know. It's not that,
you're not gonna do no Amazon review on the jump rope.
Exactly. You know,
the jump rope's $3.
Because most of the people this generation bought the Series S anyway. So I think
Yeah.
Good point. A good portion did buy the Series S.
Well,
so they had no.
so,
yeah.
Good
point.
They didn't have any heart in it. And then the only people that are left, the people that are there, are the people that are just going to be, you know, the crazy ones, the dedicated ones, you know, the ones that, you know, really believed in this almost cult-like, you know, environment that was created because basically it's almost like faith, you know, in Xbox. Like it really is like almost religion-based. Like you have to believe, despite all the evidence in front of you, you know, that this thing is going to turn out one day the way that you want. So yeah, only they are left, and because only they are left and they are so vocal, you know, it makes it seem like everybody is on that time. But I think the majority of the users just quietly left it behind. You know, like when we take a look at the fact that they have barely sold 30 million now, that means that's what 50 million or 20 million people from the last generation, you know, that just quietly left, and that's a huge exodus, you know, for a brand to go from one generation selling, you know, just losing 20 million people, you know, and that kind of was the same thing again from the previous generation where they had 80 million, then down to like 50 or 60. So 30 million people left, you know, that's the thing. We don't talk about that, but it's like, that's a huge loss.
It is.
So
It
I
is
think that
drop.
people just quietly left it behind. And I think if they were to come up with, you know, whatever version of hardware, whether it's a hybrid PC, which still makes no fucking sense to me. I've had people try to explain to me what this strategy would be, that you create dedicated hardware somehow, but you don't get the money, and then you put Steam on it, which is a competitor storefront. Like, how are you going to make money? Why would anyone choose you when you are the least sure option? Like, it makes no fucking sense what a hybrid
It doesn't.
PC
I completely agree. I
you know,
agree.
I'm just like, and the thing is, listen, I said before that I'm not like smarter than anybody else, but I am a smart guy. Like I can usually figure these things out. You know, like I've been calling the prices on these things shot for shot, right all the time. You know, like I can usually tell where these things can go, and I have no idea what a hybrid piece is going to be. So you know what? Maybe they'll surprise me.
So
But
I'm gonna
at
make a
the end
video
of
on
the
that.
day,
I
still
think
think that
I have a
consumer
prediction on what it
sentiment.
is.
Yeah, because I
I have
just
a
feel like
prediction, but that
consumers.
will be a video.
Yo, you have a prediction. Okay, well, I hope your prediction is better than what I was able to come up with, which was fuck all. You know,
I don't know. People
You
barely
know?
bought the Series S. I don't think people are gonna shell
I'm
out
telling you,
18
man,
to
and I'm just like,
2
even if
grand.
it is a compelling thing, by this time you have dragged your brand through the mud so hard that I don't even see people. Because that's the thing. Like, if you take a look at the mobile phones, there are so many companies making mobile phones that are truly compelling in and of themselves, and sometimes they're even more affordable than like the big three. You know, the Samsung, the Apple, and whichever flavor of the day it is for the third manufacturer. But people don't buy them because they have not, earned that trust, or they've lost it, which is even worse. And I just feel like Microsoft is in that position where they have lost the trust of the people. People do not care. And the worst thing is, while they are ruining Xbox, or they have thoroughly ruined Xbox as a hardware, they're also reading pretty much every other product that they own. I mean, they renamed Office to something like Microsoft 365 with Copilot. Office. That's Office. They called it that. I'm like, what the fuck? This is like Elon Musk renaming Twitter to X. It's like Microsoft Office is a thing. If you about to say, hey, do you have Office? Everybody knows you're talking about Microsoft
exactly what you're
Office.
talking about.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then they renamed that to some Copilot AI bullshit. And you're like, fuck are you doing? Like, what is that? So Windows 11 is trash. They are taking even the good products and renaming it. The other day, I posted it on Twitter. I get a notification on my phone saying that they have put AI in my fucking keyboard, like the keyboard app that I use on my mobile phone. Why the fuck are you putting AI in my keyboard? Like, what are we doing? Now I don't want to use the keyboard. I'm just like, why? Like, what are we like? Who went like? This we need to talk about this AI bubble thing one day. We need a whole podcast on this AI bubble.
Just the AI bubble.
Crazy.
We did last week.
Okay. We did have a talk.
They are so desperate to make this thing work. Listen, I missed a lot of things. Oh, by the way,
you missed the Expedition 33.
I also heard that part.
The what?
Yeah, I remember that part. I was there.
Remember
there
what
we
part?
go.
What part?
With us in spirit.
The Expedition 33 part.
Oh, you saw it, man. I was praising it. Listen, I'm loving the game.
He was happy as hell.
Of course,
I'm loving it. Oh my god, like it's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
they are slick. Listen, there's this. So you know how you go into the world map and it's just little tiny. It's like a 2D. But I'm like, this is brilliant because the reason why they didn't have to spend resources designing this huge world. Yeah. So when you're in an open world, it gets reduced to this little tiny map, which still looks nice. Yeah. But then you enter a sub area, and that sub area is where it looks good. Yeah. Brilliant. They didn't waste resources just traveling.
JRPGs have been doing that for a long time.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Chrono Trigger's like that.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
I mean, that's like 40 years old or something.
But that's brilliant to bring that back. That was brilliant. They didn't waste resources on just traveling on a map. Which takes a lot. Now, granted, some games can't get away with that. Like, I don't think Final Fantasy or Elder Scrolls or Fallout
or Horizon used to be like that, right?
It used to be. Yeah, but once they went the 3D route and made this whole world map, but definitely like Horizon, this wouldn't work in Horizon. You wouldn't want like a little cartoon alleyway, and then you go into an area and so. But for that game,
I haven't played Lego Horizon, but I think Lego Horizon kind of does something like that.
I ain't playing Lego
Horizon
because
it is on that art style. I think maybe I'm wrong.
That's like playing Lego Batman, which is something I frowned upon, Doughboy.
Dark Knight. Haven't watched the Dark Knight either, was it?
Who?
I watched it on. I haven't played the games.
Oh, he hasn't played the games. He hasn't played the games. Arkham Asylum. Dark Knight. Yeah. That's it.
What's funny is he got mad at me because I said that.
Go ahead, tell him. Tell him.
I told him iRobot was my favorite movie.
Not even that. Not iRobot. I thought you were gonna say no, not that. No, he said one of the games you're looking forward to was playing Lego Batman.
Yeah, Lego Batman.
So he wants to play Lego Batman, but he never played Arkham.
You know what the fucked up part is? The Lego Batman games are gonna have the Arkham thing in there. Doing it backwards. It's not the combat, it's the setting because they have the asylum, they have the city. All of it is based on the Arkham games.
It's silly. You're just playing the Lego version of it. Oh man! Shout out to Doughboy's like, man, this guy's not gonna let me live until I play this game. He gonna let me live. Leave me alone.
I'm gonna do it for you, brother. I'm gonna do it. I'm telling you.
You know what? I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. As you playing this game, you be like, yo, Puerto Rock is happy. I'm be in my room. I'm gonna just be in my room one day, maybe on the computer. I'll be like, then all of a sudden I'm gonna be like, I don't know why, but I feel.
What's your suggestion? Should I start from the beginning, or should I go?
Arkham Asylum.
I heard Knight was the best, but I know Sin City.
No, I don't know if it's the best. But Arkham, just go Arkham Asylum. Start with Arkham Asylum.
You gotta start with Arkham Asylum. It doesn't really make sense.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. You're right. Yeah.
Arkham Asylum.
Arkham
Origins isn't on PC.
Worst, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. No, they all on PC. Yeah,
they got them all. I'll start with Arkham Asylum, and then at that point. you could go Arkham City, Arkham Origins. I think I will go Origins first and then City, because City is amazing. If you play City first and Origins kind of a letdown. It's okay, but I say to build up the
Arkham
hype.
City was the best one.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, so Arkham Asylum, Arkham Origins, Arkham City.
Then
I think it's
Arkham Knight.
peak. Arkham Knight was pretty cool. Arkham Knight was good.
Yeah,
But I
Arkham
would play
Knight is
in that
cool.
order.
It's just that they overused the Batmobile. They just
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
And it was
But you know
game
what?
where it's like-
I'm cool with that because it's the Batmobile. So I will forgive. I will forgive any game because of the Batmobile.
I won't spoil anything, but I do think Arkham Knight's last section is just absolutely brilliant.
I know what you mean. Yes.
It defines who Batman is, like for generations. I
know what you mean.
So you need to get to Asylums, and then Origin City and Night as soon as possible.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, them games are fantastic, man.
Yeah.
You'll love it. You'll be like, shit, I missed out.
That is true. They are fantastic games. 100%.
Galaxy Fur, another super chat. Galaxy Fur says, I have a PS5, a PS5 Pro, a Switch 2, and a PC. Plus mint Oreo ice cream. Look at this one. Plus mint Oreo ice cream. Yummy in the tummy. Good choice, because nobody wants rum and raisin. Very good choice. Much better than rum raisin. Very good choice.
You were such a coward, by the way. You had it in front of you, but you didn't want to.
That thing looked disgusting. I even show you how it was funny. I took a picture. I sent it to Extreme. I sent it to Extreme.
Listen. Rum and raisin is like a black woman. Once you have her, it's time to go back.
But you know what's funny? I took a picture, right, of it, right? And my wife, she was getting ice cream too, but she looked at me, saw a picture, and she's like, "What you taking a picture of?" I'm like, "Look at this ice cream." So I sent it to a friend because a friend told me about this. So I just took a picture to show him that I see it. And she looked at it. She's like, rum and raisin. She's like, rum and raisin. What the fuck is that?
Yo, listen. Next time I'm
She
gonna
looked
need
like
you to take your daughter
confused.
there,
She
so that
looked-
one of you in your family can actually try it and tell you how good it is.
Yo, she looked confused. She's like, rum and raisin. What the fuck is that? In her Brooklyn voice.
Glenzer said, once you go rum and
the best way I
raisin, you
could
never
put
go
it,
back.
Picture a Rosie Perez type of voice saying, "What the fuck is that?" That's my wife. A Rosie Perez type voice. What the fuck is that? Yo, that shit was hilarious. And she said it loud. She looked at rum raisins and like, I never heard of that. I'm like, listen, this is the first time. And it was at Baskin Robbins too. I guess they have 32 flavors. And I'm like, I never seen Baskin Robbins have rum raisins. I'm like, hey, look at this. Yeah, but I didn't get it.
They must have listened to the podcast.
You know which flavor? You know which flavor I got?
Extreme is right.
Chocolate. That's what I got. You know what I'm saying? That's disgusting. Chocolate. It's so delicious. And she got bubble chocolate.
And lemonade.
Double chocolate. I'm gonna try that. Cause you know what's better than chocolate? Double chocolate.
Oh my god.
She said she likes to put it in her lemonade. I was like, oh?
Yeah, you ever heard of that? Like, no, you heard of that? Ice cream and lemonade?
Me personally, I haven't done that.
No, but that's the thing in Australia.
Humanity.
That's the thing in Australia.
Listen, maybe there's so many diverse types of Australia, that some of them are lost, clearly. It's okay.
I hope she's watching.
Oh, how can we come back?
No,
Like,
she has her boss was calling her. So.
She's like, hey, so have a lot of.
You guys are friends, is it?
Yeah, we've been going hard. We still got 2 topics.
I brought her in here, so
I'm gonna have to shotgun this. All right, so we got.
You know what? Thank you, Henry, for actually bringing a female to the podcast. Okay,
Yeah,
everybody, your homework assignment. Each of you have to
need
bring
one
a
female.
woman,
Everybody's
except for me.
except for you. All right, one more super chat.
got the females, yo. That's what's up.
For Galaxy Fur, I paid.
Shout out Galaxy Fur, man.
I paid. He said $28.09.99 in parentheses $29.64 with 5.5% sales tax, almost $3,000. I also paid extra for a 3-year extended warranty, so over 3 G's for the PC. But according to M, that's what you need to do. If you're gonna get a PC,
That is what you need to do.
that's what you need to do, so you can get the actual proper experience.
Yeah.
No, and the thing is, he did it right. He got a 64 gigs of RAM and everything like that. Like, I've got 64 gigs of RAM, and I'm like, damn, I wish I had 128. So it's like, Yeah,
Get as much RAM as possible.
I got 32.
But right now,
wish I
it
had
costs more than the
64.
private jet. You get 128 gigs of RAM. So
Right.
we'll just keep dreaming.
Oh my God, it's just like I know what you mean. It's ridiculous. All right, so let's see. So we got some more topics. So let's go real quick. PS5 Pro, 13% of sales, similar to the PS4 Pro. So I that's pretty impressive given the price, because it's the Pro.
Here's the thing that I always said.
It was impressive.
This idea that price for console is a huge barrier for consumers, I don't believe in it. Again, people buy $1,000 iPhones every like year or 2 or 3 years. Okay, and you don't need to replace those. When you can invest in a console that would last you 5, 6, 7 years, and I mean the actual hardware, like PS3s are still around, PS2s are still around, PS1s are still
Look
around.
in the background,
It still
Will.
lasts 20 plus years. You know, exactly. You know, so it's like those things function for like 20 years.
Got that nasty ass cowboy helmet next to it.
Like you were talking about, you were talking to what was it, Valkyrie, right?
Yeah.
If she wanted to save up for a PlayStation 5 Pro, she could literally save $100 every month. After a year, she will have enough, despite our high prices, to buy a PlayStation 5 Pro. And then, like you said, she can keep that to a PlayStation 6 Pro. Not many pieces of hardware give you that return on investment, like especially nowadays. So again, to me, that's why I said that the Xbox Series S strategy was always dumb, because you think that this is a place where people are looking to save a few bucks, but it's not. And I'm not going to say that gaming is a luxury hobby, but it is a premium one, right? People are not looking to save money on it. They're looking for premium experiences. So to me, this is not surprising that despite the higher sales like cost to acquire, it has about the same percentage, because at the end of the day, it's not about the cost of it, it's about how much of the consumer base is actually interested. And there's only about like 10 or 15% of the consumer base that sees themselves as enthusiasts that are going to be interested in like a Pro version. Just like for the iPhone, there must be only a subset percentage-wise of people that are even interested in like the highest Pro Max version, right? So it's like, it doesn't matter what the price is. That's why they keep increasing price. And people will still buy them, because the person that's interested in it, he doesn't care what the price tag is at the end of the day. Yes, he's going to say like, oh my God, that hurt more because it costs $200 more than last time. But he's going to do what he needs to do. Sell the phone, trade it in, get trading bonuses, whatever it takes in order to get that piece of hardware that they're looking for. So I hate I hate how much the media lies about, you know, like the impact of pricing and everything. Now, this is not the same for the base console, because for the base console, you have to appeal to the mass market. Like when people say that the PlayStation 6 is going to cost $800, like I've heard D-Batch say that, and I'm like, are you insane? Like, are you insane?
D-Batch said a lot.
Insane to believe that.
He also believes that Sony's not going to subsidize it, which is, I think,
exactly,
is wrong.
which is fucking insane, because it's like, it's such a, it doesn't do that. That is not what it does. What it needs to do is have mass market appeal. That is what it is. And there's a ceiling for that. Consumers have shown that they are very reluctant to go past anything just $600. That's basically it. You can start them at $600 and maybe you can go up from there. You know, you can add the disc, you can add accessories, you can add controllers, you can add a Pro version later on. But go for the initial price, you go past $600, don't even release the console, because you're just going to lose money. You know, you just don't even bother. You know, and this is why I say to people, like, if Sony had to choose between releasing the PlayStation 6 at $800 or not, or delaying it or not releasing it at all, they're not going to release it, because why send it out to die? So, anyways, point is, price, this PlayStation 5 Pro news doesn't surprise me. The percentages are about the same, because I just think that generally, out of the user base, only about 10 to 15% will be interested in a Pro model anyway, regardless of price. You could have made the PlayStation 5 Pro at $400, and I think you still would have only sold about 15% maximum, because the other ones are just like, I'm going to keep what I have. Why would I go and buy the Pro version, you know?
I got a couple of things to say on that. As far as with the percentage, I actually think that's going to go much higher. And this goes back to...
I have a feeling, too. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be pivotal. I think it's going to be impactful.
That, and also the fact that with the PlayStation 5 Pro, to get a actual premium experience at $750, it's much more digestible than having to pay for a PC. So you know, going back to this whole, hey, I can build a PC cheap, a better PC that's cheaper than the PS5 Pro, which we all knew was bullshit because it wasn't an apples comparison. Because I'm talking about a new product versus buying, buying
use old stuff.
Right. So
And even then, they had trouble doing it.
Yeah, they did all kind of tricks and trickery to get it close.
Exactly. Right. Now, what M was saying, I disagree. The only part that I disagree with M is that the comparison between a indie game console, for this matter, but we're talking about PlayStation 5 Pro and an iPhone. And the reason why I disagree is because of the fact that even though gaming is more mainstream and is more acceptable than it was 30 years ago, it still has that stigma as as being something for children, unfortunately, as much as I hate to say that. And then also secondly, it's also not looked at as and also secondly, it also doesn't have that the thought process behind it of being something that you absolutely need. So and I say that because when you buy an iPhone, I can't tell you how many times that me being a late teenager or earlier adult, but more so a teenager. Damn, I'm waiting for this job to give me a call, but it's either I'm at home and I got to sit around at the home line waiting for this phone to ring versus I'm gonna be out on the go. With I got this cell phone on me. So I think the fact that regardless of how much an iPhone or a Samsung or any Google phone actually costs, it's not looked at as a luxury. I think it's looked at as a necessity because of for that reason alone that you can take your phone on the go on top of it being able to do so many other things. Whereas a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox or a Nintendo, they are primarily for gaming. So that's the only thing that I'll disagree on. But everything else that M said was, I can, not to say that he's absolutely right, but I certainly understand where he's coming from. But as far as the PlayStation 5 Pro being only 13% of sales, okay, I see, I get it. But with the price of with the price of RAM going up and the price of PC parts going up, and because of AI data centers, the PlayStation 5 Pro being still priced at $750 and getting the premium experience, I could see this number doubling.
I mean, I'm going to say that first, I think that by the end of the generation, I do agree with you that there'll be a huge bump in PlayStation 5 Pro owners when GTA 5 comes out. Part of it will be because people will be like, sorry, GTA 6. Part of it because we are just super excited about the game, so that I want to play the best version of it. But part of it will be because the PlayStation 5 itself is going to be, like, I think, short on stock. And people are going to be like, well, I can either have a PlayStation 5 or I can get the Pro. So they're going to be like, fuck it, I just get the Pro because I'm not going to wait to play GTA 6, right? So they're just going to be that. I don't think that Sony is going to meet the demand. And, and in fact, why would they, right? You can artificially even, like, have a little bit of scarcity in order to make your product harder for a bit. But I think at the end of the generation, when we look back, regardless of how many PlayStation 5s are sold in total, I still think it's going to be about 15% of the total lifetime sale of the console. Because I just don't think that there's many more people than that interested in an enthusiast level product. Now, when you said before about the iPhone, would be true if the iPhone itself wasn't a luxury version of the necessity you were talking about. Because if you just wanted a smartphone to use as a smartphone, you can buy $200-$300 phones now that do everything that you need to do. So when you go for the iPhone, you are going for even the base iPhone, right? You're going for the luxury version of that product. You're basically buying a BMW when you could have bought a Toyota, right? Like, yes, a car is necessary, especially in a place like the US, but you could buy yourself a Toyota Corolla, or you could splurge out and you could buy yourself a BMW or a Mercedes, and even the base iPhone is the equivalent of like a Mercedes A-Class, Sure, it is not the most expensive Mercedes, but it is still a luxury version of the thing that you were trying to feel the need for. So that's why I say that when you see this thing coming at $1,000 and people still choose to buy that, it shows you that people do value that higher quality, that higher luxury, that whether it's a status symbol, whatever it is that they value it enough to make this purchase, relatively often compared to a console, because most people will renew their phone, more often than 7 or 8 years, right? Even for myself, who I think usually the maximum I've kept a phone is at 5 or 6 years. Right. That is still less than a console. you know.
Right.
And my phone goes bad, you know. Like the reason I'm renewing it is because it's been borderline unusable, you know. Whereas the console stays usable, you know. Like my PlayStation 3, I could put it out the box that it's in. It's been in that box for like nearly 10 years now, and it will function, you know, with almost the exact same performance that it did on day one, you know. So that was just the thing that I wanted to say there.
Okay.
How about 20 years? And I say 20 years because of I tried to play my Dreamcast last month. I was trying to play Tokyo. Yeah, trying to play Tokyo Extreme Racer 2. That's one of my favorite games on Dreamcast, and it doesn't load correctly any longer. As far as I'm not
Dreamcast
sure.
wasn't made by Sony. Was made by Sony.
Hold on. We're not gonna have no Sega slander.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen, I would say this.
I mean, I'm surprised you have a TV that could play the
fucking
Dreamcast.
Yes, I know. How did you connect it? Do you have the RGB back control still?
I had to buy an adapter.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, they got adapters.
You don't see the RGB that back things no more.
Not at all. Nah. So I think the thing with consoles, I think the lifespan for consoles, for older consoles, I don't think it's 10 years because what I understand is it's either A, the battery on the motherboard is going to die, or B, the CD player or laser, whatever the hell is going on there.
They go out.
That shit is going to go out. Yeah. So for me, it's 20
You can
years.
repair it. You can repair it.
Man, that shit costs more. Man,
It costs more than actual.
It does.
For consoles that were not made by Sony.
Huh?
There you go. For consoles that were not made by Sony, because I know plenty of people.
Once again.
Hey, it's funny you say that, but it's also a feeling thing too because I still got my PlayStation 3 hooked up right in front of me, right? And I could definitely play it, but like going from
how's like the experience? That shit must be slow
thing, right?
as
Going from
fuck.
playing the PS5 and now going back to play the PS3, it's like horrible. Like I tried to go back and play God, what's the name of that game? Heavenly Sword. I tried to go back and play Heavenly Sword, right?
Heavenly Sword.
You couldn't do it, could you?
Oh my god, that shit was bro. It was unbearable, dog. Like it's terrible, man. Like going back and play, like, and you got appreciation
frames.
for the old console. 30, like 20.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The games were appetized like 30. Shit.
Listen,
Try 22.
I'm telling you, man. Like when you go back
that
and
game
try
did
to
have a lot of frame rate issues.
Yeah. Like when you go back and try to play those old games, man, it's rough, especially coming from where we come from now. Like instant load screens, like you could try to go play Ghost of Yote, you can fast travel to any place that you
Fast
want. Go back and play
travel
those
in the
old
fast
games.
travel.
Oh my god, like yeah, I think you just get used, you get comfortable to the new normal.
Oh man, yeah.
Going back to the old shit is just it's almost unbearable.
Absolutely.
I will say this too, like. Forget the PS3. To me, I find the PS4 disgusting. I cannot play on the PS4.
I know what you mean. It is a huge quality jump.
I have no loyalty to consoles. Like I think I was on Blaze's podcast and they asked me what's my favorite console of all time, and I'm like the PlayStation 5. And as soon as the PlayStation 6 comes out, that'll be my favorite. I have no loyalty. Are you kidding? Going back 7-8 years, sometimes 10-20 years in technology, that's a dinosaur time. Like, listen, you know, that's like living in a cave. You leave your house and you just go live in a cave on bare rock. Yeah, you're gonna feel the lack of luxury.
Like going back and watching a Betamax versus watching a movie in
man,
HD.
that's it, man.
Yeah, to that point, dude, I didn't want to go back and play Days Gone. I was like, I'll wait for the remaster. And the remaster was great.
It's hard, man.
I know what you mean. That's why I won't play Metal Gear Solid 1 on the PS1. I will not play that version. No, that I have my memories, and my memory, it was immaculate, and it's gonna stay that way.
Try saving a game on the old Resident Evils on the PS4 and see how long it takes to save the game. It's a long time.
Oh my god, it's a long time. That's the same.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Oh my god, it's just
Save it.
Shout out to Mount Cash One. Thank you for the super chat. If PS want to sell PS6 at higher price, they need to make sure they have a decent amount of great exclusives on launch, both first and third party.
I agree.
I've been saying Bloodborne 2 going to be a PS6 launch title.
Launch title, right? I think a high price. I'm more in line with the general audience. So the PlayStation 6 is supposed to be
Insomniac, and I could see a Bloodborne remake or sequel.
Shit, it's gonna launch with Intergalactic Heretic Prospect as a launch title.
It's gonna be
remastered.
Definitely.
Too soon.
Definitely gonna be
remastered.
Too soon. Not even remastered. The actual game itself. That's how long it's gonna take to come out.
Nah,
That'll
that's
be a PS6 launch title.
Nah, that's
it's gonna be a PS6. Oh my god, Extreme! Don't even do that. Don't even do that. They're gonna be like, he said it's gonna be a PlayStation 6 exclusive. They won't put it on.
Nah,
They
Sony
changed
ain't
their
gonna
mind.
let.
Yo, that
Sony
shit
ain't
would
gonna
be
let Naughty Dog.
crazy.
Not
That
over
shit would be
man.
funny. I would, you know what? I'll be like, yo, I'll revel in the mayhem. Oh my god, that shit will be mayhem. That will be absolute mayhem. That would be hilarious. Mount Castro, no super chat. Thank you. And any cross-gen games, PS6, PS5 needs to have entire modes and actual gameplay features that are exclusive to the PS6. Only possible on the PS6.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not how game dev works.
I can see like the DLC. I can see the
version.
I can see
Yeah, I
the
can see
DLC,
like
Burning Shores,
Burning Shores,
Horizon.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be hard, and if we just embrace the cross-gen because they're gonna do it.
Yeah. That's why you're suggesting to get the PS5 Pro is so good because that console definitely gonna last. Look how long the PS4 done live.
It is. That's what I'm saying.
PS5 gonna have a long life.
You could keep that PS5 Pro, and your next console could be the PS6 Pro, arguably. And that's the timeline you could keep.
One of the things that I really liked that Sega did was actually in concept was the 32X, because I would love it if the PS5 or the PS6 Pro to the PS6 is kind of like an add-on attachment, but I don't know how that's going to work. It's extremely
so we could see the history again because I wondered about that, right? Because I had a 32X. So once again, this is the problem. This is the problem. So the 32X was the attachment, and it made native 32X games. So you can have like that 32-bit bump without actually having to buy a 32-bit console. Here's the problem: Genesis had like 50 million sales, 32X had like 1 million. So what developer, like imagine trying to convince your publisher, oh, I want to make a 32X game, and your publisher's like, there's only 1 million out there. Why am I going to invest in you making a game for 1 million people when you can make a game for 50 million? Right. And that's the inherent problem with add-ons. It's always an inherent problem.
I mean, we could go into detail about how Sega botched it because they released 32X like 2 months before the Saturn, right? So whatever.
Yeah, it's just,
everybody was waiting for the
Saturn. That's another thing, right? So it's an inherent body. Like I think the easiest thing is upgrades. You have your PS5 game, and the PS6 version has the upgrades, but it's still the same game, just software upgrades to it. That's really the only solution.
And from a pure hardware perspective, one of the major reasons why I upgrade from the PlayStation 5 to PlayStation 5 Pro or the PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 4 Pro is I know that hardware shelf life decreases as you use it more and more and more, right? This kind of gives me a fresh hardware to trade in or whatever, give it away to a family member. So if you were attaching an add-on, actually, I would second guess myself even purchasing that add-on because I know that it's still going to be my PlayStation 6, right? I want a fresh hardware rather than, a used one. So,
and I will say one thing: the one key thing between the PS5 Pro and the PS4 Pro is the PSSR. In my opinion, the PS5 Pro is going to be closer aligned with the future of the PS6 because the PS6 is going to have PSSR. The PS5 is the one device that's out of that cycle. So any improvements to PSSR, you could arguably say that the PS5 Pro could enjoy some benefits, right? At a certain point, the PS6 is going to have PSR that the PS5 Pro can't do, right? Maybe it's 3.0, 3.5, 4.0, but I think the PS5 Pro is still going to be in line with PSSR updates that the PS6 gets, which is why I say with the PS5 Pro, it'll be more in line with the PS6. It'll be closer. The PS5 is going to be the one that's going to be left behind quickly because it doesn't have the PSSR. I mean, you'll still get the games, whatever. But I think with the PS5 Pro, you'll be all right. That PSSR is a game changer.
Is if PSSR 3.2 or 3.4 or whatever will be more closer to FSR like 5 or whatever when that version comes out, because this one's supposed to be closer to FSR 4, right?
Yeah, but the PS5 can't get FSR4.
But I'm saying the Pro. Like,
the Pro can.
To add to your point, the only thing that would separate it from the Pro to the PS6 is if they get a upgraded version of FSR4 or 5 or whatever the hell the iterations are right now.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen that video of Mark Sony and that, I forgot his name, AMD guy? They were talking about the free key areas they're going to be concentrating.
Yeah, I saw
the
it.
next
Yeah, I watched
chip,
it, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So one is compression, the other one is ray tracing or path tracing. And I forgot the other one, dedicated blocks for machine learning. So, like, if you're thinking of trying to imagine, the next generation PlayStation 6 games, think of it in those lines, right? Hopefully, the AI or the NPCs are going to be much more smarter. The visuals are going to be highly tuned for better lighting, path tracing, and I guess reflections, and etc. And that also includes sound, right? Explosions, physical interactions with the cloth, simulations in terms of things collapsing on top of each other. Those are dedicated for those machine learning blocks. And the third thing, they said that, heavily compressing. And one of the benefits out of compressing actually is that hopefully it will use less RAM, which means that they don't have to actually go to. I'm not sure what they're thinking. My hope is they go with 32 gigabytes, but given the current price, I don't think they will probably do that. Maybe something around 24 or 28. But definitely them going with this new design with the APU, it's going to be, substantially different from a design perspective of what we have currently in PlayStation 5, actually. On the surface, maybe it won't feel like that, because to be honest, the games are going to look the same at the beginning, but hopefully by the end of it, it's going to look drastically different. Because if you've experienced, perfect path tracing, it does make quite a bit of a difference. So.
Okay.
I mean, my hope for next gen is that everything that it brings us back to a time where games could be developed in 3 or 4 years for big AAA projects. I hope that they make it easiest for the developers to just bring us more games rather than stack on a more feature set for them to worry about. When I hear about things like the machine learning and the compression, to me those are things that are aimed way more at developers than are aimed at us. At the end of the day, I don't care how the SSD works. All I wanted to do is work, right? And this goes for every SSD. Whether it's a portable SSD that I use on my PC or the one inside the PS5. I don't care about the machine learning as long as it creates a good result, right? I don't care how the sauce is made, so long as what I like the taste of what I get at the end of it. And I think that what I hope they focus on is simply making the developers' lives easier. I think that path tracing is a huge part of it. Like I said, if you don't have to have baked-in lighting, if you don't have to have baked-in reflections and do those kind of tricks anymore, because the hardware can natively, uplift some of those tasks from you, then maybe your artist can focus on just creating the geometry and don't have to worry about how it reflects on this one puddle in one corner of the world, where they just forget to put, a texture or whatever. That would be fantastic. But I think that I hope next gen, sorry, I should say, is going to be very much developer focused so that these games can just come out faster, Because can you imagine if they could take a project that would normally take 5 or 6 years and they bring it back down to 2 or 3? I think we will all be more thankful for it, even if at the end of the day, the projects themselves look very similar to what we're getting now, because what we're getting now is phenomenal. Like, it's just like, dude, Death Stranding 2 exists. Horizon Forbidden West exists. Like, I don't want to be the guy that says, oh, we will not get better than this. I know that we will. But I'm saying that if we had to make a trade, I think the PlayStation 6 generation is a generation to kind of get back to more reasonable developer.
So you would take more of this versus better than this.
Yeah, because we have examples of amazing looking games, and a lot of games aren't up to that level. So you don't need to redefine a whole new level of gaming. You could just go with what we have now as the best looking examples and just achieve that and focus more on,
quicker development,
the compression techniques. How can you get games back down to the 2 to 4 window and avoid the 4 to 6 window? And then that would be like my priority. I think that should be an industry concession. Like, listen, we already have examples of best looking games. Those best looking games could be the norm next gen, and people will be happy with that. But what really I think gamers will really benefit us, and we will appreciate, is quicker development. So games that hit a 2-4 year cycle versus 4 to 6 years. Quality games day one, like actually have the games work day one. Right, you're not relying on post patching, and then 8 months later, oh look, the game runs great, and like, oh my god, like develop great quality from the start. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna have improvements, it's micro improvements, quality life improvements, little things. But like to stabilize frame rate, no, your game should be stabilized at 60 frames from the jump. And games should be 60 frames from the jump. Like that should be the standard, and it should be solid, and stuff like that. I think the quality, the quality of the game, the quality control of the game, and games hitting that 2-4 year dev cycle, I think gamers will absolutely appreciate that. I don't think right now gamers are actually hungry for even more graphical fidelity improvements. I think if you look at the biggest complaints, it's the quality control and the long development time. Those are the two biggest things. And I think I agree with M. If industry could handle that, I think tons of gamers will be happy that the cycle has shortened and the quality control is just better, that games should just work properly as they should, And for those who still release the game on disc, all of it. Not a partial, not a 10 gigs, and then you have to download whatever. My mic messed up?
No, I'm saying not Microsoft when they.
I thought you said your mic messed up. Yeah. That's absolutely insane. Then you should have never released. You should never release the physical. That's pointless. You're just wasting people's time. You made me wait in Amazon for no reason.
Like with the whole key card thing.
So the key card, So the key card is the key card is physical, but I guess the games for the bigger games, because I guess their cards are maxed out at 64 gigs. I think that's
many of the games on key card don't even fit. They would fit within the card. They just don't want.
The speeds suck.
For some reason.
Oh.
I think that's what Ubisoft said. Like they could put their games on there, but their speeds on the card can't render the textures in the background of the open world games.
So you need so the limitation of the card to transfer the data.
Yeah, so it's
because they're playing the game off the card.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what they should do then? They should put the data on the actual card.
Yeah, just download it off the card.
You have to install it. You have to install it on your actual memory.
But keep the data on the card, all of it, and then just install it on the device. People are more concerned about, it's not even so much about the location where you play it, it's the ownership. So I think people will be fine that you have the data on the card, but it tells you this game must be installed for maximum experience.
Exactly.
Okay, so then I'll install it.
I think that's what they should do. Because it's absolute bullshit, and I mean there's so many topics that I missed out on, but this thing where we no longer get to earn anything, I think this is very dangerous, for all of us. Basically, you've got to have a way to earn the things that you buy, because for example, for most of you people that are digital only gamers and everything, if Sony for some reason finds a problem with your account, they can
shut it down.
Thousands of dollars.
That's why I don't talk on PlayStation Network. I stopped. I don't message nobody. I ain't messaging. I ain't talking shit. Nope. I'm sorry for the people who. I accept friend invites, but I'm not talking. We're going to Discord or something, because any bad language, any false report, they will shut your account down.
Exactly. And if they do that, like for example, like you said, right? Maybe you curse at somebody, right? Maybe it could be your one time, whatever it is, or it could even be you are hacked and then they just shut down your account. But they legally do not have to give you any compensation for the actual things that you bought, even if those things have nothing to do with that. Let's say that I curse in a multiplayer game, right? And then my account gets banned. Well, what about all the single player games I could never curse in because they're single player? And you don't get any of that.
I never agree with shutting down your account. At best, you're no longer allowed to access the online network. You're no longer allowed to play multiplayer games.
I think they should, if they shut down your account, they should give you another account with all your purchases, but that, like you said, is limited from actually using the internet features. Like, hey, here's your stuff. You can still play it, but no, they don't do that. So yeah, to me, all of these things are. It's very dangerous when these companies refuse to give you a physical data, and this is why I will say like physical games are important. It's important for the people that care. Like, hey, because right now in my physical collection, if my account gets shut down, I can create a new one or whatever, and then I still have all the purchases that I made. Like, it's insane that you lose on the digital front.
Absolutely. All right. We got, here we go. Let's see. View activity. We got, oh man, shout out to Sean King says, I'm tapped out. Long day for me today. Greatest podcast ever. Shout out to Sean King. He says, I gotta go, all right. Man, sorry, 12:20. See, Greg wants his 8 hours. And he came back just for his 8 hours. All right, so we gotta, let's go to the next topic. Xbox State of Play. They had their State of Play, aka Developer Direct. Has anyone seen it? Is there any interest in what they showed?
I watched
All right, we'll go with your Shotgun. We'll make this quick. What did you like about the State of Play? Xbox State of Play.
I mean, it was all right.
It was all right. Was it really interesting for you?
I didn't really grow up with Fable, so I don't really have too much to say on that. Forza looks cool, but it's not coming till the end of the year. I don't know what that fucking pottery game was. I was like, fuck. I don't know, dude. It was whatever to me. It wasn't the best ever. Kid smooth, bro.
Okay, all right. Extreme. Xbox State of Play.
Much more positive. I think it was at least an 8 out of 10. As a presentation for games. The killing game was interesting, right? Like, it's an interesting concept. I think it would be a fun party game. Like, if you had like 4 of your friends and you guys were just playing locally, or had LAN set up or whatever. You remember LAN parties? Those were so cool. But anyway,
that game had my wife written all over it.
And you were just having fun with your buddies, especially in a physical location together. I think it would be like really amazing. I don't know if it's going to find a huge audience out there. I think at best it can hope to be something like Fall Guys. Remember Fall Guys came out big hit, big success. But then it dropped off very quickly afterwards, like 2 or 3 months later. I think that's like the best case scenario for that kind of a game. But hey, listen, I'm glad that they made it. I know a lot of people were like, they want Psychonauts 3. I think Psychonauts 3 is one of the ugliest games you could ever make in the planet of Earth. So I'm glad that they didn't go for Psychonauts 3. But it is what it is, right? So interesting game. Now, the other one, Beast of Reincarnation, I wasn't particularly impressed by that game. I know that it has like a fun, fluid combat system and everything, but to me, it kind of reminded me of just like the standard, generic, almost like Chinese, I want to say, kind of game. Where it kind of has like an attractive protagonist, not much in the world of a story, and I'm a story-focused gamer first, so there wasn't really anything there that really grabbed my attention. But I think it will find its audience, and it is what it is. It's a good game. It's going to do good things, but I don't think it's going to set the world on fire, and that's perfectly fine.
The fact that the makers of Pokemon made it, I think it will find an audience.
It will, but they mostly outsourced it, so I'm like, it is what it is. I'm not sure if we're going to feel the DNA in it, but hey, you know what? Like I said, I think it will be a good 6 or 7 out of 10 game, and it's going to do fine. Then we have the other one.
Forza?
What was it? Forza Horizon 6, set in Japan. I think that's something that people have been wanting for a long time. So it's good that they're giving the audience what they want. Obviously, it's coming to PlayStation, so it's going to find a huge audience for that kind of a thing. Because again, Gran Turismo is a fantastic game, but Gran Turismo is a very specific experience, and it does require you to focus up a little bit. Whereas this is just about having fun, and Need for Speed is dead, so we need this. So we need a game like this, because
unfortunately true.
Can't handle Need for Speed. So it's great that we have Forza to come and, give everybody some of that hit. And then finally, the big one, Fable. I've never played a Fable game, but I am interested in it. I will say that graphically, it looks good. I know that some people talk about performance and issues and everything like that, but eventually we'll see what it comes down to. They still have time to fix up and everything. I did really like the aspect of like a game within the game, being able to mess with the people, mess with, kind of like evict people, be the kind of hero that you want to be. I think it's kind of like old school in a way, which kind of makes sense because it's drawing from that lineage. But it's kind of like a game that's just like, hey, what if you could do this? It's kind of like a what if scenario. And I think that's going to be fantastic. Now, the combat was actually the weakest part to me. It reminded me the most of like The Witcher 3 because it's like kind of janky, kind of
Yeah,
stuttery,
combat looked janky.
Yeah, I wasn't really in love with the combat. Like when I think about games like God of War, I'm like, yeah, they can be great, third person melee games and everything like that. But this one was just not looking. Every time the character swung a sword, I was like, oof, that doesn't look appealing. But I think that the strength of it will be in the other things, the sim like elements that you can do. They spoke about a lot of interesting things, like the fact that there's over 1,000 NPCs. They have, handcrafted routines, yet they have like you can talk to every single one of them, which probably means that they're using some kind of AI someday in their creation. Not in love with that part of it, but we'll figure out what they did later. But I think that generally, it was a great presentation for Fable. As a person who has never played it, it definitely piqued my interest. So I think that overall it was a really good presentation because you heard from the developers, but it didn't fluff on too much, and it was nicely paced, I think, for what it is. And yeah, I think it was a great presentation overall. So I was really positive at the end of it. So yeah.
Luckily, they do have time to iron out all those kinks.
Exactly. And that's the thing. And
Autumn's a ways away.
I think it's also like a really great first showcase of the year. I think Microsoft has done really well with the Developers Direct as far as being the first showcase and kind of give you a flavor of what the year will be. I will say that so far the other games that they brought out in the previous years have not really hit like as hard as they could have.
That's
But
wild.
Imagine a world where all of these games were exclusive to the Xbox platform. And I mean Xbox only, like no PC, no PlayStation, no Switch, none of that. This will be a year where you can start feeling, them building that momentum in a really big way. Because between Forza and Fable, those two alone seem like they have huge mass market appeal. Even if they don't end up being like amazing games, they have that kind of sales pitch, where people will be excited to buy them. And maybe later they find out it wasn't as good as they thought, but they just buy into it at first. So it's a real shame. It's a real shame that we've lost that competitive edge.
All right. Hey, let me do this real quick super chat because I missed it. Mount Cap says they can easily have exclusive modes and features for the PS6 version. There was plenty of games from PS3, 660, PS4, Xbox One that had exclusive modes.
He is right about
modes.
that.
Modes, yes. You can add modes to it. I thought he was talking like the technical side or something. Like
read the next one that he put.
Whatever. That's it. I read it.
Yeah, like he put like first person mode in Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I can see that. Yeah, that's possible. I can see that.
Nah, yeah, he's right.
That is right. That is true. All right. Back to Direct. Henry, did you see the Direct?
I did.
Anything out of it?
Forza Horizon 6 looks interesting. Like I would like to try it. It's like Mario Kart with real cars, right? So it's not serious. Fable wise, I'm not so sure about Fable. Again, everybody has to say. I still have my copy of Fable 2, even though I sold everything of my Xbox away because the cover of Fable 2 was drawn by James Jean. He's a big time pop artist from Taiwan, I think. But I'm it's unfortunate it came so late. If these were all within the launch window of Xbox 3 series, and this would be a completely different story that would be
I agree.
a narrative or
I
history,
think it would have been
right?
competitive.
Yeah. So this is how I envision the competition should have been, right? But could have been. But that's about what I had for it.
All right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think Forza is the only game that I wanted to play out of the batch, which is weird because it's not going to keep my attention for more than an hour, I don't think.
Okay.
Well, they go on sale a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I'll buy one. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Any thoughts? Did you see the developer direct? Doughboy?
Oh, I didn't hear you say my name. Oh, now you good. No, I checked it out. Yeah, I did watch it. I'll say Forza. I mean, I'm almost like you. Like I'm not really big into racing games. Like I used to like them when I was younger, but now I'm not really big into them. I mean, but
You matured.
they do look pretty.
You
Yeah,
matured.
yeah, yeah. I think
you know.
it do look because I used to like Need for Speed. I used to like yeah, I used to like Need for Speed, like Dub Edition and all that, like back in the day.
I remember that one. I remember
Customize
that.
the cars.
Midnight.
Like,
no, that was Midnight Club.
Oh yeah, I
Dub
was sorry,
Edition.
Midnight Club. Yeah,
Midnight Club Dub Edition.
Yeah. When they brought
I remember that.
I loved it. Yeah,
that was
the music
Rockstar
and
too,
everything.
man.
Yeah, I mean Rockstar was goated, bro. Well, still, but yeah, but I mean, and I saw the other games. I don't understand the pot game. I mean, it might be for somebody. I mean, hopefully, I guess it maybe find its foot, and I'm not sure. The other game made by Game Freak. I was like, yo, they kind of took some of your take with that with the little wolf. You got like a little wolf companion. I'm like, come on, man, that's Atsu right there. You know what I mean? And
I play the real thing.
yeah, like you get to play the whole time with it. But yeah, the other Fable, like I said, I didn't grow up with Fable. It was funny because in the chat, like all you seen was like L throughout the whole thing. But then whenever they showed the character customization, all you heard was yeah WW. I'm like, oh yeah, so y'all can create the white man y'all been wanting to sleep with this whole time. So good for y'all.
Man.
You know what I mean? All these grifters and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, if the game come out good, I might try it out. You know what I mean? I never played it, but I mean, it looked pretty interesting with all the branching and the RPG elements of it. You can be in control of this, be in control of that. You know what I mean? So I mean, it looked interesting. I mean, they always do it. I will give Xbox this. They do a good job on the directs. The directs usually do hit. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how they come when they come out. So
yeah, Fable. I'm gonna have to see reviews on that one before I make a decision.
Okay. All right.
Were these running on Xbox or is it
PC?
No, they never say.
I think it was PC.
Which means PC.
Yeah, it means PC.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's really no reason to show the game on Xbox. Like for what?
I just,
either that or the PS5 Pro.
If they were running on Xbox, that would be fantastic. Like if what we saw was Xbox, because I think people say that what is it? Fable had frame rate issues, which I didn't really pay attention to because I was on a small mobile phone when I was watching it. But it's like if you have a frame rate issue on like one of the most powerful PCs you can build, because they're not putting this on a mid.
Yeah, and there's some bad development going on.
Exactly what's going on with the console version. So yeah, I think that they should standardize the Xbox Series X as the actual display platform, so that people that have a PC that is more powerful can know that they're going to get a better experience than that. But for the majority of people, they kind of know that the target is the Series X platform. But hey, we all know that Microsoft doesn't give a fuck about the console anymore.
Right. I mean, the sad thing for Xbox is these games probably could have been real big hitters for them if it was exclusive. But hey, you lost, so you're out the game now. It don't matter. They come into PlayStation anyway.
They for the streets.
Yeah, they for
the streets, bro. These games for the streets. Entity. Any thoughts on Developer Direct?
Oh, absolutely. So I did watch it in 4K. And I wish every single show did that. The production value was impeccable. I would give it around 8.5 to a 9. Now, at first, I wasn't really that interested in that Beast of Reincarnation game. But one thing I noticed was they haven't disclosed the composer yet of it, but I have a suspicious feeling it is Kenichi Okebe. You would know him as the composer for Stellar Blade and Nier Automata. So I might pick that up when it releases, if it turns out to be the composer is Kenichi Okebe. In terms of Forza 6, it's absolutely flawless. Every single criticism that was alleviated for Forza 5, I think they're addressing and they are fixing. So very, very happy with that. In terms of Fable, again, there's some performance issues, but from a visual style, as a fairy tale perspective, it's 10 out of 10. Again, they've introduced a lot of different systems in terms of, you can buy properties, you can manage, your own workers, you can hire them, you can fire them. I'm not sure how much other systems that are going to be involved, but what it looks like is a massive, massive game, and hopefully the story hits, because at the moment, I'm not really sure about what the mission is in Fable. You know, they talk about this magic thing that turned everyone into a stone. You know, but I haven't seen the villain yet. Right? Who's the villain? Because a good fantasy story always needs the villain. In terms of Tim Schafer's game, you know, again, it's a party game. It's okay. It'll do whatever it does. But from a show perspective, it's, again, as I said, 9 out of 10, maybe even 10 out of 10 in terms of every single one of them hitting where it's supposed to hit from a production perspective. So there we go.
Okay. All right. So for me, it was really just Beasts of Reincarnation, primarily. That was primarily what was most interesting to me. Yeah. Fable, I played Fable 1. I didn't really like it, and I never played the remaining Fables, 2, 3. I didn't really care for the franchise at all. After playing 1, it was supposed to, like, the way it was advertised, like you're supposed to grow and whatever. And you were like a kid for like 2 minutes, and then you're like an adult. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay. It was like, you know, it was supposed to be like this long thing that whatever.
All the birthdays. I'm 9. I'm 10.
Yeah, I was expected to go the full gambit. You're like a kid for like 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And the British was kind of. Yeah, the combat wasn't all that great. I mean, it was all right, but especially this was in an era where JRPGs was really hitting. So Fable didn't stand a chance of mine compared to all the other RPGs I was playing. You know, so it was all right, but I never really bothered with 2 or 3. I just didn't really bother with that. So the new one, I mean, I'll wait till it comes out and see how it is, but it's not a day one for me. Beast Reincarnation looked a little bit more interesting. Obviously, the pottery game, I don't even know what to say about that. And you know, Forza, I skimmed through that shit. I'm not watching none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it was Beast and Reincarnation for that. That's
What's
pretty
funny
much
with
it.
Forza is that they didn't emphasize any of the ray tracing capabilities or any of the technology behind it. They didn't talk about like the actual paint on the cars and everything. Like they just talked about the locale.
Good point.
And I was like,
is it going to have ray tracing? They probably might not even have ray tracing.
Yeah, it will. On Pro.
Usually they talk about
on PC and Pro.
I mean, Forza 5 had ray tracing on it.
Okay,
on the Pro.
Forza Horizon 5?
Yeah, no, I was surprised that it didn't like take time to talk about the depth of you know, the technology engine and everything like that when it came to them. Because you know these car racing games are showpieces for what the technology can do when it has very little to do, because all you have to do is handle the driving and loading in the environment. You're not doing like extensive inventory management there or whatever it is. You're not shooting guns, so they didn't talk about particles or destruction or anything, or even like vehicle deformation. I think they barely talked about vehicle deformation. So it was interesting that they just stayed away from all of that. And I'm just like, is that because they learned from Forza Motorsport? Because Forza Motorsport, they went in hard with all of those things, like how the reflections were going to be, how the track was going to wear in and everything like that. And it really didn't turn out that way. So I was like, that's interesting that you don't mention any technical achievement that you've made. It's obvious to see that they've made things better than Forza Horizon 5, but I'm like, it's interesting that you don't even talk about it.
Playground Games
Because
Forza,
they're never
right?
gonna beat GT7. It's just impossible. At the moment, that's gone. Because Sony has their own proprietary
That's why they shut it down.
laser scanners, right? It's just impossible. Their AI GT Sophie is industry leading AI in terms of driving systems. It's just they've realized that they can't catch up in any sense of the way, and probably one of the reasons
I pay for the free version.
You gotta pay for the full version.
No, I can't.
But
Listen, I'm not active duty no more. I'm retired. I had a downgrade.
Yeah, they're primarily Forza.
I couldn't get the full version.
And they doing Fable, they got.
I couldn't get the full version.
Yeah, I mean they don't need to try to beat Gran Turismo. They just have to be,
good
what they are.
competitor.
Right, so, yeah.
But they're done with motorsport. I think Forza Horizon, they probably saw as a studio, it's just more successful. So they trimmed down Why have both when you really could just focus on the one thing that people do want? And technically speaking, there's no competitor because GT7 is not the competitor to a Horizon.
Right.
There's no more Need for Speed, no Midnight Club. So there's really you could look at Forza Horizon in the same. You could look at Forza. Yeah, you could look at Forza Horizon in the same boat as Madden, 2K, Football Club.
There's like just NFL Blitz.
Yeah.
NFL Blitz.
Yeah. You can look at it that way. There's no other choice other than that. So if you want that type of racing game, Forza Horizon is your choice to get it because you're not really getting it anywhere else.
Smart.
Yeah. I mean, makes sense. Gordo P23. In a previous podcast, I asked the crew for their 2026 predictions, but unfortunately Extreme wasn't there. So I would like to hear his prediction now. So last week he asked us to make a prediction of 2026. Like for example, my prediction was Cory Barlog is going to unveil his game this year. That's my prediction.
Okay. Maybe at the state of play.
Will's prediction is Cowboys. It's going to be a great team in football season. I don't know how that's going to be true or not. I don't think they're going to have a good 2026 season, but that was his prediction. I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, but you see what I'm saying? So do you have a prediction? Do you think, do you have a prediction for 2026? Something, like me, like I said, Cory Barlog, I think he's going to do at least a teaser announcement. Kind of like what Naughty Dog did with Intergalactic. I think it's time that Cory Barlog does his. So this year we'll see what he's working on, and then it'll probably be released next year, ish.
Damn, I haven't. I don't really have something off the top of my head.
Save it for next week.
Pretty. Yeah, exactly. I'll have to come back next week.
Give him a week. Come back. Stay tuned.
But I will say this.
It's like an episode of Batman, like old school Batman. Yeah. I think tune in next week. Same bad time. Same bad place. What happened?
I think Wolverine's gonna do better than people imagine.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah. I also
Henry's all about Chinese taking over. The Chinese taking over the gaming industry. He's like, yes, do it.
Did he say
I
Wolverine?
also predict that we're going to.
He said Wolverine, or did he say where winds meet?
Wolverine.
No, he said Wolverine.
Oh, so I thought he said where winds meet. For some reason, you were like, yes.
Yeah, I think it would be amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Wolverine's going to do better than people imagine that.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be big.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
It's going to be big.
Apologies earlier. It's just.
Like I said, I already told people I'm running the free version of AI.
No, I'm just getting calls. But I was going to say one thing, and I'll stand by it if I'm not correct. But I do think that Marathon is going to be a massive success. So we'll find out.
You're not too crazy. I mean, I'm looking at like the energy. There's a lot of positivity around that game. And a lot of people, and I'm paying attention to the Bungie fans. The thing, and here's the thing. So the thing about Bungie fans, they are beyond consoles. The consoles is nothing. So whether you play on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, it doesn't matter. It's all about playing Bungie games. So that's a fanboy, or I ain't gonna say fanboy, but that is a fan base strictly based on the developer. The device is irrelevant. In fact, they want the games to be successful on every device. So I listened to them, and there is a lot of positive energy coming from that community because I guess they were part of the beta and improvements, and they said that Bungie listened to them. They actually put the things that I was like, anybody who says, "Oh, Concord 2.0," I already know it's an Xbox fanboy.
Okay, I'm gonna make 3 predictions.
I already know.
Bold predictions.
Ooh, okay. Number one.
Marathon is not going to be that successful. For one reason.
Ooh, entity. Hey, you going against my free AI?
Damn. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I need to get the paid version to compete with Extreme. I need to get the paid version to go toe to toe. I can't do it the free one.
I don't think that Marathon is going to have that story hook.
That part definitely.
You don't think the single story narrative, they're not doing it?
Yeah, the whole weaving thing. I think that's going to be a huge letdown, and that's going to decimate the Destiny community that will want to migrate. Right? They're just going to go back to Destiny because they're going to be like, this is where I have my lore and my story.
Yeah, remember I was saying that there's no universe to save.
Yeah, exactly.
He did say that. Henry did say that. Like he wants to save the universe.
Well, because M and I are like BFFs, right?
They're like, nah, you're just a hoard collector. You're just hoarding.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I think that they're going to lose because the thing is, Halo was also built on a story, So all of the games that have been legendary have had a huge story component that was enjoyed by people. I don't think that Marathon is going to come up with anything of the sort. So I think it's not going to be a huge success because the people, like you said, the people that are Destiny fans, they want that as well because that's what they're used to. So anyways, that's my prediction there.
You're gonna be very surprised. Yeah,
okay,
very,
that's fine.
very surprised.
That's my free AI.
I just want you to know that I'm open source. I got all my
source.
all my features activated.
Brother, he Grok, Chat GBT, everything.
He Gemini. He's like Gemini.
And then the second prediction is going to be that Podorock is going to get himself a camera that's actually good.
My camera. This is listen. This camera's sticking with me for like the 5 years. This thing is staying, baby.
Please no.
In fact, I'm gonna bring back the AI back on so it can follow me wherever I go. I turned it off.
And then my third prediction is that there is going to be a title or two that are going to make it so that GTA 5 is not an automatic win for Game of the Year. So GTA 6 is not an automatic win for Game of the Year. I think that there's going to be at least one or two titles that are going to reasonably be contending for the Game of the Year.
Really?
With GTA 6.
Really? What game do you think?
Like Phantom Blade Zero?
Expedition 34? Or Expedition 32? Expedition 32? It goes backwards.
Remember, it goes down.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. The fact that you think that there's going to be an Expedition game after this means you haven't gone far enough into the game. So, no, not the Expedition.
But I didn't beat it.
Something like Wolverine. Something like Wolverine could be there. But I think there's going to be one or two games where they genuinely are not making it, the automatic thing for everybody. I'm not saying the Game Awards exclusively, by the way.
Just across the board. Like it's not going to sweep.
Again, it's going to give GTA 6 a run for its money, basically.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
So, for example, in fact, I'm going to make this bold. At the end of the year, or this time next year, Clair Obscur will still be the most awarded game of all time because GTA 6 are going to take that from it.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, we should write these predictions down and just see what
of all
comes
time
up.
before anybody else was saying it. Clearly, I was right because according to the awards, it was actually top 1 of all time. So there we go.
Yeah, they did it. And I talked about it last week. I think it was the most awarded game.
Exactly.
I was like, wow.
And I said that shit, and people were laughing at me.
But I said it had weak competition, though. I said it had weak competition. Like, for example, if Expedition 33 came out this year, you think it will still be the most awarded game with GTA 6?
No, because it will be sharing with GTA 6.
Share, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, at least be honest.
And Phantom Blade Zero.
And Phantom Blade Zero.
Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Yeah.
But no, competition if you put pretty big as well. It had what Ghost of Yota to go up against.
You know which game I hope is big. You know which game I hope goes back to its big status is Gears E Day. I hope it goes back to the Gears of War 1, 2, and 3 days. Because God, Gears of War was such a great game at that time. I hope it goes back to that level.
Yo, that was a good game. Like I never beat it back in the day.
4 and 5 was okay, but it was a huge drop off. But it was okay.
Really good.
But the trilogy was amazing. I would love to see.
They also took it away from the original developer, didn't it?
Yeah. Because they bought it out with Epic. It was Epic,
right? So
and then they created a coalition.
None of that ever worked. They got the license, but they didn't put the right team behind it.
Yeah, and they say, some of the people are from the original studio, but it's like who exactly? What was their roles? So anytime a studio says that, I'm like, that doesn't mean something because. Did you get the rock stars of usually 20% of the people do 80% of the work?
Do you remember the
main 20%?
Do you remember the PlayStation game called Time Splitters?
Mm-hmm. A long
It had people who work
PS2.
on Halo on it, but that game sucked ass.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I remember that. I remember when Tidespurs came out. They're like, "Oh, from the makers of Halo." Yeah, who? The guy delivering mail.
Yeah,
like who? Who we talking about?
Two guys that brought you coffee.
Saying that's always an ambiguous. It's an ambiguous statement. For the people who develop this, like who?
It's marketing. Yeah.
Yeah,
you might got the guy. You might got the guy who just give out the snacks.
Yeah, like who you got
at the office? Like,
all the disrespect.
Shout out to Gordo P23 says in a previous. Oh no, he already answered that. Okay, all right. So I think we covered that. So the last topic, real quick, I just want to put this for awareness or quick conversation. So the end of the year data, it's January 2026. So now we got the full information of game sales and all that. And what is interesting, and this is in particular to Circana, so I'm just focusing on PlayStation, the best-selling games, the top 10 best-selling games on the PlayStation platform. Number 3, number 1 was NBA 2K26. Man, there's a lot of people that play that game on PlayStation. That shit is crazy. Yep. That game. It's just crazy how many people love basketball. Right? So... Yeah, the My Player mode.
US, right?
Yeah, probably US. Yes, this is US. This is US, yes. You know how much money they're making off that stuff now? I know there was like a TikTok, whatever. There's a guy who spent like $10,000 or some weird number. That's crazy. Yeah.
The look on his face, bro.
Yeah.
Oh
number 2, Battlefield 6, and then number 3 goes to Yotai.
Yeah.
It's the number 3 best-selling game.
Considering it was only out till in October.
Yes.
Yes.
It launched in October.
Exclusives don't sell. I'm like, what? You only have 2 months on the market and you're number 3? That's insane.
Now here's the big kicker. It outsold the new Black Ops. And Matt Piscatella said in Blue Sky, this is the first time in over a decade, like 15 years, that Black Ops got outsold by like a PlayStation exclusive title, some shit like that. Let alone not be number 1. But to lose to so like it's been a long time since a PlayStation first party game outsold a Black Ops game. That is crazy.
Pony Express, woo!
Yeah, shout out to the Pony Express. But this game, listen, PlayStation is a sports console. Cause golly, like you got 2K number, you got NBA 2K as number 1. You got Madden number 5, college football, which is Madden 2.0 as number 6, MLB The Show is number 7, and then Sports Club football. And I'm surprised, like football, like soccer. In the top 10, like this is the sports console. We got the sports gamers. The sports gamers dominate.
Yeah,
they absolutely dominate. And then and yeah, and
like
then
Visual
also
Concept was the developer, right, for the NFL games. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
No, what are you saying?
The old back in the day.
Yeah,
like Visual Concept.
Yeah,
one day I saw a studio that made like these NFL games before EA.
Oh yeah,
those games were great.
2K4, 2K5. Yeah,
they were definitely.
I remember those days.
They definitely caught a lot of the loyalties from the old days.
So yeah, PlayStation is definitely a sports console. Now, of course, there was like a lot of rumors talking about if Forza Horizon outsold Yote, which is not true. Like you can see, it's not even close. But I still give Forza its props because it still did achieve top 10. It still made think of all the games. Think of all the games that came out. Yeah, like Death Stranding. It sold more than Death Stranding. It is what it is. Death Stranding 2 was not on this list.
I did say that when Death Stranding 2 was coming out, that the hype I didn't think was going to match the actual sales because it was being hyped crazy, and I'm like, this is still Death Stranding. Like you're still walking around, and you guys didn't like it the first time,
Yeah, I think a lot of people that bought the game, the first one. And this is the thing with the sequels, right? You can lose the audience when they play your first game, be like, oh hell no, this is not what I like, and now they're not going to buy the second game, so then you lose the sales. Because
I don't think it was even people didn't liking it. I think a lot of people burned out around that Hartman, the snow area. It just became it became a swamp.
No, this is sales. So some people didn't even buy it. Some people didn't even buy it. That's why they didn't sell it.
He's talking about the first game.
First game?
They didn't make it that.
People did not make it to the snow. Trust me.
No, they didn't make it. No.
Most people didn't even make it to the first half.
Absolutely right. Well said.
You're not lying. Once people saw, like, wait a minute, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Deliver packages. Once they got the instructions that they're a porter, they turned that shit off.
I played the first game until I got like
the story was at the beginning.
I was done after that, bro.
You had to like listen. When I first played the game, I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like even I was like you had. I said, you know what? My only reason to keep playing was because it was made by Kojima. If that game was made by anybody else, I would have not. I'd be like, I'm not doing this. But I said, you know what? I'm gonna trust Kojima. He hasn't failed me yet, and I ended up liking the game. I ended up liking it. As weird as it is, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I ended up enjoying the experience behind the game.
I mean,
but I know if that game was not made by Kojima,
I them both.
I would have not done it. If this game, I don't care who it was. If it was Naughty Dog, I don't care who it is. I'd be like, I don't know what these guys are thinking, but I knew Kojima was out of the box. So I trusted Kojima and he delivered. But if this game was made by like Capcom, I would have been like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not finishing this shit.
What kept it going? It was the music. There was the moment in the trailer when they revealed the music coming out on, and it was the first that first outpost when you go, the first major outpost where you go to deliver, and then Asylums for the Feelings comes on, and that was the trailer moment, and I was like, I have to make it to that moment because that looked magical. And when I made it to that moment, I was like, this is magical, and that's what kept me going through the game, and then it got better. But now, if you think people quit at the snow, trust me, they don't even know this.
They didn't even know snow was in the game.
By the time you made it to the snow, you were finishing the game. There's no one that made it to the snow and didn't finish the game.
Actually, you guys are right because I'm currently looking at
the trophies.
Yeah,
it's low, right?
So,
it is low.
So delivering is what we do. It's 85%, right? So this is like kind of the beginning. Episode 1 is 67%, and then episode 2 is 30%. So technically, half of the people who completed episode 2.
They said when I stopped.
They like hell no.
Being a Metal Gear fan, I knew Kojima was out there, but when I started playing that game, I'm like, yo, what
is this? Like, he's on acid. This guy took acid.
He took it to the nth degree. Like,
I loved it. I platinumed it, but it's a hard recommend.
After you finish the Arkham series, we need you to go back to Death Stranding. That game is
No, I'm not doing that to you, little boy. I would never do that to you. I would not be that evil.
It's a hard recommend.
I want you to play Arkham because those games are such the bomb. Death Stranding's great, but it is a love and hate game. So I said, I'm like, Will, I don't know if I could recommend that because it's such a.
I would wait for the movie.
I don't know if people are gonna like it. I cannot say equivocally you're gonna love it. I can't.
I played it up until the point where I got the bike, right? And then after that, I was like, man,
the bike is super early on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Super
all right.
Early.
Yeah, and it's like 100-hour game.
Another 40 hours.
Mm-hmm. Listen, the game, like I honestly thought so when I played it. I don't know if you guys know who Solid Rev is, but I seen the games he like. He likes the Ghost Recon Wildlands, all those type of games, right? So then when I saw on Twitter he said he was gonna play the game, I'm like, he's not gonna like this game. He's like I thought like he's not gonna like this game. Yo, that was his game of the year. That was his game of the year, and he couldn't explain it. People thought he was bullshitting, and like, no, he beat it. That was his game of the year, and I'm like, and I honestly thought he wasn't gonna like it. There's no way I can tell who's gonna like or not like that game. That's that one game.
True.
I don't know. I cannot tell who or who's not gonna like it. I cannot honestly pinpoint. I honestly thought he was gonna rip that game apart. I'm like, oh, he's gonna rip this game apart. He's like, when he did his review, he was just in his chair. He's like, my game of the year.
Again,
and he's like, I can't explain. That was his game of the year. He loved it.
Not spoiling anything, but I think there's 3 places that it doesn't really tell you what to do, and you have to figure it out yourself. Those moments are brilliant, and again, without spoiling it, I think one involves potential explosion, and the other one is like a traversal across a large gap. And then the other one is, when around the last area when you're returning, there's this one big battle. So Those are the key moments.
Yeah, it's hilarious when you do a void out. I'm like, holy shit. Yo, it's so fucking funny. Yo, that game is crazy, man.
I never did a void out.
You know, no matter, you gotta do it just for the lulls. You gotta
just
do
kill
it just for the
everybody and let
lulls.
the void
I
out
did
hit.
a void out, and then he repatriated, came back to life. So you see this big hole in the ground that he left. I'm like, oh shit.
And then the second one, I like how you can catch BTs
a whole
and
area.
Pokemon fight them. And the second one, you can catch BTs and like use them as Pokemon. That's just sick.
It's just a fucking yo. Yes.
This Pokemon game is weird.
Oh, shout out! I'm just can't wait for his next game. It's supposed to be going back to the tactical espionage. No,
Isn't?
Not you.
Fizzent. Yeah, it's supposed to be
But
a
his next
tactical.
game should be OD, right? Like
OD.
Well, I don't know the way Xbox is going.
They ain't canceling
Might be
Games
Microsoft,
game.
Microsoft want the money back, and they'll be like, "Hey, listen, we paid you for a game. Give it to us."
You don't know how they but I know Fizzent. Yeah, I'm waiting for that one. That's supposed to be going back to the tactical espionage.
Oh yeah.
Some rumor
That'll be
has
cool.
it. The rumor has it that the lead actor is what's his name? Pattinson. Robert Pattinson.
The Batman. Yeah.
Yeah, the Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just started Metal Gear Delta, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I'm waiting for more
Seen a new-
patch. I think they released the patch improvements, right?
Yeah, it's a little better than it was at launch.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna be one I play whenever I build my computer for sure.
Oh shit!
It was on sale. I was like, fuck it.
Oh. Mhm. And then yeah, so I think that's it. That's it. You know, goes to Yote. Shout out to that. Oh, here's another thing that's interesting. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the Xbox one. So the Xbox one, and they say Game Pass doesn't impact sales. So this is the top 10 best-selling games on the Xbox platform, and Helldivers is number 6. Call of Duty 7 is number 10.
Jeez.
Like you know what I'm saying?
Everything
Now,
could have gone wrong.
of course, the logic is because it's on Game Pass, and that's what we're trying to tell people. If this was not on Game Pass, Call of Duty would probably be at least top 5. It would be at least top 5. It would be at least top 5 if Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? And now we're wondering, but this is what we're trying to tell people. You know, Game Pass does lead to less sales. Now, maybe for an indie, you know, the Game Pass guaranteed money is kind of good. But for a game like Call of Duty, it don't need no goddamn one on Game Pass to get people to play it. People were going to buy that game. They were going to buy it. Call of Duty did not need to be on Game Pass. Now, I'm not arguing that it should, whatever. You know, good on, you know, Microsoft honoring their promise that all their games will be on Game Pass day one. But clearly this created problems. When your Call of Duty is the 10th best-selling game of the year, when traditionally it will be top 3, you lost money. Ain't no way you're telling me Game Pass reciprocated the money back. It didn't. Game Pass takes away sales from the big selling games. And that is absolute proof. Helldivers 2 outsold Call of Duty on Xbox.
Yep.
Wild. And they want to talk about Forza selling Ghost of Yotei. Nah, dog. The real answer is Helldivers 2 outsold Call of Duty on your Xbox.
Real shit. I
You know,
never
and yes,
thought
I
of
understand.
that.
Yeah, and I understand Game Pass is there. So a lot of people are playing Game Pass, and like, yes, that is exactly why we were telling you. Game Pass takes away from sales. The question is, does that reciprocate, you know, actually make up for the money? Clearly not. It did not at all. You're not going to tell me Game Pass will make up Call of Duty losing out being a top 5 selling game on your platform. You going to say something?
Before we go, I need to stop you from making a mistake. I know you're going to buy a TV later in the year. Okay?
I
So
am.
2 mistakes you're about to make. Number 1, you were going to get the 55-inch size. Don't get the 65-inch. You'll love it. Trust me. Number 2.
Why? But what about the size of the room, though?
So if you go, there's
I'm kind of like that guy. Distance. I'm like screen distance. Like I don't like to be like this. I don't want to move and shift my head.
I heard your.
So I have to check the size of the room. Like if my room is bigger than normal, then yes. Like here,
you know
in
THX,
this
yeah?
room, 65-inch ain't no fucking way.
Okay,
Ain't
hold
no
on,
fucking
hold
way.
on.
That
You
is
know
too
the
big for this
THX,
room.
You know THX, right? They create the standards for basically. They have a THX screen calculator. Go on that. It's an online tool. You can put the dimensions of your room, and it will give you the recommended size for your screen. Typically, you should go bigger than you imagine. So if your 55-inch falls below that, go bigger rather than lower. So get a 65. I think is the sweet spot.
He still said just still get a 65-inch.
It's just better. It's just better.
See, so I have a 75-inch TV. So I know that I have, and the TV before that was 65-inch. So I know the sizes, right?
Yeah.
So like I had those TVs in a bedroom. My bedroom's huge, big, whatever. Living room is huge, but I usually choose the smallest room of wherever I live at. Especially the last room.
I heard the podcast.
Yes, I can't do it because I can't do it.
I heard you get the 65.
I can't be like this. Yeah, he's like, I heard you, but we're gonna text you. I can't have a TV in a small room where I do this.
Let's put it this way.
I don't like doing this.
If you got the TSS calculator and it's above the recommended distance, then get the 55. But I bet you can get the 65.
You just get the 65 no matter what.
Hit him with the Kanye. I'm gonna let you finish, but
I'll be like, hey, I got the 65, and now I'm like this.
Neck problems. You'll be like.
It also depends on how far you sit away.
Exactly.
How far you sit away from the.
That's why the calculator is for.
And that's why, that comes down to room distance, right? But it's not just the room size, the furniture. Am I sitting in a chair? Am I sitting on a sofa?
Yes, you put all of that in there.
Yeah, I know that. Bro, I've been doing this for a while. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, 65-inch then.
Listen, I'm not gonna say no to the 65-inch, but when I get my next house, I'm gonna have the smallest room in the house. That's gonna determine what I like to see. That's it.
Get a 65.
No. Well, I'm not gonna say hell no, but it could be a 65-inch. It could be a 60. I'm saying it could be a 65-inch.
Generally, you would be happy with a bigger
screen. It could be a 60-inch.
Yeah.
They don't make 60 anymore.
Oh, they don't?
Yeah, no.
For the Samsung A95? So they go from 55. It kind of makes sense. Because that's what I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna get the S9, the S95. The S, yes. The S90,
and
the
that's
S95F.
the second mistake. Don't get a
Why?
Samsung. Get the Sony instead.
No.
Get an LG, nice.
No. Samsung. Listen,
Hold on. I'll address the LG thing. LG is great hardware, but operating system sucks. Okay, WebOS is atrocious. That's basically it. That's why you don't get the LG.
I use
that magic remote. That magic remote.
It's annoying.
Sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does. I know. I have one.
It's so bad. And I know people that have LG. Again, I have no issue with the picture or whatever. It's a great TV, but the operating system is garbage. Just get an Apple TV box if you have that.
Yeah, definitely get a box. I would suggest anybody get a aftermarket
Fire
box
stick,
instead of using the.
Fire stick, whatever you want. Yeah. Roku, get something. But I just refuse to support them because I'm like, dude, you're and I've used them extensively because my mother has an LG, and every time I have to use the operating system, I'm like, damn, this is garbage, So, anyways, now the reason why you will get the Sony instead of the Samsung, okay, purely because of this. Sony has the best image processing. Pardon. That's it. That's basically the entire thing. People can have better hardware technologies than Sony's, sure. The S95, I think it uses the QD OLED, which is very interesting in terms of what it can do. By the end of the day, the picture should look as natural as possible with as little effort from you. And that's why you get the Sony. And you guys were talking about Sony versus Sony and TCL merging before. I have a Sony TV, so I'm invested in this. So to me, it was very shocking, obviously, because nobody saw it coming. But I can see the benefit because Sony makes premium TVs at premium prices, even more premium than LG and Samsung. So for them to be able to partner with somebody that could bring down that manufacturing cost makes a lot of sense. And the thing that makes the Sony TVs, actual Sony TVs, isn't the hardware necessarily, because the panel is from LG. The actual, one of the processors is like a MediaTek processor. That's the thing that takes in the HDMI and everything. So that's all from them. The actual Sony technology is the Bions processor, which is like their own image processing thing. And that thing can be transplanted to another company's technology or whatever. So that's what makes a Sony TV is the image processing. And let me tell you, the image processing is so good in two key ways. Number one, you can feed a Sony TV a 720p signal and it will make it look like 4K. Like, it is ridiculous how good it is at upscaling. Number two, you can feed it, and the first one is kind of related. Number 1.5, you can feed it bad sports like footage, and it will make it look like you're watching a Blu-ray. Like, it is so good at processing bad signals or less than stellar quality signals. That is amazing. And then number two, the color reproduction is so faithful, so true to life. If you have it in the correct mode, like the custom number one mode, that you don't need to get it calibrated professionally, and it gives you natural colors. And trust me, once you see natural color, it is ridiculous how good like the TV looks. So those are the two reasons why you should opt for the Sony instead, even though I think that the Samsung is more technologically exciting.
Okay. So all your things you're saying is probably for movie enthusiasts. I don't use my TV in a man cave for movies or shows. It's specifically for gaming.
I use my
Yeah. So the Samsung is better for gaming. It has better input latencies than Sony TVs. Has higher refresh rates. The Samsung S95 is up to 165 hertz, and it has 4 HDMI points that are 2.1 compliant. Compared to Sony, they usually have like one or two.
None of those things are advantages for you. You don't need 4 HDMI 2.1 compliant ports because you don't have 4 consoles plugged at the same time.
No, but I'll have.
You don't need 165 hertz because you're never going to go beyond 120 in this generation or the next. And the other one has the thing. And then number 3 about the input latency. You play single player games. You don't need the latest.
Well, action games.
Yeah,
action games, right? I'd rather have the stuff. I'd rather have the stuff like, so let's say like this, the image quality between the two, especially in a video game, I would have to have it side by side to really enjoy it and stuff like that, right? But the input latencies, the rehertz, I mean, that's really what it comes down to it between the two, right? You might have the best picture, whatever, but how far off is the picture with a Samsung S95F? You know what I'm saying? Versus, in terms of picture quality, and then you have to look into, are you going to get it calibrated? The sliding bars, whatever, and all that stuff, right? But what the Samsung features, I don't need no calibration. Definitively, Samsung is the better features for gaming. Your argument is, well, you don't really need it. But the question is, for what I'm buying for, which is the product that's giving me the best for gaming? Because that's what I really care about. And generally, Samsung is the better TV for your gaming options. Now, maybe 120 hertz, I may not need it. Maybe with the PS5 Pro, they might do something where, hey, we've added new technology. We could do stuff where if you have a TV that's above 120 hertz, we got it. We got optimized whatever. You know what I'm saying? I can't do that. There's no future proofing with a Sony TV. It's not really future-proof with game stuff.
Not that we never, but we are not going to go beyond 120 hertz on console in any time soon.
Listen, but if it does happen, I got the TV already.
You would have replaced that TV.
Maybe with another Samsung that does it better.
We got Sony, we got Samsung. I can speak up for LG. Now, the only thing I don't like about the Samsung versus the LG is just the screen. Because
like for my living room,
Samsung has like the matte screen.
Yeah. And like for the living room, Sony's in the combo. Living room, Sony's in the combo. Yeah. But for my gaming room, Samsung have already for like the last 5 years been the better TV for gaming.
Samsung or LG for gaming.
Yeah, Samsung or LG.
I got 144 hertz on my LG OLED right now.
144 hertz. Yeah, but right now the S95 is the best one, so I'm like, yeah, I'll get that. Mm-hmm. And 65 inch might be. It all depends on the room.
Listen, I'll let you get the 55 if you get the Sony. It's fine.
Okay, Listen, you're in Australia enjoying the summer, so you got no say. Just enjoy the heat. Man, that's it.
I'm over here in a sweater, M's over there in a shirt.
But I would say, like in this room, you can't do a 65 in this room. I had a 49 inch. I had a 49 inch, and that shit looked huge in this room. Remember, this is where it all started. This thing's like right now, I'm almost touching the walls.
Okay.
Right now, I'm in the middle of the room. I'm like maybe 3 feet. I'm like 2 feet on this side and about 3 feet from touching the walls.
So you're like in a
You
walking
can't have a 65. A 65. I can't even get the 65 inch through the door for this room. Boy, this room all started. This is like literally the smallest room in the house. So I use this as the man cave. You know, I literally had a 49-inch TV, and it was.
Look into the Sony. I think you'll find that you.
No, I did. I go to this website that does the comparisons, but my priority is for.
You went to what, ratings?
For gamings. No, not really ratings. Yeah. It's really not really ratings, but the site that shows the specs, whatever. If this is what you're interested in gaming, this is what ratings. This does. This is whatever. No, ratings is RT. Are you talking about RTING? I seen that too, because that gives me the quick thing, but it wasn't really that. It was
speaking for the LG, I mean, if you get a new LG, they got the tandem OLED. I mean, so that
I hate that Wonder Stick because I have an LG. Man, that Wonder Stick is so goddamn annoying, bro. Sometimes the remote don't even turn on. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
I do it on my phone, right? I got it set up on my phone. I don't even use the remote control.
Don't work.
I do it on my phone.
because the stick don't work. The remote don't work.
I don't use the remote.
So everybody has an LG. Oh yeah, I just use my phone. Yeah, I know you use your phone. The goddamn remote don't work.
And you can have it set up to where when you turn the console on, it just turn the TV on.
Well, a lot of them do that. A lot of them do that. They all do that shit. That's all that shit. In fact, I have the LG upstairs, and my PS5 is connected to the LG upstairs. Every time I turn on the TV, or my wife turns on the TV,
game on?
It turns the PS5 on every time.
I had to turn that shit off. I was like,
that shit is wild.
That LG's on crack.
That's not supposed to happen.
No,
when
it's
not.
not.
The PS5 is not supposed to turn on.
No, it's not.
No,
but it turns it on. That PlayStation goes, and my wife looks at me like, and she looks at me like it's not my fault, man. It's blame LG. We trying to watch Welcome to Derry.
Hold on.
And the PS5 turns on.
Another point for the Sony. It is made by Sony, which means that every single Sony TV OED is calibrated to work well with the Sony.
Man, you ain't full. Listen, I am not a Sony fanboy. Listen, I am a PlayStation fanboy, not a Sony fanboy. I am a PlayStation fanboy. PlayStation.
Samsung is the #1 TV seller in the world. So if you go with Samsung, you know you're getting the best. So
that's different. Ed likes Sony products. He likes their cameras.
He uses a Sony camera.
No, I will say this one big mistake, and I learned, and I'm glad I learned early. Like all my appliances, I bought Samsung because they look nice, they have nice features, but they don't last long, man. They give you problems. So I will never buy a Samsung appliance again. Don't buy. Listen, you know what? How many people are in the chat? Maybe they left. Everybody's tired. But I will say this: one day, you guys are gonna be homeowners, right? We got 107 people. So you 107 are the lucky ones. One day, you're gonna be like me, and you're gonna buy your first home, and then you're gonna go to Lowe's. And you're going to see the Samsung section. And I am telling you, they know how to display their appliances. We're talking refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, microwave ovens. And my God, they look gorgeous. They have some great features. I mean, yo, you feel like you're
got the
Jetsons.
see-through joint, the one you can write on and shit?
Yo, what is all that? They all like an opera. When the dishwasher finishes, it plays a tune. When your clothes finish washing, it plays songs. It's like, man, this is so nice. Wow. But these things, lack of quality, they break. They do not last long. Don't do it. Trust, listen, as much as they may not be technology advanced and all these nice looking features, but trust the actual name brand Whirlpool, Maytag, even General Electric. General Electric, go with them. Because my next step, so when I get my next house and I buy, we're getting either Maytag, Whirlpool, or General Electric. Because they last long, they do what, because at the end of the day, they do what they're supposed to do. They are a refrigerator, they're a washer and dryer, they're a dishwasher. Samsung does all these advanced stuff, got the app, it does all this beautiful stuff. But the basic core function, it will, yeah, man. You know how many times I had to replace these things on my Samsung washer because, like, I can't even use quick wash on my Samsung washer now. That shit will, like, get an error. So I use normal wash, and it works fine. I'm like, it's So Samsung appliance, don't do it. They look great. I swear to God, they look great, but don't do it.
Move to a better country, okay,
Stick
where
to
there's
TVs.
consumer protection laws, okay? Because my Samsung devices are amazing. I have a Samsung washer.
You
and
got
a
the
Samsung
appliances?
fridge.
How long you had it for?
3 years now.
Really? Yeah, no way. Talk to me next year.
Samsung's not trying to ship.
I'll see you next year,
5 years.
dog. I'm gonna see you next year. I'll see you next year, dog. Don't worry. 2027, 60 Frames No Life podcast. We're gonna talk about your life with Samsung.
Yo, ain't it funny how stuff try to break like right after the warranty period? Like right after the warranty period, shit try to break. Yeah, come on.
Yes. In Australia, we have good consumer protection laws. They can't send us the lemons, okay? If that shit breaks outside the warranty period, I still have the right to be refunded. It's good.
Really?
Oh man, God bless
Move
Australia.
to a
Then.
country
Jesus.
with
Really?
good protection laws. Yes.
Really though?
Yes.
For the low
In
price of
Australia, you don't
$30,000.
need to buy extended warranty.
Wow.
So basically, there's this law by the government that says that your appliance should last a reasonable amount of time. That is regardless of the warranty period. So for example, a fridge is expected to last like about 10 years. So if your fridge lasts less than 10, you just make a complaint and you're like, hey, it didn't last a reasonable amount of time. And then they have to give you some kind of solution, including, of course,
Like repair.
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly. Repair, replace, refund, whatever it is. But yeah, it's basically just built into the fact that, you know, you're a
I
country
respect
cares about
that.
people.
I respect that.
Yeah, that I like.
That would
For the
never happen
low
in
price
America.
of $30,000.
Yeah. The only reason you will get extended warranty is number one, you don't know about this, or number two, you just want to be even more seamless. Because I guess if you have the warranty, you just take it to the store, they'll handle everything. With this one, you may need
You're
to
doing
like,
it for the ease of comfort, like
Exactly,
wherever you
exactly.
bought it, let them handle it. Okay, all right.
So,
anyway,
yeah,
that's
that's why the companies like Samsung cannot send lemons because then they'll have to replace those lemons eventually. So there you go. Buy
So they
Samsung
sell to
if you're in
America.
Australia.
Don't buy it if you're in America. Don't buy it in America. But they're beautiful, man. They really have nice. It's nice.
Nice design. Oh, listen, my fridge looks amazing.
I just don't understand it though. Why do I need
It's so
a tablet
nice
on the refrigerator
looking,
for?
man.
Why do I need to look through a refrigerator like through
Yo,
the outside?
I agree, though.
Like, just
I
open the
agree.
door.
I hate
No,
this
so that way you don't have to.
refrigerator.
It maintains
They
the
do.
coolness. You know how some people open the refrigerator, they look. I don't want nothing, bitch. Why you letting the cold air out, though? That shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all look, y'all have your head all up in it, like I don't want nothing. You close it, like man. You know, and then the oven. I love the oven, but I already had to get it repaired. Luckily, it was under warranty. But the oven, they have a setting with the oven where they circulate the heat evenly within the oven. That's a game changer, bro.
Oh,
That
like
is,
a
I'm telling
convection
you.
oven. Yeah, okay.
They have some great technology, man. Some great technology, man. So I mean, and like I gotta admit, the Samsung microwave that I have, it, you know, like you have the reheat option. It actually does reheating food the right way. You ever had microwaves that have reheat, but the shit's still cold? Like, y'all might as well just cook the shit, because that shit's never cooked. It's never reheated. This one actually reheats shit.
I have an LG microwave, and it does something very similar. Like you put a slice of pizza in there to reheat, and it doesn't taste all papery at the end of the day.
Let me help you out. You need to get a air fryer, but an oven style. An oven style. Don't get the one with the basket. The one that's like a mini oven.
Okay.
Game changer, bro. Game changer for me. Game changer.
I love it. I love it
because it's quicker than the big oven. Right, so it heats up food faster, but you get the crisp. You get the oven crisp. So, like, if reheating pizza, I will never use a microwave again.
Oh yeah,
boy, woo, that little thing. Oh man, it's worth it.
No, I use my air fryer every day.
But don't get the air fryer basket. Get the air fryer oven where the handle goes down. Yeah, basket. I have the basket too. You know, but once when I got the oven, this is it right here. That pizza. Oh my god. It's awesome. And then like you put your bread, so you make a sandwich, put it in the bread real quick. I mean, it's awesome. Listen, I don't know how we became food podcast, but anyway, all right, we're gonna round this up because it's already 1:30, almost 1:30. Oh snap! Yeah, M's trying to extend this for another 2 hours, but we're gonna do our outros. We're gonna kick it off with Chill Will. What? You're jealous.
I'm jet lagged as fuck. You guys
You
are
just got
helping me
back?
get.
You just got back?
Yeah, I come back.
Oh, you're a trooper.
You you are a trooper. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're back. We missed you. We really missed you. All right. Will.
Yeah, appreciate you guys for having me. If you guys got one of the gifteds, man, enjoy. That was my gift to you guys from the chat. You guys are dope.
Shout
we got 1 month
Shout
until
out to you. You actually, I even forgot. You didn't have to do that. I completely forgot. My man said, what was it? You would do 50 memberships if what? What was it?
Oh, I'm glad you brought it up.
If I beat Lost Soul Aside before Expedition 33.
Yep.
And I did it.
I was like,
and that's why he did it. And that's why it was worth it.
Hey, you know what? I specifically saved that 50 when M came back. But yeah,
awesome.
you guys, we got 1 month until Resident Evil comes out. So I'm going through Leon's campaigns on my channel, starting with 2, 4, then 6, leading up to that. So if you guys want to follow me, it's AHChillWill right here on YouTube. Appreciate y'all.
All right, awesome. All right.
Are you streaming later? Are you streaming later tonight? I mean, there's not much left tonight.
There's not much time left. Yeah, I'm gonna stream tomorrow.
Yeah. this podcast.
I need at least 2.5 hours to finish Resident Evil 2.
Okay. All right. Extreme is back. Welcome back, brother.
Yo, people. Listen, it's brand new year, so happy new year to all of you. Good to be back. Hopefully this is going to be a fantastic year in gaming, just like last year and the year before, because this generation has really turned out to be phenomenal from the artistic perspective. If you haven't yet, go play Clear Obscure Expedition 33. It's never too late to experience apparently the singular most best game of all time. Like I've been saying from the beginning, it is a fantastic game. You're gonna have a fantastic time with it. So just go ahead, enjoy yourselves, and enjoy your gaming. And hopefully you can beat Clear Obscure before your GTA 6 comes out. Because
I'm all in. I love the game. So yeah, I'm all in. I'm still trying to figure out the whole Pictoluminous best options, but
I can explain it to you very quickly.
Okay. No, I got the fundamental. I'm trying to make sure I maximize the characters.
You're trying to max
I want to one-shot motherfuckers.
I got you. Lune Elemental Genesis. There you go. Perfect. Love it.
Actually, that's a harder way to do it. It's easier to do in Mael.
Oh,
so I have Mael. I got her weapon, the Madella, whatever it's called. No, I don't have the Virtuoso. What's that? That's her main. That's the best weapon for her.
Oh no! So it's a Virtuoso stance. It's
the stance, but I have the weapon because
the purple one,
the Madel or whatever. Everybody kept talking about that one weapon, because I guess early in the game where you do the arena, they said pick Mael, so that way you can have a best weapon early in the game.
Yeah.
So that's what I did.
Yeah. So it starts you off in Virtuoso. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best one if you want to use it as a one-shot cannon. Yeah.
So yeah, the game is fantastic. I love how they just did the mechanics.
Don't follow a guide for the pictors, because then it takes all of the fun out of it, of actually min-maxing and combining, And by now people are only doing it one way because they find the most optimal way to do it. But there's many ways to set up your pictures to one-shot people, and it's fun to come up with your own way of doing it. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh no, Pirog don't even strike me as the type to use a guide.
He would make his own guide.
Listen, I'm all about plagiarizing.
So
I use guides, and I'm gonna be honest. There are some things in games like, nah, dog, you did not come up with this. You knew the developer, and they told you this. Because there's no way you came up with this on your own. There's no way you found this one thing in the game. There's just no way. There's just some things in games like there is no way you would have known this. This is Elden Ring. There's this I can't get the platinum trophy because there's one piece of armor or something that I was supposed to get before I burned the tree. There's no way you would know that unless you read a guide. I didn't read the guide, and I'm thinking, damn, where's this weapon at? So then I look it up. They're like, nah, dog, you were supposed to get this before you burned the tree. Well, what the fuck? I didn't know. I wasn't supposed to burn the tree and get I didn't know. So there's just start a new game plus. I'm like, fuck no. I did not want to play that game again. Yeah, I did not want to play that game again. New game plus. I'm like, I'm good. So I'm like that one trophy away from platinuming Elden Screen, but it will never happen. Oh well. Henry, the AI artist. That everybody keeps saying my profile pic is AI. I'm like, no, it's Henry.
Yeah.
Great work. Liar,
It's a good,
sure.
it's a good show. It's a long show today. I actually got a lot of work done while we're on the show. 'Cause I had to do.
You're the only one of us making money.
We're just really busy this week, and yeah, I was working on some stuff for casino designs and also storyboard for Oral B. It's
Dope.
but happy to have him back, and I just realized that we have similar haircuts, except you have curly hair, but
Yeah. Send me a toothbrush. I could use one of those latest.
well, I mean, we do the marketing for them. We don't actually get discounts for them. Right? So,
we in America, baby.
Yeah. Ad agency don't actually. We aren't in house. We're just we're agencies.
Externals.
You guys are legit madmen.
Yeah. So, but like that. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but Mad Men show stuff about advertising.
My lady was in that show not too long ago, and now she's in the Fresh Off the Boat. How convenient, huh?
Yeah. But you guys can look me up on YouTube. You guys look me up on Instagram. Just search my name. Yeah.
I never.
You never see Fresh Off the Boat?
No.
About the Chinese family in America?
No.
You guys never see that? It's pretty fucking
about
funny.
A fake Chinese family in America. Yes.
Fake Chinese.
They're all great English speakers. That's why.
They speak perfect English right off the boat.
And then the lead person is Randall Park, right? So he's Korean.
Yeah.
They didn't even get actual Chinese people.
That is crazy.
That is wild.
It's funny.
But it's a fun show. I just didn't watch it. I just because it's like you guys won't show me anything that I don't already know from my family, right? So
Listen, I experienced it firsthand.
It's about immigrants. We're driving them out, kicking them down.
Oh Lord.
Shit.
Have you guys seen this guy? This guy is Roger Chan or something, but he's this Chinese guy who
I know he tries to Trump. He imitates Trump. Yes,
yeah. He was recently invited to come to visit the United States. Right?
He is hilarious. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. You said that. Right.
If you guys just look up Chinese Trump on YouTube, he'll show up.
He is hilarious.
Yeah.
Right. Chinese Trump, yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. It is hilarious. And Doughboy, my man stood the long haul.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, it's like
North Carolina, That's it. I'm in North Carolina too.
Once he's stuck in, we're never getting rid of him. Yeah.
Hey,
plus he's stuck in the snow, so he ain't going nowhere. He had no better place to go anyway.
I tried to go out earlier, man. It's like a fresh block of ice, like right like in my walk path. I'm like, yo, fuck that. I'm going right back in the house.
He opened the door. He said, "Shit." He walked right back in. I'm gonna DoorDash this motherfucker.
I got no time to be slipping and busting my ass.
Man,
I didn't actually get snow out here. I'm in Jacksonville. I didn't get no snow out here.
Yeah, you were like on the west.
Yeah, it was more western inward.
Eastern.
Yeah, the coast didn't get much, thankfully.
Yeah, man.
It's cold as fuck,
that is true. Especially if you're in Minneapolis. Watch out for ice.
All right, on that point, we go, man. Shout out to the pod, shout out to everybody, man. Much love to y'all, man. I appreciate being here. I enjoy being here, man. So y'all have a good night. Peace out.
Yo,
missed you, Em.
This dude, yo, shout out to Em. Yo, that's vicious. Yo, your only friend in these YouTube streets, Port Rock 77. Thank you so much for rocking out on like 5 hours, 5.5 hours of showtime. I hope you enjoyed everything. Really appreciate it. Please hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe, and stick around and enjoy more content. We'll see you guys next week. I'll push out a video, maybe 1 or 2 videos this week, and then hopefully I could get back to doing a live maybe Friday. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, you guys take care. I really appreciate you guys. You have a good night. Peace.